Okie dokie. Oh, lights. That would help. Oh, shit. I was at the protest picket thing. So my camera was still set to a different setting. Thankfully, I've saved all, there's 3 different things. Yeah, so the bandana on the back of the chair is just because I didn't want to give free advertising to Secret Lab, which I guess just did again, but it was just kind of always back there, and it's like, hey, you didn't give me this chair for free. To the crypts, yeah. Because at first I had it just kind of like tied across, but then there's a giant T back here that would show up, and it kind of looked like, I don't know, something different. This is an older bandana. It has a bunch of weird holes down the side of it, just very small. Looks like wear and tear, like moth holes or something. So, it's a nice retirement for it. And also, like, if my hair is sweaty or something after I, come from outside and I sit down for a second, it's a nice removable thing that won't be as hard to wash. So there's other benefits to it, as well as just sort of. Also, the color seems to be somewhat complementary. I don't know. Maybe. I don't recall that being an option when I bought it. But they may have. I mean, you pay enough money, they'll do whatever you want, probably. These are already pretty expensive, but yeah. One nice thing was, so there's like a lever on one side that's like go down, up and down thing. Then there's the other side that does like, it locks sort of the rocking mechanism, and you can unlock it entirely and then lock it at a certain angle, so that way that's the maximum that it can never go back to. That thing kind of busted on me on my earlier, and I got to the warranty program and they walked me through trying to take it apart, and then I said I couldn't do it. And then they just sent me a whole new everything on the bottom. So that was cool. I guess when you buy something somewhat expensive, not just like the $200 chair, but like the $700 chair, they will actually live up to their warranty. The protest was a Chevron picket. Yeah, and it was all free too. They just shipped it over. It's pretty sick. It took like a few, like tweeting the emails back and forth, sending pictures. Like, it wasn't just like the super easiest process, but it wasn't the worst process. Excuse me. It was a October 7th Chevron picket. It ended up kind of just becoming that date, and then they were like, oh, this kind of works. And I was like, you sure? Because like, that's fine with me, but as long as you're intending for this to be the date. Seemed like it worked out. That's cool. Yeah, there's been a couple of things I've been able to do. There's a couple of things I've been able to do warranties for. Well, October 7th is the famous date of the Hamas attack on the kibbutz and the kidnapping of a bunch of civilians and military personnel, right? 2 years ago today, or I guess yesterday now. So October 7th was like kind of like the big date that they would always say. So doing a boycott Chevron to stop the genocide, whatever, it's going to be a date people remember, but also it kind of fits. I mean, because that's basically as soon as the death, was ramped up. It's not like it started from nowhere and whatever. So we've been going out to the different Chevrons and Texacos, which is like the same company. Damn it. It is kind of like second half of my day for sure. So, we would go out to the different owners and say, "Hey, owner, don't know if you're aware of the whole BDS movement and boycotting Chevron because they fuel 70% of all the genocide and war efforts and, blah, 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 blah. So we know you're just some local owner. You're not really in charge of giving money to Israel. So we are asking the Chevron owners to do their best and to petition their company as a whole. Like, they don't listen to us, but they might listen to the fellow owners. You're a franchisee, but if you make enough of a stink and all of you make a stink, that might, again, help push the needle towards stopping the funding, stopping something." And there was an owner that was like, "Oh, fuck yeah, I'm down." I went to one place and an owner was like, "Look, we're limited on what we can do, but we're not renewing with Chevron when our contract's up. We're going to be going with a different, oil company or whatever." That could just be because they're going to do that anyway, or because they were actually disgusted. Or they just lied to me. I don't know. So when places, tell us to get the fuck out and, get all aggro at us, that's when we try and reach out again. If they still push back, then we schedule a picket. You know what I mean? So this is the second one that we've done. I was there taking pictures and video. So I just shared all the pictures with them, and then I also need to make a video. Excuse me. So that was a big part of the day. No. I guess theoretically we could be, but it's not a full protest. It's we were outside of a Chevron for an hour. Just kind of the bullhorn and a bunch of signs talking about, what it is. There was a person who was sort of, peacefully standing on the property and handing out, leaflets to the business goers through an agreement or whatever. There was the first time we did this, there were cops that showed up instantly. As soon as we showed up on site, there were cops saying, "Oh, hello, it looks like you're going to be doing this, huh? Well, here are the rules. Stay on the sidewalk. Don't get on the property. Don't this, that. But this time there was nobody. There definitely was. Yeah. When I went across the street to take pictures, and a local business owner came out and was like, "Yo, this is awesome that you're doing this." Then they were like, "Whoa, did you know that that's a Palestinian that owns that Chevron? I guess they must be cool with you guys doing this." And I was like, "Well, we've reached out to them and they pushed back against us to the point that we ended up having to picket, but other ones have been good. So this one's kind of in a bad, it's not the best situation, but the person apparently was telling, because I didn't talk to this person, someone else did. They were saying that they're not political, but they love Zoran, but they also don't want to talk about the genocide, and it was kind of all over the place, which is just kind of an American, honestly. But the fact that they have Palestinian roots is sort of extra, kind of huh? A lot of honking, but also some honking with middle fingers being pointed at us. So it's a mix, it is what it is. Nothing too crazy. Nobody really did anything bad. Cops didn't even show up this time. So there was one guy who rolled his window down and yelled the F slur at us while giving us the middle finger. That's about it. I can't think of anything else. Unless something else happened that I didn't notice, but it was kind of raining for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and they kind of Went from the corner of the street corner, kind of like a little bit underneath like one of the gas pumps, just to kind of like, ah, shit, it's raining on us. But then the owner, who wasn't there at the time, called the person who was like kind of like leading our group. Because I guess she was the one that went out to them, and then he called and was like, "Hey, I see you on the security cameras. Just, hey, play by the rules. Get off the property and go back out there." And the rain had basically stopped at that point anyway, so it's fine. But it was weird. So they were tuning in, but also just sort of keeping an eye on things. I feel weird taking pictures for like an hour straight, but you end up getting a lot of different shots and things. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Or just so happened to tune in, but like, you know, there's like always gonna be movement on those cameras because they're on gas pumps. Ugh. Something about talking out of nowhere just fucks me up. Fucks me up. And then I was feeling kind of weird because we were in the Discord talking about the Hassan dog thing, and I was just like, I feel weird, like, because I feel like I'm definitely like parasocially defending my streamer, which is weird thing for a middle-aged dude or an approaching 1/3 age, whatever, how you want to think about it. As if I live to be 100, so unlikely. But I forget where I was going with that. Oh, usually the dog is tired because it exercises all day, although it looks like today it probably didn't exercise. But then also, dog training is a thing that I never really did with my dog. I know crate training is a thing I never did with my dog. So sometimes dogs are used to sitting in crates all day, I guess. I think it's weird too, but a bunch of different training people have been sort of referenced, you know, dog boot camps. It's not my wheelhouse of expertise. I let my dog roam around. I didn't give a shit, but I also didn't walk my dog all that much either. So I was a bad dog owner on the opposite end. Most days, especially when you know for a fact they did exercise, the dog sleeps literally all day back there. But it's a dog. Of all the things, I mean, I guess caring for pets is important. I love my pets. I have my picture of my dog up on the wall, you know, when I was a kid, but it's possible I could have the wool pulled over my eyes with a cult of personality, and he's a bit of a jerk to the dog that he has, I guess. I still don't really, but I could cede the ground or whatever. I mean, ultimately, his ops are rapists and shit, so it's like, if that's your best shot, it's like, okay. Hates dogs, confirmed, yeah. I know that before I watched, he had a dog, like a pit bull or something, but I think it died for some reason. I don't know if it was like a medical issue, but it looked like a healthy young dog, but then it was dead, and that was a big deal. The Haas L emote is like that dog. Fish. That's right. I remember now. Like, that's his first dog. Don't know enough about it. I was not there for the time. But even like the comments were saying like he's turned that collar up to max temp, you know, electricity, and it's like, even if he's lying and does have a collar on there, how do you know what's on max? Like, I feel like you're just adding that detail because it makes it sound worse, but you don't know. Like, you wouldn't know. Also, if he's trying to hide that he has a collar, why would he shock live on air? Because that would be a dumb thing to do. Lots of questions that ultimately are just probably his angry opponents mostly being mad. I wasn't necessarily assuming that, but no. But I guess theoretically, but it seemed like he doesn't talk about it much. Oh, back when they were doing the Reddit r/place, there was a moment about building out the emote, like with the pixels, and then again, Destiny viewers or whoever was hating on him at the time was making like a dead dog and then changing the emote to be the dog being dead or something, and they're laughing about it. So it seemed like it was more of a tragic thing than like. But I guess it could have been, but it didn't seem like, you know, they were saying like he killed it or whatever. It was just like trying to make fun of his dog for being dead, which I feel like if you were trying to say that he killed the dog, it would be similar to a Christy Gnome situation where you have the person shooting the dog all the time or showing that they killed their dog, which is different than just making fun of the dog passing away. It's gotta suck having just some incredibly dedicated haters in general. It's gotta suck. A part of me was even thinking that one of the video things that I could do with my downtime to try to both be a valued asset and then also just get more video editing done would be to take some of the common talking points against Hassan or other streamers, honestly, not even just one, and then sort of give the context, show what the claim is, and then show the actual context. Because I've been around long enough that things are brought up. Like they'll say Hassan wanted to kill Rick Scott, and they play like a half of a sentence where he says like they should kill Rick Scott or something, and it's like, no, the whole quote is about if Republicans actually cared, like they're pretending that they care about Medicare fraud, so they're saying that they want to really, you know, put the screws to those Medicare fraud people, but if they actually cared about Medicare fraud, they would, if they have this much smoke for this small type of, you know, crime, they would want to kill Rick Scott, considering he did systemic and the largest Medicare fraud in the entire history of the country, definitely in the state of Florida. So that was kind of the sentiment, right? So like that would be, you show the full context based off of the claim and then sort of explain what it is in like a short clip format or something, or a short format, just so that way whenever a person brings it up, you just go look, and then you have like a 15 to 20 second full-on explainer happen, probably closer to 30 seconds, to show the full back-end context of the slight repeat or emphasizing things. But yeah, every moment being scrutinized would be really frustrating. And like it's like, it's kind of like how people get like there's criticism of Mamdani for push or giving ground on things like the globalized intifada thing, because they know the next, they're not going to be satiated with that. Oh, thank you for walking that back. Now we can move on. It's like, no. Now they say, well, if you walk it back now, why didn't you walk it back before? Don't you realize how much harm you were doing with this? You know, hamming it up, going deeper and deeper. So generally, you shouldn't capitulate or give in. Because I was thinking like, oh, he could show the collar to show that it's not a shock collar. But then they would be like, that's not the same collar. That's a different collar. Now he needs to like what? Show a fucking live stream of his entire house, every surface area, to make sure there's no hidden collar thrown away somewhere. And it's like, and he could. What's he have to hide? But also, he doesn't need to like show his underwear drawer or whatever. Like, he doesn't have to do anything. So like, it's one of those like, you think to yourself, oh, you should capitulate and give in, but then you know that they're not going to be happy with anything. It sort of parallels with the Mamdani thing, but then also, you know, just other stuff. You can never win. Yeah. At least with some people, you can never win. if he did have a full-on third-party evaluation, live streaming cameras, body cams at his entire house, some people might go, wow, he really fucking proved it to me. There could be, but there definitely would be some who would never believe it for a second, you know. I want to be a person who is not blindly, cult of personality or whatever, over attached, but also I don't want to be unnecessarily dismissive. I want to give charitability to people, but I also want to, you know, extend that to others, even the people I don't like. Just thinking about, like, has there ever been a moment when, like, a Textone clip or an Asmongold thing that's come up that I've been like, oh my God, they're a horrible human being, and then I have not realized that I've seen clips out of context. I mean, I feel like there's been one or two for sure that even when I watch it, I go, well, they're probably just joking. You could argue that it's irresponsible to joke about certain things, but they're probably not being serious and they're just hamming things up. But there's probably been moments where I'm like, oh, this guy's being serious about this, that, or the other. And maybe it was more of a joke than I realized. Whether or not it was right to do the joke is, you know, a whole different question. But I mean, like, when he got banned for saying that Palestinians are just low quality people, they're not as, you know, civilized or whatever, like, I forget exactly what he was saying, but that seemed like it wasn't a joke, right? And then he got banned for it, and then he apologized and didn't even say it was a joke. He was like, it seemed like he was making that fucking thing. But like when he hams up him being gross and talks about blood on the wall or whatever, you know, the rotting rat alarm clock, when the sun hits it, it makes it stink, and that stink wakes him up. Like, that's probably him hamming it up. There's probably has been gross shit in his house and gross stuff, but like, I don't even think functionally a rotting rat corpse would be so reliably stinky only when the sun is hitting it that would be a functioning alarm clock. I don't think it would even work that way. So, you know, you can bring it up in a similar you know, not self-deprecating, deprecating, but like against them deprecating sort of element, but you are sort of extrapolating out the less serious problems. You could say that they live in filth, that they're gross, and other things. That seems reasonable. You know, a guy has a cockroach run across his body, and he's like, you know, because he feels like, it seems like he's been there before. But also, you've seen him live in filth. He's bragged about living in filth. So then when the filth crawls all over him, you know, it's not a bit. That's just kind of, you know. Yeah. There's a wonderful layer of compassion, but then also an argument to be made and about how much you should be willing to, I guess, on some ways cut slack, but then in other ways still not cut slack for the mentally ill. Like when Kanye West is going around being a Nazi, it's like, hey, plenty of people have the same mental illnesses and they're not being Nazis. They're not going on Alex Jones saying, I love Hitler. Now, a lot of them don't have the same opportunity, fair, but at the same time, again, we don't want to just make it seem like people who are mentally ill now are guaranteed to live in filth or guaranteed to be Nazis. So, but it's good to consider it and to think about it, to not accidentally ignore something like mental illness playing into a factor. But realistically, we're all a little mentally ill, especially on the internet, right? So the amount of space should have something, but it also doesn't save them from their worst sins for the most part. It's like someone being autistic, you know, like especially like the low needs autistic or whatever. I don't remember. It's not high functioning. There's a few different elements, but it's like you know, you can't just use that as your scapegoat for being an asshole. Because just like how the autism spectrum makes a lot more sense the more you think about it, and everyone realizes they're a little on it. Even like how homosexuality is a bit of a spectrum, or just sexuality in its own as a you know, as a totality is a spectrum, because nobody is 100% straight. I guess a couple people probably are, but there's room, you know. And just like with that mental illness thing, what is an illness? What is a perfectly healthy mind, and then what is a less healthy mind? You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, just thinking back on like when he was outside that convenience store or whatever, he was out in the parking lot somewhere, and he was pulling out a list of all the different Jewish people that own media organizations, and just willingly ignoring all the Protestant capitalists that own them. And I think he even misrepresented something that he probably just printed off of 4chan. You know, it's like there's definitely things going down and a problem happening, but like how I've always seen it with my own weight loss journey and other things, if you don't want to address a problem in your life, there's not much that people can do to force you to address your problem in your life. Like, there are certain things like, oh my God, I have a headache. Someone just injects you with ibuprofen. Chances are your headache will be diminished on its own after that has gone through your system, right? Certain things that medicine definitely cures the symptoms or whatever, kind of like open and shut. But a lot of things are utilized in tandem with your own willpower, you know, not like mind over matter type shit, or like just get over it, don't be depressed, just be happy kind of mindset. But like, you need, there are things that are not just instantly cured like a headache, and instead need to be not lived with, but like managed. You manage it like ADHD. There's no cure for it. You just do your best practices. You lean into it at some points when it feels like it's beneficial, but then you need to learn how to lean away from it.
Die! Kill yourself.
My God.
Die! Yeah, you can pop yourself in the fucking skull!
Oh my.
Fucking kill yourself! Pop a fucking 9mm! Kill yourself.
Hello, everybody. I was talking about...
Thank you.
Uh-oh, there's gonna be a lot of thanking, I think.
Thank you.
Hey, it's me. I'm Sniffin. And that's Cinemarxism, as you all are aware. The couple of viewers I already had.
Thank you.
Make sure to follow. I don't know if I have an automatic thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've edited a couple of things for Cinemarxism occasionally.
Thank you.
You love me already? Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I kind of just stole this from Carter's stream, to be real. He's had some epic pulls where he did lower the volume of the thanking.
Thank you.
I love all the thank yous. Oh. He showed off some of his TikTok pulls, and they're pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. It seems kind of sexual. I mean, it's whatever you make it, I guess.
Thank you.
Someone's just showing their appreciation and their skills. I've been a little like part-time video editor for, I guess, my own shit for a little bit, but also Brad and Brett and Cinemarxism. Hopefully you guys have all liked and seen the videos in question. Thank you. I was talking about how we're all a little mentally ill. What do you know? Yeah, I mean, a bit of a behind-the-scenes kind of guy, but hey, I got laid off in July, so I'm trying to do things differently and seeing what can and can't be done. And if I have to resort to being mostly a behind-the-scenes guy, right? I've got a background in TV production. What is coming up behind the curtains? Nothing? Unless you mean my head crab. I'm an old guy, so I really liked Half-Life 2 especially. And then one year for Christmas, my wife got me a little head crab hat. And it's like, it's an official Valve thing. Let's see. I don't know. I think it was like a temporary thing. Let's see if I can get to the focus. Come on, Sony. Yeah. You can kind of see the tag there. Not really, but yeah. It's cozy. I've named it Lamar, as you know. And then I also have a pizza blanket. Delicious pizza. Oh, I see. You meant like behind the scenes, like behind the curtain or something, maybe. Yeah, the tortilla one is also pretty good. My wife loves tacos, especially the flour tortilla soft tacos. So that's kind of like something I should probably get her for Christmas. But I'm a pizza enjoyer. I can hide all the pizza stains. I guess I'm enough of a pizza lover that I never have a stain. You know what I mean? I've seen the birthing stream. I was in Caroline's chat for a second, and then someone asked, "Do you have the birthing stream up on a second monitor?" And I was like, "The what?" And then I have morbid curiosity. I looked it up. It wasn't as bad as I thought. It was.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have so many of these. It was like it's not like, you know, the miracle of life where you're watching the whole thing happen.
Thank you.
Oh wait, she ended stream?
Thank you.
Hard to find good pizza that's affordable. I love trash pizza. I eat 7-Eleven pizza.
Thank you.
You just have to deal with the heartburn. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Holy shit. I love Little Caesars. It's good shit. It used to be $5. They don't do that shit anymore. Anna Kasparian? I don't think so. I mean, unless there's something I don't know of. Yeah, the $5 hot and ready. Wait, you're getting tired of those cheap pizzas? $6 most bestest is pretty good. Oh no, a birthing person. You're right. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's a good point. Did I casually just drop birthing person in the middle of my own like dialogue without realizing it? Am I woker than I thought I was? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Are liberals welcome here? I think so. I consider myself to be a recovering dumbass. I'm born and raised in Florida, the Tampa Bay area. My mom lovingly referred to us, me and my older brother, as tampons because we're from Tampa. She thought it was very funny. She didn't tell us until we were much older, but yeah, from Gainesville, cool. Go Jags. Go Jags. I mean, technically I'm the Buccaneers area, but yeah. Yeah, so born and raised, my parents very conservative. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty good. Meatball Ron, not so much. I mean, I didn't vote for him, but he almost didn't win too. The other guy almost won. It was like a super close race. But like, there's so many things that I did not realize. Andrew Gillum, that's right. Yeah. Well, he ended up like, I don't know if he was like doing crack the whole time, but he was caught with crack, or maybe it was cocaine, just normal cocaine. I forget. He's probably a rich guy. He's probably regular cocaine, but there was some like thing that came out and it's like, whoa. But also, how much do you trust those people?
Thank you.
Thank you. But like when I was in middle school,
Thank you.
right? I was a good kid, so I was good at absorbing textbooks and regurgitating information. And my teacher was, hey, what's up, more talk? My teacher was telling us that only a fool thinks the Civil War was about slavery. That's such a simple answer. It's such a deep and complicated combination of all these different things. And then we were like, well, what was it? And they're like, well, if you needed to really have something, you could say that it was more about states' rights. And then he made us one by one stand up. And then he said, what's the meaning of the Civil War? What caused the Civil War? And you're like, states' rights. And then each person would do it down their line. The entire class of, like, I don't know, 25 or 35 kids, whatever it was, which is just crazy. Your creature did the same thing. That, yeah. I don't know if you went to Ben Hill Middle School in the Tampa Bay area, but I don't remember the teacher's name. But yeah. And it was like, and I'm like, I'm a good kid. I'm a regurgitator, you know? So I had that shit in my head. Even when I was watching Hassan, when I first started watching, and he would talk about the Civil War being obviously slavery. And I'd be like, well, in my own head, like, well, we all know as smart people that it's got to be more complicated than that. But then, you know, it's like, no, wait. States' rights to do what? To do what? Oh, yeah. To do what? Yeah, exactly. And it's just like that shit was so cooked in that it just, I'm a recovering dumbass. I need to slowly wean that shit out of me. States' rights to eat my ass. I mean, my dad, I remember being in the car. This is one of my vivid memories, which I guess sucks for my dad, but like I'm in the back seat and my dad is telling me while he's driving that Islam is a violent religion and it says in the Quran that you kill infidels and you get closer to Allah. And I'm like, wow. And my mom is like, you can't say that. That's not. He's like, no, it's in there. It's in the thing. You know, this is the same type of shit where it's like turn the light off in the middle because that's a crime. And then also this shit, you know, and I'm just like, wow, just like assuming that type of shit. This is all before my Reddit atheist arc and all the other shit that comes from it. You know, I'm a base, before base was even a word. It was like I'm an independent. I'm a free thinker. I like finding what's right and wrong on both sides kind of bullshit. A contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. Like people were against secondhand smoke and I'm like, well, actually it's their freedom to smoke. So fuck you. You know, like I was mad about like campuses forcing cigarette smokers to not smoke on campus. And then after like a few months of just living on campus and I came home and my parents lit up a cigarette like way, you know, very far away, I was like immediately able to smell it. And I was like, wow, you know, all this time without cigarettes being in my face, actually, it's been really interesting that I'm no longer nose blind to this shit. You know, I was like realizing like, wait, there's actually something to this. Oh man. You went to high school in Georgia in a course called Georgia history. I mean, I remember there being a Florida history. So I guess that's somewhat realistic. The mental loopholes they tie around us from school. Yeah. I mean, all the time, there's stupid little like sayings and stupid little thoughts I have. And I'm like, wait, I've just been living with this in my head as dedicated fact. But I heard it from like a kid in the lunchroom at one point. So like I should really at least Google this again, let alone actually look up new information. But it's like so many things I would just automatically knee jerk assume it has to be this one thing and nothing else. You know, and that's how you end up with people who are like diehard Pluto believers, you know what I mean? Or whatever it is. Oh yeah. Any mountain lightning diet or zero sugar mountain lightning enjoyers? I'm a big, I like efficiency. So you like, this costs like 90 cents or something. Like it's just the cheapest way to buy soda. You just sometimes have to drink a lot of soda. Your dad had the question when you got your free Quran in the mail. What the hell? I guess, oh, and you're not religious? That's very interesting. Being the contrarian, yeah. I mean, I have to turn off the contrarian in my head because I will so automatically just try to, because I used to like tell myself it was like, oh, this is for good conversation. You can start off a conversation with, or if someone's talking, you provide the opposite point, so that way you can work out more facts out of them or make them think about it more, right? But it's so fucking annoying that people will hate you for it. So, you know, you got to do it in moderation at the very least. When they banned smoking, I'm like, well, I thought bars still kept smoking for a while. That was definitely one of the slower. There were certain rules about like how much food and how much alcohol or whatever. I forget the way it worked. I mean, I'm just thinking back, and it's like smoking or non-smoking when you go to like a fucking breakfast place like IHOP. Like, that's crazy to think about now, because like there's no smoking in here at all, bitch. People are eating. Oh. Twitch streamers and Twitch chatters, the new kind of kid from the cafeteria. That's so funny. You can only afford water and vodka. At least they look the same. The Kangaroo in Gainesville. I don't know what is that, like a I guess it's like a convenience store. You're an atheist because you studied the religions. That's sort of how my atheist journey started, because world history taught me how most of the religions started, and I was like, wait, they're just here to control people. Wait, and then wait a minute, you know, they probably shouldn't do that anymore. The last one, oh, I see. Because you hate it when people think they're right. True. It's, yeah, that's kind of the other side of the coin. It's like a way to combat the I'm right no matter what kind of people, is to be the contrarian, but you're kind of fighting fire with fire, but you're also a fire in some ways. Yeah, some people are very sure about their beliefs, and it's good to, if you can make them question it in the same way that we question, like, wait a minute, I've just been thinking this one thing for so long now, I should look at it again. That same idea. Also, in the similar way, when I first found out what mansplaining was, I was like, oh, fuck. I mansplain so much because I'm a nerd and I love sharing my information. It's so weird to me that when I was getting into like the engineering side of my job at broadcast engineering, that people love to be gatekeepers and hold their fucking secrets of their, you know, understanding. Because I always love just sharing every thought, every little fact I had, you know. But that comes across as mansplaining, especially, you know, when you're correcting or sharing to a woman or whatever. So I had to like change the way that I would go about it. So instead of being like, well, actually it's this or it's that, when someone's explaining something to me and I know it's wrong, or I'm pretty sure it's wrong, I would be like, cool, interesting, or whatever, right? Find a way to sort of end that part of the conversation and say, well, when I was trained X years ago, or just say when I was trained, it was supposed to go like this, that, this. And sometimes they go, oh shit, no, you're right, it's that way. But other times they go, that's the old way, here's the new way because of this. And I go, egads, I was wrong, right? And so by coming at it from more of a charitable, like, well, just telling you the truth, I was trained this way, instead of saying I think it's this way or I know it's this way, it completely disarms that problem that you can run into. I was pretty happy with the way that generally made me look like less of a complete shithead. USA centrist are just right wingers that are cool with LGBT people. No, yeah, when I could finally vote, I think my first election I could vote for was Obama. And it was like, I think gay people should be able to exist. And Republicans said no. And the Democrats said yes. And I was like, well, I guess I'll just go with the blue team, right? But then team sports, my team was the right choice. It's never the wrong choice. Also, I'm going back to brunch. But for me, I was in high school, so brunch was World of Warcraft and Dota, you know? So whatever, right? I just did nothing, but I didn't care about whatever. I didn't keep up with it. I was a team sports player on a team that I didn't really care about. But it was, gay people should exist. What the hell? It's so fucking crazy. That, you know, I guess that's the value of youth. Was, I still saw through, but I was, I guess, like, I was like, oh, I'm like fiscally conservative, but socially liberal, whatever. I used to hear that so often back in the day. And it just means somebody who doesn't know anything, basically, as far as I could tell. Because I wouldn't be able to tell you what a physically conservative anything was. It's just one of those things that makes it seem like I'm a bit of a both sideser while also thinking gay people should exist. Oh, you're the only woman in engineering class. That must have been tough. That must have been tough. Oh my God. You used to say that in high school? Yeah. Your mechanical engineering branch was one for all and all for one, like the Three Musketeers. The other side of mansplaining is condescending, though, entirely. And being charitable to the mansplainers, like if somebody says Luke Skywalker's lightsaber was red, and then the nerd hears it and goes, hold on, I found an inaccuracy. I need to share this with you because it's hurting me, and also I would love to have you have this information. That's the charitable way of looking at a nerd, but it comes across condescending, and they're probably being a little condescending actually, but sometimes they're not the best communicators. I know I wasn't the best communicator at times, so I could assume that maybe sometimes they're also being just poor communicators. But let's be real. There's definitely condescension and, you know, misogyny built in and a bunch of things, right? I mean, we all have certain layers of built-in, you know, unknown misogyny. What's it called? It's all baked in, just like white supremacy is baked in. All these different things are kind of like, to think that you don't have it is one of those, like, you know, I'm smart because I know I'm stupid. Ah, yes, I am intellectual. It's the same idea that you need to be able to understand that you do have blind spots. There are things that are automatic in your head that you just have. You might have less than the other person, but we are all raised in this society, you know. It's just to think it doesn't exist is like trying to be colorblind. That was when my mom was really, you know, she was woke for her time growing up in the 70s or whatever, where it was cool to not see color. So like she said that she worked with somebody and just didn't know they were black. And even though she lived in New Hampshire and there's no black people in it, but then she finally saw a black person and it was just like, I didn't even know they were black. I just don't see color. I just don't see it. And I'm like, bullshit, right? But she thought that was the best thing that you could do, is just sort of be colorblind to it. And then I explained at one point to both my mom and my dad. My dad wasn't hearing it at all, but my mom was like kind of locking in and hearing it, because I was like, you know, the whole starting line thing, like to assume that if you're colorblind, we're all now racing evenly, but you're not, it's not fair because they are starting half the fucking race behind you. So now we're all running at the same pace, but they have got they're so much further back. So being blind to that just keeps them back there, and it does not try to address that problem. And she's like, oh, I kind of understand what you're saying. So there's value to seeing the race because there's the fucking long-term stuff. Hey, what's up? Silence. What's up? We got raided by Cinemarxism. Oh yeah, this is a perfect time for me to try to do my, what is it? Yeah, there it is. He was playing Fortnite? Wow. Check that out. So if you haven't followed him, make sure to follow him. It works. Also, I've done some video editing for him on his YouTube channel, which is also Cinemarxism. I've done a whole bunch of his shorts and also a few of his longer videos. Fortnite crossover with one battle after another. Huh. Is one battle after another its own thing? Shooting. Well, crazy. that would be an interesting crossover. Was blue bladed, but I knew that he had the green and blue, the different things. Yeah, because he dropped one when he's like, no, right? And it's not possible. But also some of those quotes aren't even real quotes because they're just like Mandela effects or whatever. Mandela effects, whatever. You never said, Luke, I am your father or whatever, right? AFF joke. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even gotten to any of my YouTube videos today so far, because I was just explaining, because I went to we had a boycott Chevron picket today yesterday on October 7th, and I was explaining that, I was taking pictures and doing all that stuff, and I was just sitting here talking to Carp about it, and then holy moly, 100 people showed up, so that was pretty sick. And then I was also, I have ADHD, in case it's not obvious, so I apologize if I'm a little all over the place. I was also trying to explain some of my, the boycott was pretty cool. We only got like one F slur thrown at us, a lot of good honks, but sometimes the honks are also paired with a middle finger in the car, so I live in Florida, they're stupid, like, to us as a picketing thing, honks mean you support us, so if you honk to be mad at us, you're just doing a bad job, you know what I mean? You idiots. Oh yeah, and then like my background. So I worked at the Home Shopping Network. If you've ever, seen QVC or like the shit with the graphics on the side of the screen, like I was in the TV production department of HSN for 12 years, and then I moved over to the engineering side for about 3-ish years. I was working there for 15 years, and then oops, laid off. Whole campus shut down. Consolidating the companies. You might have seen my work. Hell yeah. I did a lot of overnight work because I was a childless young person who could say, fuck yeah, I can do that shit. It was really cool to, like, shooting muumuus and like gaudy jewelry and whatever that shit. That sucked. But being on headset with all the other crew members, having a laugh and fucking around and making fun of stuff, that shit was awesome. As always, generally speaking, your comrades, your fellow coworkers is what makes you stay at the job more than the job itself, more than the pay, more than whatever it is. Harm reduction above all else. Yeah. Harm reduction of abolishing capitalism, that would definitely reduce some harm for sure. Not to let myself go too deeply with the ADHD, but every now and then I would think about like the turn of the century type shit and all the different like democratic like revolutions and democratic evolutions that are happening all over the planet that were just destroyed by capitalism and colonialism, and like it's just kind of depressing to think about what could have been, like from like the 1920s on, and the Monroe Doctrine, and there's just so many things. Southeast Asia, just so much of it was fucked, and that's created so much imbalance in our human population, and it's just like it's all artificial, like to the point where if the actors just stopped doing things, they don't even have to like try to fix anything, just stop, just stop doing the bullshit that you're doing. It would immediately, the world would start healing. The dolphins are returning to the fucking canals or whatever, right? Like it would just sort of, over 20 years, those things would sort of self-correct again. It's crazy, man. Like, oh, it's a bit depressing because it's like we're so far behind. We had the opportunity, or it could have happened, before my dad was born, before my grandfather was born. It all could have been, in motion, but instead, nope, nope. But hey, that's for us to do now, I guess. It's for us to push forward instead. Which is not fun. That's not fun. Playing Dota. Well, Dota's not fun. That's a MOBA, so I don't recommend MOBAs for anybody, especially people that have anger issues. Did the wrong side win in the Cold War? I feel like that's the case. I mean, I haven't learned enough about Soviet Union. Apparently there were some mistakes, right? People say there's problems. I mean, but were there problems with the other side? Obviously, right? But Yeah. Like, I've never read theory, you know. I'm kind of just a guy that wants the government to do stuff for its people. That's a pretty easy place for me to start. I probably should read. I have Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. I got that for Christmas. It's now October. I haven't read it yet. You know what I mean? Oh, the music is Diablo, but it's lo-fi beats, slowed plus reverb, just kind of playing on loop. Which I was a big Diablo 2 kid because I'm old. I mean, it's slowed and reverbed, so like, you know, it's pretty easy to, you know, all music is notes, right? It's all the same shit. I am similar to, what was it? Was it Mark Zuckerberg who was like, I don't listen to music? And everyone's like, oh, you're a sociopath. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm kind of similar. You know, like when I was growing up, my parents would just talk in the car. We would just talk about shit. My dad would tell terrible dad jokes and we would talk about our days or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to music plenty. Like, I had my Post Malone era, you know. I have my flaws, you know. I mean, when Pandora came out, I had a bunch of Pandora songs. I probably heard that stupid ass Cage the Elephant song so many times, but I knew if I thumbed it down, I would never hear it ever again. Your Macklemore era, yeah. That's the Thrift Shop guy. Yeah, that was a cool song. There's a whole bunch of other artists. Kid Cudi. I had a bunch of Kid Cudi songs. And then there's a bunch of other artists that they kind of sounded emo, but it was weird. I don't know. But they were like rap emo. Rock Metal Die, You Miss Old Corn, Disturbed. It's a Zionist apparently. Yeah. System of a Down. Yeah. All that was a little bit, it's just a touch before my time. And my dad got me into classic rock. So I was listening to Metallica and AC/DC and Led Zeppelin or whatever. And when I say Led Zeppelin, I mean only a few songs. Because most of their songs are like touchy-feely, I want to know what it's like to love a girl or whatever. I always thought that all their songs were like the Immigrant Song, where it's just them screaming and going for it. But, you know, I never really played on musical instruments. The Foo Fighters and the Killers. Yeah, there were some pretty good stuff. Because the Foo Fighters was Nirvana, right? Yeah, Pink Floyd. There was a bunch of Pink Floyd songs. I mean, I was pretentious and annoying, so I was listening to those songs because I knew they were supposed to be good. You know, I was the person who never encountered a girl, but I was so mentally ready to ask a girl, oh, nice Led Zeppelin shirt, name 3 songs. And then I would not be able to know if they were right because I didn't know 3 songs myself. But I was ready to ask and to be annoying about it. But thankfully, it never came up because I was a late bloomer and I was portly. Unearned confidence, for sure. Yeah, there's a bit of that, yeah. I mean, I didn't actually have confidence. In my head, I had confidence, but I never actually had confidence to go up to... Because I had this, like, intense fear of rejection, obviously. And if I ever went to, like a person from, like, whatever class and said, hey, I have a crush on you, or whatever, or I want to date you, or, you know, you maybe not even that obvious, but it's still somewhat obvious, then she would tell all her friends, and they would all make fun of me behind my back, and then I would never be able to get over it. That would be my history forever. Better just never, ever attempt and never try. And that's just what I did, basically. But now, I mean, I've been married for a fucking, let's see. We started dating in 2008. Yeah. So we've been together ever since. So we both worked at KFC Taco Bell. I was the cashier and she was making tacos. And love formed on the line. You know, both hands went into the boiler to get a bag of boiling meat, and you know, we have our engagement photo is us going back to our workplace. I think it's, yeah. This is our engagement photo, which is chalupa in the corner and some KFC dipping sauce. She has her black nails and her black diamond thing, and I have like a metal ring or whatever. We were kind of alternative, not like super edgy, whatever, but we were just a little alternative. Flour tortillas, I would say you chose correct. Well, Taco Bell never really had, other than the crunchy, never really had. I mean, even I think the crunchy was just a fried flour, right? The chalupa, yeah. Cheesy gordita crunch is probably my favorite thing ever from Taco Bell. Back when they had the Baja sauce. Crunchwrap's pretty good. It's pretty good. What I used to make was a popcorn chicken quesadilla with Baja sauce, and I would cook it a little longer on the press because I worked at a KFC / Taco Bell, so I could just do whatever I want. And that was awesome. The new manager didn't let us like eat nearly as much food, and that sucked. Double XL steak burrito, sure. Quesadillas are just really good. I always thought they were a little too expensive for all the ingredients you got in it, so I never really ordered them too much. I was always like a ground beef guy, but their chickens actually is pretty good as far as like fast food chicken shit. I was always a bit of a dollar menu, cheesy double beef, beefy 5-layer, all these different cheese beef combinations, liquid cheese, multiple tortillas. Yeah, the cheese sauce is, I guess they call it the jalapeno sauce, I think, if I'm referring to it right. And it costs over $10 for 3 of the small street tacos. I assume it's a bit more authentic. There's actual vegetables in it, as well as some other things. But yeah, I mean, growing up, for me, a hard taco was 39 cents or something insane. Even when I was like in college and working there, it was like 89 cents for a hard taco. The dollar menu, the forgotten times, yeah. It's a bit tough. My brother was working at Tijuana Flats for a very long time when he was at college. And they had Taco Tuesday. And I was like, these tacos are so expensive. And he was like, well, they're better. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm a raccoon. I eat garbage, you know? And then I feel like garbage. It's one of the, you know, it goes hand in hand, I guess, but like, I'm basically just made out of garbage. I try to eat better and do things better now, but I don't know. Nothing you can do about it. I am what I am. Damn it. Yeah, Taco Bell for $20. I mean, yeah. You definitely don't want to DoorDash it, because it's going to get to you all weird and cold, and there could be a couple things wrong with it, and it's going to cost way too much. But thoughts on Arby's? I love that shit, dude. Beef and cheddar, so fucking good. I would always be, I would get those coupons. Right? Curly fries, they do fuck hard, yeah. We get those coupons, and you could do like, it was like 2 or 3 sandwiches or something, and you could use that coupon like up to 5 times. So I would get this like gigantic fucking bag of like beef sandwiches, and it would just be in the fridge for like half a week, and I would just be there just hitting them up, you know what I mean? People always hate on Arby's. I get it, you know, it's a joke. But it's good. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's fast food. It's literally, I don't think there's fast food that's bad. I gotta think. Is there a fast food place that I don't like? I think Checkers. Checkers is kind of like, they have more like gross hard things in the meat, but it's like cheap. It's cheaper than hell. And also those fries are insanely good. But I just never really we didn't really eat at Checkers too often. That was just one of the places. Chicken fries are insane. They're unreasonably good. The whole reason to go there. Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen's got some dog shit food to the point where it's like you probably shouldn't be ordering food unless you're like insanely high. Why would you do it? Because it just looks like just the most frozen, the most pathetic, not even good bang for your buck. Like it's not even like affordable. It's like weirdly expensive. Just go to McDonald's or whatever. Now, obviously the boycott, but I've heard good things about Chipotle. I never really got a Chipotle like thing. White Castle's garbage, kind of. Yeah, it is. DQ for ice cream, absolutely. DQ's only there for the desserts, right? The rest of it's all just kind of. I mean, I would get the White Castles in the freezer and microwave them in my house. So, yeah. It's not. Wait, Crystal is down here. White Castle's up there, right? Because it was weird because we would buy them in the frozen food section and they would be White Castle, but in our streets they're called Crystal. So I never really been to a Crystal restaurant. I guess because like the side of the city I was on more of like the middle class side of the city instead of like the working class side of the city, which is why I didn't make it to a Crystal or to a Checkers that often, which I guess kind of makes sense. Wawa fucks. I love Wawa. It's so good. Yeah, the onions are nice. They do a good job with those frozen onions. Whataburger, I think once or twice. It's fine. I got no problem with it. I don't have like an obscene love with it. I've never been to because I'm like, I'm born and raised Florida, and not like because I love it, it's just because I just never was very mobile. So making you hungry. You have Sheets? Yeah, I think I've heard of Sheets. Maybe you even saw it once or twice. Seafood fan? I'm like a garbage seafood fan. Fish sticks. Now that's a delicious seafood. Yummy. Long John Silver's fish and chips. Yeah, like white fish that's just texture and tastes like fried batter with tartar sauce. That's awesome. Nothing wrong with that. Do they have popcorn chicken at Long John Silver's? Because they have popcorn shrimp, right? A&W Long John Silver's combo. There was one of those near my house for a little bit, but then it went out of business, which is funny because it's still a part of Yum Brands. I guess it just struggled. My brother sent me this. So, Long John Silver's rebrands with chicken front and center. Long John Silver's chicken and seafood. And my brother sent me this. I grew up on Simpsons memes, so seafood, well, that's hardly the image we want for Long John Silver's, which was a punchline in some of the early Simpsons episodes. But I guess they predicted it. Yeah. You got it worked out? Hell yeah. Do you want all your viewers back? Should I raid you back? Is that what's happening? Do you need them all back again? I kept them warm for you, I appreciate the raid. It's very nice. A whole bunch of people were following. No takesies, backsies, yeah. Yeah, I mean, now you got them for the night? Hell yeah. Yeah, I was explaining poorly because I'm bouncing all over the place, but growing up in Florida was stupid as hell. Dumb opinions, even through college. It wasn't probably until I was like, thank you. It wasn't until I was like 27 that I really like start fixing the bullshit in my life. And now I'm like 37. So it's like, okay, it's been 10 years. I'm pretty happy with the results. And hopefully when I'm 47, I make this guy look like an asshole. You know what I mean? You can't hear you and thank you plays. Yeah, I was trying to like reduce the volume of it, but I didn't reduce it enough. Yeah, I'm used to getting like one follower a night, and it's like, wow, what a banger. What a crazy stream. It doesn't usually like teabag endlessly. It's usually a pretty slow trickle. But that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens when you're on the bottom of Twitch, or you get like the random hater who just comes through and starts talking about Hassan, and you're like, bro, what are you doing? Like, huh? Do you just come to a one viewer stream to just shit on this person out of nowhere? It's just like it's more depressing just to see them. Yeah. Shared custody. I used to have a joke when I was in school that like I was jealous of all my friends because they had 2 Christmases and my parents, god damn it, they were still in a loving relationship. What the fuck? Ah, yeah. I forgot I put that tag on there. I thought it was like, because I think a couple of people have followed before, or popped in for the leftist tag because they're like, oh hey, look, a fellow leftist on Twitch. And then I was on some leftist Twitch and they had the Hasanabi tag or whatever, and it's like, okay. I mean, he's the person that mostly helps radicalize me, air quotes radicalize, and re-inspired. Yeah, only reason I'm on Twitch. Yeah. Oh wait, did I really? Oh shit, that's so funny. Oh my god, I'm basically illiterate. That's so funny that I did not even realize I mistyped it. Like, who knows how long ago that was typed out, and then I just left that running forever. Holy fuck, that's so funny. I think I've even seen it with my eyeballs before, and it doesn't register that it's misspelled. Because even when you showed me it, I'm like, yeah, I put that there on purpose, and then you're like, it should be this, and I'm like, oh no. You didn't want to mansplain it. Yeah, feel free. Backseating is allowed. I should put mansplaining allowed, but that might come across weird. So, I mean, hell, everybody is a man on Twitch, right? That's what I've been told. I've been trying to think of a good illiterate emote, and I just don't know how to make it.
Thank you.
How to have it show up properly.
Thank you.
Hopefully that one's about the right volume.
Thank you.
Just getting so intense with it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I really should be thanking all the follows, but when all the raids happen, I usually like get all flaccid. Okay, so I've talked about how I do TV production work, but I also have been very interested in like content creation and like YouTube and OBS. And I was like collecting stream decks and one day going to stream for years before I even turned on my Twitch ever. And I've been following fuckers who teach you how to use like streamer.bot and all these other plugins. I have an obscene number of plugins on my OBS. And then I like making stupid shit. So like one of the things I made, and this is like, I used to make even more interactive things, but I didn't like it when shit would like take over. So like this was a thing that I made. So Sin of Marxism was talking about Fortnite, right? He was playing Fortnite, right? Fortnite is where forts and knights come together. But what do knights do? They go to the beach, right? The beach is where knights have to go for their mating ritual. But what do they do when they're done with the beach? That's right. They study their chakras. I don't know which chakra it is that they need to find, but there is one that they're looking for. And when they find it, that's when
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal.
So I like making stupid shit with the streamer.bot, and that's one of the things. Like I'm always like, oh, when I get a raid, I should do one of these things that I've made. I have a button that I hit for just random B-roll that plays. Like, look, that one's the Pentagon, and I would just say something about the Pentagon. But I have a couple of ones that I have dedicated on there as a button. So like the pyramids, because everything's about the fucking pyramids. And another one I have is vaccines, because of course, right?
I believe that this nation.
And you got to have the conspiracy music, right? It's just handy to have that unload. Another one that I made was not nearly as in depth, but let's see. I got to get the eyebrow right. Based. Yeah. People shouldn't have rights. Yeah. I don't take baths. I'm slowly dying from malnourishment that I've done to myself. You know, all those things, you know. Hooray! That one's just kind of, you know. No roach though. You didn't see the roach go through? I had like a little roach with little tiny roach sound effects. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, you submit in your room. Gotcha. I like how he touches the chat and then falls down. Poor little guy. It looks like your childhood room. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. I mean, I guess you also lived in an attic. Am I weird that I've never, even in all of my Florida, being raised in Florida and bullshit, I've never wanted an American flag? I don't know. It just always seemed cringe, even from back in the day. It's like, if you do it right, it's a pain in the ass. You got to like take care of it all right, and you got to do all this weird shit. And then, I don't know. It just seemed weird. It's like being like the teacher's pet, you know, like, oh, I love the country I live in. Let me bring that down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's too low.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunately, each one of those videos is its own individual thing. Make sure it doesn't touch the floor. What, the teabag thing? Holy transition. Let's take a look. Right. The green screen effect is kind of Fortnite. Fortnite is where forts and knights come together. Oh yeah, and also the stream should have closed captioning on the stream that works well. Oh, the flag touching the ground. Right. Yeah, because it has to be burned if it touches the ground, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, the subtitles on the screen, because when you if you use the special plugin for the open Google captions or whatever, not only does it add captioning to your stream, but you can also have those captions go to a text file or to a text field on your stream. And I only enable it when that effect is turned on, so that way it's like subtitles. Oh, and it's usually not perfect, right? Whatever reason, it's bad, and that sucks. Yeah, it does its best. It's better than nothing, but you kind of have to like sound it out, and then it kind of makes sense. But it's good for the effect mostly. I agree. Yeah, it's definitely not actually real sound effect or real subtitles. Oh boy. But as a video editor, it's insane how much easier it is nowadays to do subtitles now that AI or whatever it is, you know, listens to it and then types it out. That's like so much better than having to fucking do that shit by hand. That was a pain in the ass. It's a good clip to have on the channel. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I like the effect. I think there's a way to like, you can export and save. I mean, these are all just little tiny tips I've learned from other creators that are equally as creative or more. And they're able to do all kinds of stuff. Cosmo and Wanda in the back ain't slick. Wait, what? The Fairly Odd Parents? I don't think I have Fairly Odd Parents. Unless you mean after the OBS update. Oh, you just need to re-download the plugin. Let's see, I think, yeah. My wife painted those two Adobe Nekos or whatever. I forget what they're called, but they look like our two cats. So she painted them to look like our two cats, which is cool. Cosplaying as ambient lighting. Let's see. Now they can't be there. Wait, I guess that light stays on. Whatever. Mineki Neko. Yeah, I don't ever really knew how to say it, but I would hear her say it, and then I would say it back with confidence, and it usually does the trick. But yeah, the beckoning cat. Because yeah, they have like a little lucky fish or something, and they're supposed to bring wealth. I don't know, something like that. But they have the little waving arm thing. Yeah. We don't turn the batteries on because they're kind of surprisingly loud, but the fan in the room. Because right now, you know, I live in Florida, right? So I do have a lot of buttons available to me. What did you do to Cosmo? I just asked him just to calm down for a second. Let's see. So right now we're looking at a nice chilly 79 degrees with 44% humidity. Beautiful. How cool. Ah. It's hot. It sucks. Yeah, it's 70. Yeah, it's 79 Fahrenheit. Let's be real. Okay, Fahrenheit, but still. I have like solar and everything, and we still got to pay electric bills. It sucks, man. It's just, I mean, probably my air conditioner has like, I don't know, a leaky vent or something. So like it's no longer as efficient as it's supposed to be. I don't know. I just they tell you to like try to keep your AC closer to like 80 degrees. 68 in your room sounds fucking beautiful. L Duke Energy. L Duke Energy indeed. We are so I joined up with the local DSA, the Pinellas DSA in St. Petersburg, Florida. And we are trying to, because Duke Energy is like a South Carolina company that does like for-profit power in our area, and we are trying to convince the city council and the mayor to do city-owned power instead, buying back the lines, you know, doing all that stuff. Now, the mayor of St. Pete used to work for Duke Energy, and they're one of their largest contributors to their campaign. And, you know, there's lots of problems, a lot of things you got to fight against, but we got them to agree to get quotes for a feasibility study. Now, they haven't done it yet, and it has been about a month, but they will get those quotes, maybe, at some point. And then we've got them. Then we've got... Then they actually have to do the feasibility study. Then we have to get the results in the feasibility study. It's gonna be a long road, which is sort of, it's one of those things that makes it fucking, they make the system as disheartening as possible. You know what I mean? You making a red card poster right now for your local DSA? Cool. I don't know what a red card poster is, but is it just the panels or paying for the sun? We still have some, because we financed our first batch of solar panels, and then we even got a second batch that we paid in cash for, and we still have however many years of paying off the first batch. The financing's what fucked us, just because once you agree to pay it off over 12 years or something, it just fucks you up, man. Even though it seems insane, I mean, but if you can somehow pay it off at once, but who the hell's got like 30 grand in cash on, you know, and ready to go, which no one does. So, you know, a flyer describing what a red card is and how to use it. Okay. I don't know what a red card is other than like, what, soccer? Where they like, you're out. You're out. Similar to Californians hating the gouging from PG&E, the refusal to underground their lines. It's nuts, man. Especially with how bad the wildfires are around there. Because like we just have lines fall down and then, oops, your power's out for a week, and then you're sweating and you sleep in the heat and it sucks. But that's not as bad as burning the whole fucking house down. Oh, and then there's also gas out there too. Yeah. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I printed out one of those brochures that Brett was sharing, and there was a little like cutout that you would have, and you put it by the door, so that way, you know, you can tell them like, "Yo, what up? I got my rights, dog." Or you like put it in the window. Yeah. Oh, and then I reached 300 followers. Crazy. That's what you meant by grats on 300. I'm looking at the clip, and I guess the chat on that thing. Sorry if I mean, obviously I'm doing my best to make sure I read everything, but things have slowed down a little bit now, so that's helpful. Okay. I'm happy that I was able to share the silly effects things that I do, because yeah, I mean, I would like to be an asset to the leftist side of Twitch, whether it's video editing or doing some OBS plugin bullshit. Like, I saved a clip of when I randomly typed in Hassan's chat and helped him fix some random bullshit, because it's like, hell yeah, my very specific weird little piece of knowledge was somewhat useful. I know, yeah, his chat is very fast. If you're going to be a streamer, yeah, you got to keep up. I mean, I feel like all you got to do is just snipe. You probably saw that one, maybe. You just got to snipe it. You just got to snipe one, and then you read it out loud, and people go, "Wow, he's reading all of them," because that motherfucker does not read the ones that I post. I mean, he's right. It's been a couple of times, yeah, but he just sniped the important ones, and also he's got the brain disease that we all have, right? You find the most negative one in the list. There's all the Haas L's and all the nice messages, right? That's nothing. No one cares about those. And then the highlighted ones, right? Yeah. But there's one that says, like, "You piece of shit," and he's like, "Huh?" And he'll pull that one out immediately and shake it on screen. So I guess that's why people start being mean to him, even when they like him, because they just want his attention, which is definitely not a healthy balance of things. It is impressive that, I guess it's probably because he does his best to read, or it seems like he does his best to read, because even though everyone knows they're not going to be able to read, they're never going to actually read my message. They all try. Everyone's still trying, you know? It's crazy. Haters means you've made it. That's a good point. Haters are the waiters at the table of success. Ignore chat, comment on the video. Also good. Also good. It can help. I do get frustrated as well with all the, I'm just like, because I mean, that happens with all YouTubers, right? They look at their YouTube comments and they find all the negative ones, and that brings them down. And it's like, no, there's so many people that love you and appreciate you, whatever, right? All the good things, but it's just how it is. You know, you have one bully and 10 friends at school. That one bully really fucks up your life, man. I guess the bully might be just literally beating the shit out of you. I guess that is pretty bad, but you get the idea. It's pretty easy to just zero in on some of the negatives, which, that's human nature, I guess. Yeah. There's not necessarily an easy way out of that one. You get upset people saying dumb, wrong things, and you try to correct them. Yeah. I mean, I was brainstorming the other day as another way of being valuable to the community was, because I was just scrolling Twitter, and then Twitter is a cesspool of disease. And there was that VTuber guy had a bunch of, like, he was like begging Elon Musk to ban him or something, ban Hassan. And then he had a bunch of stupid things, like saying that he wanted to kill Rick Scott and saying all these other things that are just not true, right? Never had a zitter. Yeah, that's probably healthy. I've never been good at posting. I grew up with, like, MySpace, and I just didn't know Live Journal. I was just never good at making social media stuff. And now I have no motion and I have no skill. Call it X. X, the everything app. That's the only valuable way to call it X. I make a point to not say X, but then sometimes people come in and they talk about it being X. I guess because, like, they're young or something, or they're, I don't know, tech bros, but it's kind of like taken over. It's the best name anything ever made, dude. Yeah. It's entirely, like, yeah, it's totally not the most generic name. IRC, dude. I had some people who were so IRC pilled. I was more of an AOL Messenger kid, you know? Twitter X, Xbox. Yeah, I mean, definitely had an Xbox. I miss, at least in my, you know, nostalgia, fucking backward time, whatever, everybody that I knew was on AIM. And that was the perfect platform for just chatting, right? It was great. But but then slowly AIM started to lose ground. I think that's when MySpace and Facebook kind of like entered the scene and people were on those messaging sites differently. But then I was like a gamer, so I wasn't on Facebook. I was like on Ventrilo and Mumble, just playing fucking Dodo with my friends. So that was what kind of kept me out. I had my own social network that was a much more tight-knit network. Game FAQ forums, oh my god, I forgot about that shit. Yeah, TeamSpeak, if I didn't say that one already. But yeah, TeamSpeak was like, every now and then if I joined a guild or something, they would be like, you got to get into the TeamSpeak server. And I'm like, I have to download and get into, it's a different interface. Because I got, the thing I used the most was Ventrilo, for whatever reason. That's just what my friend group did. Whatever, I'm old. I guess Discord kind of is now the new AIM, but even then it's still not, because like half the people in my DSA are like, what the hell is a Discord? I don't use Discord. Like I have it for the chapter and that's it. You know what I mean? And it makes sense because it's just not their thing. They just become friends now. Did I ever use Ovu? No. I use like Pigeon and some other weird like messaging apps that were like merging multiple apps at once, but then that eventually died out. I tried using Google Hangouts, and then Google did the thing that they love to do, which is just randomly kill a service that they've been running for a long time and has a dedicated audience. They just love to do that. Oh, Skype. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, for the most part, my AOL Instant Messenger or whatever it is, all those different things nowadays are just so my brother, myself, and then my wife can like talk to each other. That's about it. Although with Discord now, it's much more with all the different Twitch communities. I've got a shit ton of servers on the side and all this other stuff. Meets. I've never heard of Meets. I mean, it sounds like a Teams type of thing, but I guess it's something else. I guess it's like a Skype. It's so funny that Skype fucked the bag. Oh, Google Meets. You're right. I forgot. Losing net neutrality. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that was a big deal. People were pushing for it, and then they lost. They're like, well, fuck us. I guess it's going to get real bad real soon. I forget even like the things that were supposed to happen with net neutrality. It was stuff about like throttling network connections, different sites, depending upon who owns something. I don't know if that's ever come up directly, but there's a whole bunch of different things. Yeah. Trying to think, because there's everything being inside of 5 or 6. I mean, like, I remember I had like a web page called Stumble Upon, and you would just hit random, and then you would just get a web page that someone else stumbled upon and then saved it to the Stumble Upon, I don't know, browser or to the extension. The internet was a bunch of weird little places all spread out, but they also weren't all managed, and sometimes those places would eventually expire and die. The Flash plugins don't work anymore, right? They weren't updated. All those weird little things. Now stuff is kind of like all on Twitter or Facebook, and these kind of like social hubs, and anything of value is then linked out from those places, but they're all like, they're technically all kind of out there in the deeper internet space. So having a bit more of a central hub kind of makes sense. That's where most traffic is. If you're like, oh my God, did something just happen? You could go to Twitter and look. And that's useful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's useful to have a repository to go to things. You know what I mean? Reddit was a big turning point. I guess that's true. Reddit kind of did do that thing. Because you just type in whatever problem, comma Reddit, and you'll get an answer, right? That's pretty good. As Google gets worse and worse at Googling for things, I guess they've developed AI to try to make it somewhat useful. But even then, like, whenever I think to myself, you know what? It seems like these AI summaries of the Google search are kind of getting more and more accurate. They immediately hallucinate something, and I go, fuck it, I'll never trust them ever again. You know, it's like, oh look, they got the last 20 right. I might be getting close to where I feel like I can somewhat trust it, and then boom, it's a wrong thing, and I go, fuck me. You know, it's just never trust AI is just basically what it comes down to. An indexing tool, it seems like it might be useful. If you ever get that weird thing where you go, okay, I don't have a way to Google for this thing, because when you Google it, the SEO is fucked, right? It's going to turn up all the wrong things. I think there was an AI summary that was helpful because this was, there was a study that Central Committee Mike from PA talked about once on stream. He talked about it, and he said Tylenol doesn't work. It's shitty. And then he pulled up a study, and it showed that Tylenol didn't work. I was like, huh. And then I didn't care about it anymore. Didn't think about it. But then this Tylenol thing came out, right? It gives out autism. And I'm like, but wait, isn't Tylenol the drug that doesn't work? And I'm trying to Google for the study about Tylenol. And all I was getting was RFK and this new thing, right? But at the very top, it saw that I was looking for a study from the before times. And it's like, oh, look, here's the study for you. I hit the little link button. It pulls the link up from the side. It takes me to the website. I go, hey, that was nice that it understood what I was trying to say, even though the keyword Tylenol was fucking in there, and it just destroyed it. It was a different painkiller. Yeah, let me pull it up. I think it was a bit of an exaggeration, but what isn't? Acetaminophen for chronic pain, a systemic review of efficacy. So the chronic pain is where it said it wasn't that good. But they were said that it could be kind of useful for, you know, assessment, continuation of efficacy. Many patients using acetaminophen worldwide is recommended. In conclusion, there's little evidence to support the efficacy of acetaminophen treatment in patients with chronic conditions, but for short-term conditions, it might be okay, which is like a headache, which is how most people use it. So it's probably fine for most people for the most part. But for chronic pain, I guess it's not good for whatever reason. I don't know why. If you got like a bad knee, you should not be taking acetaminophen for continued pain relief or whatever. You think I'm a cool dude? I appreciate that. You hate Mike from PA. I mean, he's a very opinionated guy. You know what I mean? He's on in the mornings. I used to get out of work at like 8 or 9 a.m. I'd watch a little bit of Gremlo, watch a little bit of Central Committee, and then just pass out. I'd wake up and like VO was on my tablet, just going insane, shaking her ass as a little like VTuber or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck? that's just my that's my path, you know, for the morning hours. You can't think of an example, but that happened with you with an AI, or how AI could occasionally help index some information, and that seems like it's the best use for it. But I got friends who are just, they buy the super premium whatever, and they just talk out loud, and then their computer and phone just responds and does things with like a special lady voice, and it's just like, bro, like you shouldn't use that for everything, you know. Oh yeah, and denims too. Yeah, totally. She would do more of like the slice of life and drama and fun stuff. But if I was in the mood for news, it's usually Gremlo and Central Committee. But also Central Committee sometimes kind of focuses on a different form of the drama. So that can also happen, right? Majority Report's awesome, yeah. I just never really watch their live streams. I usually just watch their like video stuff. But, you know, Emma was super awesome. They get things wrong sometimes. It happens. Whatever. We're all people. We're all, I mean, they're smarter than my ass. That's for sure. Okay. So my title says Candace Owens, which is not, I guess that's not drama, right? I mean, I just was going to start the day with a nice, simple Philip DeFranco video, which he's talking about this thing that I sort of had read about, and I was like, huh, that sounds crazy. I guess if Philip DeFranco's talking about it, that means it's not a conspiracy, because he's normal, right? He's a normal guy. Here, let me pin the thing. All right. Oh, you were awakened by the old anti-work subreddit. Oh yeah, that was a thing during COVID. Yeah, and then they brought on like one of the moderators for it on Fox News, and they were trying to like make them look like a blue-haired crazy person until the split happened after the notorious interview with Jesse. Yeah, that's it. We were talking about, yeah. And then Thought Slime and Anarchist Study. Someone was telling me about Thought Slime as a YouTube channel to watch some videos of. I think maybe I watched one. I forget. An Anarchist Study. Then finally the deprogram. Oh yeah, and reading up on socialism. And then I felt you found your place. I've been meaning to try to get into TrueAnon. I guess when I was first hearing about TrueAnon, because I was like watching or listening to Behind the Bastards and like some of the Cody Shody stuff. Oh, it was very cringe. They said laziness is a virtue on Fox. That was not going to play well, was it? That was like my beginning. Cause like in 2016, when I was getting more political for the first time, naturally through age and, oh my God, Trump, that's crazy. I was going down the lib pipeline. I was following like Stephen Colbert and waiting for the pee-pee tape and doing these things. But then slowly I started getting into some of the more leftward side of things, like with Cody Shody. And I was on Twitter scrolling things, the Behind the Bastards podcast, some other cool stuff. But then one day I just saw, because I'd seen Hassan's little like angry eye face on Twitter, and he always seems to say something good. I had no complaints about any of the things he was saying. And he had a tweet that was like, I'm live. And I never saw his live tweets before, because I guess I never browsed at whatever hours he was tweeting that out. And then he was at TwitchCon, where there was like a Velcro wall and a big like obstacle course and a money cash grab air tube thing that he was in. And I was like, this is fun. I love content. And he did some news. And I was like, this is also interesting for the news part. And I was kind of like off and on watching that for a little bit. And then I pretty much, so that was like the end of 2021, I think. So I missed like the whole January 6th part of the arc and a few different things. He was like just about to move into his house, and that's right before the Taycan was bought. So that was like when I first started watching Hassan, and that's like, I guess, the most recent version of things. Thought Slime is a quirky, awesome, non-binary anarchist, also a B horror movie lover. Oh, that's cool. On a separate channel. It makes sense. Mike is just performative. He's the last person who would be in the streets fighting for evolution. Yeah, probably. I mean, he's 40-ish years old and chubby. I think he's been losing weight, which is like impressive, because I've tried losing weight and it didn't work out great. Same goes with Hassan. Okay. You were saying that Hassan does IRL stuff. Yeah. Destiny ain't it. Oh, who said Destiny was good? Did I miss that? No, I don't think so. Well, no, yeah. So Mike from PA is not Destiny, if that's what you mean. Mike from PA is Central Committee, which is, he hates Destiny. So, yeah. Bro, you look good. Oh, well, it's all an illusion. I'm like 6 foot nothing, 5.5 if I have like a bad slouching day, and I'm like 265, 270. You know what I mean? Like I'm a portly lad. I sweat like incredibly. I am out of shape. I'm not out of shape. I'm shapeless. I've never been in shape. That's what I say. So, I have a vivid memory of when I was first trying to date, my now wife, And I go to her friend's house, and she got a Wii Fit, and you can play all these cool games on the Wii Fit, and you can do like physical motion. And I'm like, cool. So I get up on the Wii Fit to make my profile, make little me, and then boom, obese. That plays a little tuba sound effect, and I'm like, yo, Wii, shut the fuck up. You know, I'm trying to like, you know, I wear hoodies and I kind of have a posture, like try to like hide the man boobs, and like, yo, dude, you're outing me over here, Wii Fit board. You know, I still kicked everybody's ass and won all the games, but PlayStation's Move Sports, yeah, but like you were never going to, you know, get the penetration of the Wii into like the normal people's homes. A PlayStation Move in Xbox Connect, that was never going to work. You know what I mean? I always have these different excuses of like, oh man, once I, you know, put that weight set in the other room, then I'll be hitting it every day. I'm going to get on it. You know, all I need is this, all I need is that. It doesn't work out. I mean, you have to have that. And this is what I was talking about before the raid started. Some things like a headache, you take ibuprofen, the headache goes away. Medicine is the cure, at least for the symptoms. It's great. But other things, you kind of have to make a decision internally to do it. Even like depression and shit, like not like a get over it, you're sad, LOL, just be happy, ha. But like the medicine alone isn't always enough, depending on the situation. Obviously, I'm not a doctor or whatever. I mean, maybe I'm making a bad call with the specific thing, but like, at least for me with my ADHD, I can't just take my meds and say problem solved. Like it's a bit of like, I need to understand how to mitigate it. I need to understand how to live within it. I need to understand how to manage it. And it's a give and take, you know. I forget even how, I guess that's, yeah, the weight loss thing is about, you gotta really want it on your own. Even that's even like with dieting and stuff, because if you don't actually want to diet, you're gonna break the diet. But if you do want to diet, then you will do the diet. I had my era of dieting where I did the Atkins diet, and I was eating like bacon and a bunch of other gross meats. Not gross meats. I love the meats, but they were like technically full of nitrates and are probably going to cause cancer in my body. Deli meats. I ate so many packages of salami and pepperoni. And then I find out many years later that, oh, it's a well-known fact that these meats cause cancer. And I'm like, huh? What? No one told me what they didn't. There's no warning label on the package like with cigarettes. What do you mean? We all know this. No one did not tell me that. It's so much boar's head, or you know, I didn't even buy the boar's head. I bought the cheaper stuff because quality, no, quantity, yes.
Thank
you know what I mean? Like, thank you.
Thank you.
You lost like 40 pounds. Oh my God.
You.
Oh shit. I mean, yeah. Oscar Mayer, not quite that cheap. Not quite that cheap, but just like, you know, the Prima Deli brand instead of the Boar's Head brand. You know, you buy like the, I don't know, the land of, well, not the land of legs, but you would go up to the counter and buy something. The Oscar Mayer is the one like in the chilled section that was suspiciously like uniform in shape. I mean, it's all processed ass meat either way. I probably should have been buying the Oscar Mayer. I guess I had a bad experience. I remember I got like a Lunchables that had Oscar Mayer little hot dogs, and those hot dogs had hard bits in them. And I was a very picky eater, and I was very texture specific, and I just like gagged. I just could not go back to that type of. I had like a mental block about like the cheaper meats, like something about that shit, man. Oh my God, the Lunchables pizzas were so good. I loved the Lunchables pizzas. That little bag of sauce with little fucking, maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the toaster strudels, how there's like a little like spout built into the plastic to help it like come out in the thing. Capri Suns were good. Only problem was I would drink them so fast. Bring you back, yeah. Yeah, you want to turn into like liquid metal, like you're the T-1000 or whatever, and like fly around doing skateboard tricks. It always looks so cool, even though you look at it now and it's like, that's the worst looking shit I've ever seen. Yeah, Good stuff. Good stuff. Simpler times when, man, just thinking about it, I feel like I can smell the elementary school lunchroom, which is not a good smell, but it's one of those like the smell olfactory things are like powerful for a brain or something. But dang, the pouch with the straw, yeah. The kids arriving at the drive-thru in a fighter jet. Oh, I don't remember that one. I was telling my wife about this the other day. Mechanical pencils, everyone had them. There were the Bic mechanical pencils that you would hit in the back, but there were other Bic or other branded mechanical pencils that would be like, it would be like a little button that you'd hit near the tip. And that little button had like a little bit of a bump and then a slight slant. And I always thought that was like a fighter cockpit. And then the pointy nose of the thing I thought looked like a fighter jet. So I always had these like weird wingless little jets that I would like instead of like paying attention in school, I would just do that shit. Pretend I have jets as my pencils. I mean, let's see. I mean, pull in case it still doesn't make sense. I don't mean this. Wow, I just Googled mechanical pencil. They didn't even show up. 90s. Surely this is not a hallucination. Surely not. We'll find it. I think I found one. Wait. These are like, yeah, this one. It's kind of like this. Usually the bump is bigger. Usually it's a bigger button, but yeah, that's basically what I was talking about. And they were like red plastic or something like that. I think these are like, I don't know, modern, super nice things. The gentleman's stationer. Oh my. See, the internet still has places like this. Just weird little corners that you could stumble upon on your own. You just generally don't because yeah, the jet canopy. Exactly. Yeah. That's where, yeah, it felt like that's what I was always imagining with my little fucking planes or pencils. That they were planes. I was never like a big military knower. Like some people would know the names of all the jets and all the different guns and all these things. I just like guns and jets. I didn't know enough about it. You know what I mean? Mix.com. That makes sense. Okay. Let's get filled in. Anybody want to get filled in? I also don't mind just jibber jabbering endlessly, but I worry that it's a little too much. So filled in.
Back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It's Tuesday, and there's a lot to talk about, starting with this.
Why is it? It's already max? What the fuck? Huh? Did I do something weird with this, like, thing? Probably. Well,
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, MAGA
it's better
divide
now.
situation is crazy. Especially as you've got Candace Owens dropping alleged Charlie Kirk text screenshots. Because if you haven't seen, ever since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you've had Candace Owens out there.
I think I heard Hassan talk about this briefly. Maybe it was the other day or it was today. There was a bunch of the stream I missed because I was watching it in the early part of the day, and then I did that Chevron picketing thing until like, I don't know, 8 p.m. or something. So
Questioning the federal investigation, discussing it frequently on our podcast, and putting out some of her own theories or possibilities as to why or how he was killed. And with all that, she's often claimed that Charlie, who had long been pro-Israel, was starting to change his mind and had become more critical. And she got a ton of attention when she claimed that MAGA and pro-Israel billionaire Bill Ackman had privately cornered Charlie.
I'm pretty sure this is like mostly debunked, right? It's just kind of a bunch of like bullshit. It's just kind of like not real.
At an event in the Hamptons not long before his death, and made, quote, threats after Charlie questioned the way that Israel was handling the war. Now, Ackman denied.
Now time to enjoy some protein, aka cottage cheese. A lot of people don't like cottage cheese, but I've always thought it was good. When I was a kid, it was like a dessert for me. Even like Steak and Shake, they would give you cottage cheese, a little bit of pineapple on top. So I've always liked cottage cheese, and it has a lot of protein.
That, and you had Charlie's producer and spokesperson claiming that Charlie had a cordial relationship with Bill. But apparently at this Hamptons meeting, people were questioning whether or not Charlie should host Tucker Carlson, who he's been very critical of Israel at an upcoming event, and Kirk allegedly claimed, honestly, people telling me not to have Tucker makes me want to have Tucker. And all this ties to some of the latest claims that Candace has made, saying yesterday on her show that Charlie...
So we started watching this stuff yesterday, and like, this is a crazy microphone. I've never seen a microphone that looks like this. I was more looking at gear stuff a while back. So this must be a newer model than things I've seen, but I'm like, what the fuck is this microphone? It has micro XLR and USB-C plugged into it, into what is an Elgato Wave arm, but it must be some like weird professional ass looking thing just because it's so specific. And for me, it's insanely distracting. So I don't know if he did it on purpose, but it's just like, what the hell are you doing?
It was, quote, done with Israel bullying him, and then sharing screenshots of messages that she claims came from a group chat that Charlie...
People were saying locals on Facebook were actually saying people who say Charlie was never racist, never actually was racist, never watched him. Yeah. Sure, man. Sure. Yeah. Sure to those Facebookers. Because, I mean, I guess I never literally sat down and watched an entire show. But that's implying that he's been clip chimped all these different times. And a lot of times those are his clips that he puts out. So it's not even like it's like out of... It's not even... It's what he wants the perception to be. So I don't buy it.
Was in with his pastor and 7 other people, where he said,
so Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year, because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Then somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite.
He said it in the text, therefore, it has to be what he actually wanted, right? And even assuming that these are actually his texts, like, a guy can't be a little hyperbolic occasionally, you know what I mean?
Candace, that might feel good short term.
I mean, the racist part about playing into the stereotypes, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Term, but it's not good long term. This is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down. Not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying.
But also, is this implying that the people knew about his text messages and then they were so mad that they decided to try to assassinate him? Because that also was bizarre, right?
About nor in this text thread.
Now, with this, it seems like Candace wasn't part of this alleged group chat, and she also doesn't make it 100% clear how she...
I would say, how would she get him if she wasn't in it?
Got these apparent messages, which I also will say have not...
But it does make sense because they say, please don't invite Candace, because they wouldn't do that if she was in the group. So.
Not been independently verified by any major news outlets, at least as of recording. Right, but this comes as she was also alleging that higher-ups at Turning Point USA are trying to stop her and others from investigating Charlie's death and promoting their own conspiracies about what happened.
What we do know definitively is that the feds are lying to us. That is obvious. It is abundant. If you have if you're able to think thoughts.
Incompetence and lying, there's a thin line between they're just really bad at their job and like actively creating a lie. It's like a defamation case where if somebody says something and they think it's true, it's harder to say that they were being defamatory. They have to prove that they knew the opposite and decided to say it anyway as an attempt to harm, right? So like you're noticing things are not correct with what the FBI is saying, which is what a lot of people are seeing, but you're ignoring the element of incompetence, unfortunately.
You recognize that something is very wrong with the story that has been presented to the public. And I think that what the public doesn't understand, and I count myself among the public, is why it seems as though Turning Point USA executives, and I'll say seems, are not even remotely interested in challenging.
He just looks worried. I'm an anxious boy. I get it. I used to be afraid to go up to the fucking Blockbuster employee, but actually it was Movie Gallery or Red Rabbit Video. But basically, I didn't want to go up with a video game and like ask to rent it. I was too nervous. Like he has those eyes. You know what I mean? Yeah, deer in the headlights, 100%. You know, he's got imposter syndrome. He saw those ads with the CIA being, you know, multi-generational woke whatever things, and he's like, I could do it. I could be that. You know? Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the best medicines is a form of exposure therapy. Also, SSRIs are amazing, but he is on the same side as RFK, so I doubt he's going to let them take it. I mean, and faking it, it can work. It hit or miss depending upon what it is. Yeah.
That official narrative. Who are they protecting exactly? You'll see oftentimes they and other influencers will invoke Erica as the reason that it's not appropriate to ask questions. It's just not appropriate while Erica is still mourning for you guys to ask any questions. And I'm just going to come back at you with some common sense. What sort of widow wouldn't want people to investigate the assassination of their husband?
You also had Candace.
I guess I should be careful when I think about the widow, but damn, are the vibes crazy. It might just be because she's insanely religious that everything she says feels creepy to me. But gee whiz, dude, it is. Like the video with her at the podium next to his empty chair, I haven't seen all the different video of her, you know, in the week after, but oh my God, dude, it was very unsettling in its execution. But I'm not a person who's just lost a husband or whatever, so. Wait, what? You just saw Taylor Swift, that 17-year-old she dated was one of the Kennedys? She dated a 17-year-old, like when she was also 17? What? I've never heard of this. I did not watch all the... You were grossed out with a video of his open casket. Feels exploitative. Yeah, I did not see... People were saying that he looked yellow, but I didn't see that video. Just wasn't watching that day, I guess. But Connor Kennedy, huh? I mean, if you're dating a Kennedy, she was 22, he was 17. That's, I don't know what the Romeo and Juliet laws are, but I'm pretty sure that would be outside of it. I guess it depends what state. I mean, I guess dating might be. That's still weird. Maybe like weird super rich families do that kind of shit. A junior in high school versus somebody who's 22. Yeah, they're like technically halfway through college, whatever. Yeah, it's definitely weird.
Is claiming that Charlie had been discussing his increased interest in Catholicism with her, even sharing a screenshot where it appears that he said it was looking better and better. And while she also said that he wasn't in the process of converting, she suggested that he was toying with the idea. But also, apparently people at TPUSA were denying that he had a major interest in converting to Catholicism, and this upset Candace Owens as she felt that was not being fully honest. Right? And she was overall just upset that she believes that Turning Point execs are telling small lies here and there about Charlie and questioning why they would be doing this. With her then tying it back to the comments that Charlie allegedly made about the donors withholding money and adding,
you got people that are hosting a show. Have they, in like one honorable thing, come out and said, like, you know what? F a couple of these donors who made his life a living hell in the last couple of weeks. That registers to me as very suspicious. I'm going to frankly say that. It's suspicious to me.
I guess they get a lot of donors. I mean, it's like the Daily Wire and all these other places have been angel invested and just flush with donor cash. That's been kind of not, it's been like an open secret or a part of it, but it's just kind of funny talking about it and like how these damn donors were expecting so much of him and making him beg for money. You know, it's just kind of like, you guys are the ones that say that we're getting paid to be Antifa or whatever. I guess my check got lost in the mail. What the fuck's going on? You know, like, huh? All you guys are the ones that keep getting paid with everything. Accusations turn out to be confessions, whatever, you know, the classic.
It makes me think that in the same way that Charlie was being pressured by money, that you might be now run by that same money.
With Candace also claiming that Turning Point has made tens of millions of dollars since Charlie died, and saying that from the organization's perspective.
So how are we supposed to honor Charlie, right? You honor Charlie, of course, by donating to Turning Point USA and shutting up and trusting the feds. Don't question anything.
Right, and so you've had tons of people seeing Candace.
I mean, that's what Charlie said, right? He's trusting his friends in the feds. Was she trying to do a quote about Charlie, or is she just trying to make fun of Kash Patel? That's what Charlie said to do.
Shared this, especially the screenshots discussing donors, and thinking, she's dropping a major bombshell here. And then, with all that, you had Andrew Colvett, a spokesperson for TPUSA and a producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, saying today that yes, the texts are real and that he was in the group chat and he was the one who took the screenshots. Then he added that he never shared them with the public because they were private messages and he'd only given them to the government amid the initial investigation to Charlie's death. But they somehow made their way out to the world, and then adding,
In those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. One of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public.
What the fuck? Is his chair all ripped up? That's so weird. I mean, I don't feel like I could trust these guys anyway, because they're generally bad actors overall. But also, the FBI seems like a leaky fucking place that's going to leak shit. And one of them is probably some freak who enjoys Candace and then sent her the fucking text. You know what I mean? But some things are bad to say. You aren't absolved because you also say good things. CK was a bad man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. For sure. I mean, I'm trying to think of... Oh, you mean like trust the government? Is that what you mean? The thing I was saying before about Charlie saying, I'm going to trust my friends. I want to trust them. Because he wasn't saying like trust the government like with like vaccines. He was saying trust the government with, we're going to bury the Epstein file.
It was not mine to share publicly, but you know, one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every
nitpick and more of a production note, but it bothers the shit out of me that they set up the two box like this, but then in the room they're on opposite sides. That annoys the shit out of me. What the fuck? Charlie will be turning in his grave. Yeah, and also they were facing opposite directions because they are actually looking the wrong ways in the room. You know, it's not like the same thing as like a film, the 180-degree rule about like when you're shooting a pair having a conversation, you never have your camera cross the 180-degree line because when you do, it confuses the fuck out of the audience. But they basically did that in a two-box form.
We've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every stone. When I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it. And no stone unturned.
With then another guy on the show saying that the reason some in the organization aren't talking about it is because they don't.
When do you think they're going to get rid of the chair? You know, when do you just wheel that chair out of the studio? At some point, you got to do it. You know what I mean? The 180-degree line? Like the camera can do over the shoulder, and here. But if it ever does... So when you're on this side, orange guy is always on the left, blue is always on the right, no matter where you're at. But if you ever put the camera on the other side of that line, all of a sudden you flip them. And that's just like, oh, shit. It fucks with your head as a viewer because you're so used to them being other ways. Just a little filmmaking tool. And you'll see movies where, you know, they're talking, but then for some reason they want to show the other side and they have to do it because, you know, they're in a pipe, but then all of a sudden through the other side of the pipe, something is happening and then they have to show the water rushing or something. And that's going to break the 180-degree rule. But usually by then the conversation's over and it's a little bit easier. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Establishing another point of view or shifting the point of view away from something. You know, rules are rules, but also rules are meant to be broken. You know, one of those things. But this ain't that. There was no reason to break that rule. Okay, you sons of bitches.
Stone unturned.
But then another guy on the show saying that the reason some in the organization aren't talking about it is because
when its budgeted lifespan ends, how much does corporate make you wait between chairs? Oh, you mean that was like CK's show? Yeah, that was CK's show. And they leave his chair there. And, you know, it's like setting the dinner table for like the dead mom. And you might do it for a few years. But how many, I guess if it's just like for Thanksgiving, you could do it every year because it's just once a year. But I don't know.
they don't want to interfere with the ongoing investigation. And Andrew adding that he doesn't begrudge anyone publicly asking questions, but also adding that he believes that Charlie's views towards Israel were totally transparent.
What is the truth about the way Charlie felt about Israel? Well, it's complicated and it's nuanced, and it was a wrestle that was going on for months. I looked at that moment as like, he's just...
I mean, just listen to this dude. It's going to fall off. I mean, there will be some residual, you know, hangers on, but it's going to trickle away. It's going to.
Blown off steam. He's frustrated. He's venting.
Yeah, I agreed. I mean, again, I've never been a big watcher of the show, clearly, literally ever. But as far as I knew, it was just Charlie in the room talking. There could have been other segments that had these people on there, but, you know.
Right. And I just want to say, like, you know, he made that very clear under any circumstances that he was not going to be.
Oh, no. I mean, Candace is definitely going hard. Even because, like, when she first started saying this is her theory, it fucking popped off and blew up. So she's a clout goblin, you know, she's going for the clicks. And this is driving clicks because people who want answers, it's creating a conspiracy, it's cannibalizing the show. You know what I mean? Considering they were friends. Yeah, I mean, when people had said that, like, out of all the different influencers who were like buddy, she seemed to be taking it the hardest and had the most like videos of them being chummy together. I wonder, after all these years of doing the grifts that she's been doing, if it's just sort of like, it's just baked in, you know, it's like a fucking thing of Tupperware, plastic fucking microwave lunch holder. And now it's just so stained with fucking pasta sauce that you're never going to be able to get it out. You know, the grift is now just baked into the fucking walls. It's just, I don't know if there's no amount of fucking Dawn or soap or anything that's going to get that shit out. Right. It's just, you fucked it. It's too far gone.
Be cowed or bullied into deplatforming Tucker.
Yeah.
With them suggesting that Charlie was ultimately pro-Israel, even if he did have some criticisms and questions. But then also
seasoning, yeah. Because like even when you clean it out, if you know, you smell that fucking plastic and you're like, man, I can still kind of smell it. You know, it's still in there. What the fuck? It was boiling at however many 100 degrees. It was being splashed with soap and, you know, searing water jets, and yet you can still get a hint of that, you know, garlic sauce or whatever it's in there. Oh, dude, yeah. I used to get this like little plastic, it looks like a mug, but it has a screw top and it's like designed with like Campbell's or something, because for a while the cheapest way to make a lunch for myself was to just buy a can of chunky soup, bring it to work, and then pour it into the little cup, and then microwave it in the crappy break room microwave. And then it's a hot meal that's ready in 2 minutes or whatever the hell it is. But then that little cup started getting these like, it kind of looks like cum stains, but it's just the plastic of the cup changing to some form of plasma and then rehardening or something. I don't know. And I'm like, am I eating this fucking plastic? I guess I am to some degree, because there's a chemical reaction that took place and something has changed, and now there is material that has moved away to some other place, because I don't know. So it makes me kind of not use it anymore, which is why I fucking loved the glass Tupperware that we have. HSN was selling it. I had a discount. I've bought a whole bunch of that shit now. It's heavy and you can't drop it, but yeah, Pyrex stuff. They have like these little silicone lids and whatever that are like kind of like super airtight, and it's awesome, man. I'll never go back to plastic stuff. I mean, if you're like baking cookies to like send away or whatever, or giving something to your friend, yeah, Anchor Hawking, that's what it is. Yeah. It's good. They got square ones, they got round ones. It's the best. Stop being my twin. Yeah, I mean, it's worth the investment for sure. It's one of those weird little like life hacks. My brother from the other coast. Yeah. One day I'll see the other coast. I'll manifest destiny myself across the country. Bi-coastal brothers. I mean, I've said before that like, as long as like I could live in a submarine if it had good internet. You know what I mean? Like, especially growing up in suburban sprawl, whenever I've gone out and visited places and gone to like Warhammer conventions and done things, every time I'm in a city, it always just feels like another Main Street, another Dale Mabry, another whatever, right? These different places, it's all the same. It's all fucking fast food and car dealerships and parking lots. It never really felt like, I remember growing up with people and they're like, I got to get out of this town. I got to get out of here. I got to move out. And I'm like, where are you going to go, bro? It's all the same shit. Like, what do you mean? Like, nothing that's different. Although, like, when I have visited New York City, I've gone twice now. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. The subway is cool as fuck, you know, and it's like dirty as it's disgusting and dangerous and like poorly lit. And you're like riding in the subway and it's like, you're like, holy shit. I would feel this like giant like bump happen like in the floor. And I'm like, did we just run over some like giant beam of metal? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, why is the car like, bam? Like, just, that shit was built like, you know, before my grandfather was born, I guess. So I don't know, but that is different. That is not suburban sprawl. That is different. Yeah, that's so cool. You'd mask in subways if I ever got a chance to visit again? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some serious germs down there. That stuff does not get cleaned. There's no sunlight. It's balmy in there. It's definitely, I mean, for sure. For sure. You probably should not be breathing that air for too long, for sure. Yeah. Just thinking about it, I'm like, oh my God, I was kind of raw dogging that. You know, I was like, you know, no condom, basically. I probably should have been doing my best to breathe through an even like a basic, you know, doctor's mask or something. But oh well, I'll make it out. I guess it's also a part of being a Florida boy, because like I spray paint outside. I don't wear a fucking mask. I'm just spray painting, you know? It's like whatever. And like whenever I see like videos of people doing things the proper way, they like put on a mask, like a big respirator just to do a little bit of sanding. And I'm like, oh shit, am I a fucking idiot? Like, or are they just pussies? Like, I'm like, what the hell? That's crazy. Oh, I mean, I'll probably die from something else before then. You know what I mean? Cheers. Yeah, I mean, we're just built different. I don't know. My dad, so Pinewood Derby, he was helping me with my car, because basically Pinewood Derby is your dad does it or you have the worst car, right? That's basically how like the fucking Cub Scouts or whatever shit went. And my dad was helping me, and he was like, he had the idea to like, we aren't twins now. He would put the weight inside the wood. So he would like cut a little hole, take the piece of wood out, and then put the weights inside of it, and then kind of like use like putty and like put the wood back on. So the car would feel heavy, but there's no like visible weights on the outside. I got as far as a Cub Scout. I don't think I ever made it to Weeblo. My brother was a Weeblo, but I was never, Bondo. Yeah. I never made it to Weeblo. We quit at that point. So he never made it into official Boy Scouts. Arrow of Light. What is that? Like accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Like, what is that? It was always very religious. That was the one weird thing about the place that we kind of just didn't care about. But and anyway, my dad was like taking and holding the lead in his hands. And I was like, hey, Dad, aren't you supposed to like not touch lead? And he said, lead gets in your brain and it makes it so you can't learn anymore. And I'm like, well, isn't that bad? He's like, I'm done learning. Don't worry about it. But you shouldn't touch it. And now my dad is hyper conservative and goes to Trump rallies. So the lead got the last laugh in the end. You know what I mean? But that's, that's what I was raised on, was that type of like cautious optimism of things. Yeah. That lead did come from gas. Yeah. But still, yeah. Oh my God. With like the brake cleaner. Oh my God. I think I never quite, because it's a weird nerdy overlap, but brake cleaner was used as a paint stripper for Warhammer figurines when they were made out of pewter. But like when I was getting into it, there were a lot of plastics, especially in the armies that I was playing. But people would always talk about brake cleaner being like the best for stripping metal models because they were always a pain in the ass. Hands tougher than leather. That's when my dad rubs his hands together. He's a FedEx delivery driver, and his hands are just all calluses. When he rubs his hand together, it sounds like two pieces of like 200 grit sandpaper. Just, I don't understand. Like, it's gotta. Thank him for his service. Yeah, I mean, he's an essential worker. He's always been out there. Yeah, sandpaper hands. Yeah, I mean, imagine wiping your ass. I mean, I guess you got paper there, but it's just gonna cause problems. And I got them a bidet for like Christmas. I don't know if they ever actually installed it. You heard it in your head when you did the motion. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got like soft money counting hands. I got like fucking nobleman hands. It's a fucking, I'll never make it in the real world. I couldn't, you know. I'm not gonna be able to survive in the trenches when the revolution comes, you know. I'm there for moral support. I don't know. Just use me as a fucking shield. I'm a tauntaun. Cut me in half and stay warm inside. That's all I got. That's my body. That's how I can provide to the cause. I'm not cut out for it, you know. I don't do cardio. Like when the zombie apocalypse hits, I'm the first fucker dead. But at least I'll be a slow zombie so you can get away. It's okay, you know. Don't cry for me. I'm already dead. It's all right. Oh, river living. Oh, right. Yeah. Soft hands and then your name. Yeah. I mean, I like them soft. It's nice. It's handy. Turn her into a bombity. Yeah. I mean, it's nice.
You've had some noting that Candace's comments about Charlie point to a larger discussion about how different factions of the riot are trying to jump on Charlie's death for different reasons. Right? Because while it appeared that, she's trying to suggest that TPUSA is trying to use Charlie's death in a way that best serves the organization, you that also had some turning the tables and saying that the same could be said for Candace. With all this, you even had The Guardian publishing a piece a few weeks ago saying, what is notable about the way the right is responding to Kirk's death is the opportunism. And going on to say, at a moment when Israel's genocide in Gaza is leading to more open public criticism of Zionism, Owens is capitalizing. She continually refers to Zionists controlling the media in Kirk's speech while he was alive. And then with that, they also spoke to Derek Barris, the co-host of the Conspirituality podcast, who's an expert in conspiracies and media literacy. What you saw is that he noted that it's totally fair for the public to not have faith in Trump and Kash Patel's FBI, to question what they're putting out there. But then he also added, quote, one thing about Candace is that she's an opportunist at every stage. There's no consistency. It's about whatever is going to get eyeballs on me. We then also added that.
Right. Basically what we were saying, where there's incompetence in the FBI, so that's legitimate, but it seems like the grift is baked into the walls, and she saw the iron get hot, and now she's going to strike while that iron is hot and hit it hard.
This is true for tons of different people, and that many are vultures trying to use his death to serve themselves. But, with all that said, as we're watching this play out, I gotta ask.
Also, Charlie, slavery wasn't that bad in his, the crime rate version of things. So that's why they were friends, Yeah. But also she rose, she came to prominence. She entered the limelight for the first time when she was suing for discrimination, right? At her college. I forget which college it was, but that was how she sort of made her, entrance into the scene. And then decided it's too hard to grift to the left. And then ended up doing the right-wing thing ever since. It's crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy, but it's crazy.
Ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything we're seeing here? Because yes, while the Philip DeFranco show, it's a daily news show, I also want it to be.
Yeah. When I first saw that clip, I was thinking, like, does he mean just that one woman in particular? But there was some other context that made it seem more far-reaching and not just the specific person he was referring to, which is just kind of extra insane. I mean, thinking back to even when I was my worst version of myself, I was concerned that I needed to have a high IQ. I took an online IQ test. I didn't get a good result, so I kept taking it over and over again, getting better and better at the test until I got a one that I thought was good enough. It's an online IQ test. It takes like 5 minutes, so it must have been a real one, obviously. But, I mean, I feel like, just because it's like, oh, I want to be smart. I find out what a genius is. Oh, you need a 140 or whatever it is. And I kept taking the test, and I got like a 120, and I was like, that's pretty good, or whatever it was. But, like, I'm pretty sure it was like the same test, and you would just retake it again, knowing what the answers are and just trying to get through it. So that way the end score would say, it's like taking the Harry Potter test and going, what? Slytherin? We're going for Hufflepuff. And you just keep doing it until you get Hufflepuff, and you go, see, I'm actually a Hufflepuff. Share. It's bullshit. I was yeah, I was just a child. But to think that, I get stuck on this a lot because, like, do you think these, right-wing people actually believe the bullshit that they're saying, or they just know it's all smoke and mirrors and it's just their fun job? It's their LARP. It's their character. You know what I mean? You choose your house? Fake fan? I never really watched any of it. The movies were like, oh, neat, but that's about it. I never read the books. I was illiterate, baby. I got through, I believe, I think it might have been even all of high school. I didn't read a book. I just did like Spark Notes were like you had to buy them, but I would go to like pinkmonkeynotes.com and find weird fake Spark Notes of the books, like Jane Eyre fucking bullshit things. And I worked so hard at convincing my teachers that I had read the book that I could have just read the book. You know what I mean? But I was like trying so hard to make them understand that I was one of the good kids that read the book, even though all I ever did was read the bullshit notes. And probably the teacher knew that I didn't read the book because there's obviously a fact that they throw out and then no one catches it and they go, these fuckers didn't read, you know? Oh, and the little thing up there? Yeah. It's in my nature, yeah. I came from the swamp. What do you want? You know? My dad touched just a little too much lead, and I just wasn't able to learn. You know? Yeah, I think technically there could be a problem with showing the PFPs on screen if someone like, I don't know, has a giant dick and balls as their picture, right? But I guess you would just ban that person if you noticed it. The least leaded sperm cell. That's funny. I guess the other ones are just they're heavy. They're slow. They can't make it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one of those, like, it's beautiful because you were one out of like 14 million or whatever the fuck it is sperm cells that made it through. The least methed. Apparently my dad did lewds when he was in like the 80s or whatever. So that's kind of like lead. He said that when he was on lewds, he would be really good at sex. But I watched The Wolf of Wall Street. I think he thought he was good at sex when he was on lewds. Seems like he would have been just fucking zonked out of his mind. But you know what I mean? What do you call lead in a jelly sandwich? Oh, that's funny. That's a periodic table joke right there. Yeah, Fear and Loathing, they talk about lewds too. And apparently they're like, they don't make them anymore, even like in the time period that they had them. And they were just like working with like the limited supply, you know? YouTube Peter Griffin? What? Did he also love Quaaludes? Damn. Fell down. That's a very Peter Griffin-ass thing to do, is just to... I have never been... I was always too afraid to do drugs. And then also, I had no idea how to get drugs. Like, if I wanted to do meth, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck I would get meth. I live in Florida, right? You think it'd be easy. I guess I would just drive down, like, Nebraska Avenue and just find drugs. The big man is black. Oh, I'm going to open this in a side tab, just in case. Quaaludes re-upload. Okay. Minor tangent. This looks like one of those videos that you get suggested, like the guy who's like making Pepsi pickles or some shit, right?
Hey, the big man's back. www.
Okay, this does look like a Peter Griffin. What the fuck?
Got the kick from Brooklyn.com. You ever see them signs on the highway billboards years ago? I'd walk a mile for a camel. Or they used to have cigarette commercials. The guy used to say, I'd walk a mile for a camel. Well, let me tell all you young people out there, the big man would walk 20 miles for a Quaalude. Let me tell you.
This is like Dracula flow, but from, I don't know when, 2013?
It was the drug back there in the late 70s. 70s and 80s Quaaludes, the good old Aurora 714, and they changed it to lemon. I tell you, I wish I had a couple of them fucking lemons now. That was the best fucking drug ever made. It was so fucking good, the government took them off the fucking market because they were putting the fucking drug dealers out of fucking business. Non-narcotic, non-addictive, bring back the fucking Quaaludes. You can take all the fucking cocaine, marijuana, and all them fucking designer drugs they make today and stick them up your fucking ass. There's nothing like a fucking Quaalude.
Okay, now I've never been so curious in my entire life. I mean, how has nobody cracked the code? It's not like it was using some fucking limited resource. It's just fucking combining different plant, genomes together to form. You're just grinding shit in a mortar and pestle. Why the fuck is it so impossible to come up with it? What?
I tell you, they were the fucking best. Having sex on a Quaalude, you thought you died and went to heaven, let me tell you. And when you had an orgasm, you thought you were on a fucking moon.
Moon.
Bring back them fucking Quaaludes. Anyway, think about it. This is the big man, the voice of the people. Aurora 714.
What?
And the big man's always, happy to see it.
And then he died right there. He died. He just, some say he might be finally getting another Quaalude up there in heaven. I don't know. I don't think a guy that size and that old can laugh that hard. What the fuck? He went to the Quaalude score in the sky.
A daily conversation. We've really seen just so much movement.
We just got talking in the comments about this.
Weren't there before. And then there's more we've got to dive into. But first, let me take a second to say, have you ever wished that breaking a bad habit, it came with an easy mode button? Because turns out it does, and it
Skip.
for $24.99. But then next up in the news, 1 week into this U.S. government shutdown, and things are quickly going to shit. Right from chaos with airports across the U.S. to reports that the Trump administration is.
Wait a minute. He did an ad read. Hold on. You might have noticed that there's no ads on the channel. This is not like a real ad, just because you don't have to pay any money. I mean, I guess I should get better at this because I am laid off technically, but it just feels weird to beg for money, so I don't do it. Wait, why didn't that show up? What the fuck? Huh? What the hell? Oh god. Okay, well, this one didn't work right. Why didn't that work? Okay. I clearly broke something when I updated my OBS. Never mind. This is why you don't subscribe. There's supposed to be like a ground news or some NordVPN or some fucking ad thing that shows up. But it didn't happen. And then there was supposed to be a promo code, like it says like sell out or some other weird like self-deprecating thing, but didn't happen. I'll have to investigate my streamer bot under my under my bits and effects. Hashtag not an ad. Somewhere in here I fucked it up. So whoops.
Trying to screw furloughed workers out of back pay. I mean, things are getting messy. Right, and starting with the workers, as soon as the government shut down on October 1st, pretty much all non-essential staff, about 750,000 people, were furloughed and not being paid. Kind of. And I say kind of because normally they're entitled to back pay for that time off. But even with that, it's rare for a government shutdown to extend past a payday because even missing one paycheck in the short term.
It feels weird with that failure happening right before it, but yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people that make their whole thing doing stuff like this. And I've just dabbled in comparison, but yeah, I mean, I worked in TV production before technically, which was more like just moving cameras and, you know, doing audio boards things. It wasn't as goofy as some of these effects and stuff are, but it's my passion. You know, it's man. He's in between stories. He's talking about the shutdown here, but let's see. Where would I? What the fuck? I know I just. Oh, yes. Now I know where it is. I have too many windows. That's my issue. Okay, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Under my playlist. Yeah. Let's see. Like, this is shit that I was doing 2007. Oh, the noise floor. You can hear the noise floor because we didn't have microphones.
Hey, Jason. Jason.
That's me.
Yeah? Dude, you've got to try the new Crunchwrap Supreme from Taco Bell. It's wrapped up, so I'm good to go.
You got me after this?
They would say good to go in a horizontal, but then he said it in a vertical.
Think you outside the bun.
I'm full!
Like, we were just doing stupid shit, right? So that was my passion. But then I got a real job. You know what I mean? I got like a real job. He didn't see it coming. Because I'm like, oh, you know, you can't just do YouTube. You can't do whatever. That's too unstable. And then I got a steady job. Like, okay, I was going to be a film school person. I don't have the connections for film school. I'm not even getting into like the selective college, let alone, you know, getting on a movie set or getting, you know, deals, whatever. I'll do something different. I'll work for television specifically. You know, play it safe. And then I got a job for 15 years, which is safe. But then, oops, you know, laid off. Oops. I guess I could have moved to Pennsylvania, right? That would have been a way to like continue it. But then again, how much longer is QVC going to stay in business? You know what I mean? How's it going to work? I leave for a week and get 70 viewers. I did get a raid. You know, I do video edit for some people on the side, and then they were, you know, I happened to actually be online for once, and then they raided me. So it's like, oh, that's super sweet. Yeah. We're brothers now. That's right. We're bi-coastal brothers. It's just it's interesting because I used to think about what it could have been like if I didn't go to college or I just kept doing stupid YouTube shit. Like when I was making those YouTube videos, I was jealous of Smosh because they had the Mortal Kombat music video that they were doing. And I was like, I want to be that. I want to have that amount of success. But, you know, I was going to college. I was doing other stuff. I think they were probably able to multitask the thing better than I was, but constantly up at 3 to 7 a.m. I used to work overnights. That's kind of how it started. And then I knew stuff like Carter and Cinemarxism and Nandre. They kind of end around 3 a.m. So I figured it made sense for me to be live around that time. So I would try to like go live around 1. It sometimes only really started around 3 a.m., but I would try to, you know, get into the habit of going live late at night. And then Homestar Runner. Oh, fuck yeah. I love Homestar Runner. I still have a Homestar shirt, you know, over there. And I have the robot boots, you know, era of Strong Bad as an anime character as a t-shirt. Trogdor, of course. Trogdor. Teen Girl Squad. That was probably one of the funnier stuff. I remember at one point I tuned in to the website to see what was going on, and it's still Trogdor, Teen Girl Squad, all the same shit. The cheat. We had a plushie the cheat. That was pretty cool. My brother has that. That was his thing. Newgrounds, yeah. Flash animations and then Flash games. Those are fucking sick. We can just go on and on about being old people forever. E-Bombs World was the other thing. That was like YouTube before YouTube to some. I never got into Neopets too hard. That was not really me. You mean not really E-Bombs World being YouTube? It was an alternate. It was like, because like before YouTube was big, there was a lot of dislocated video sites that existed. It was just kind of all over the place. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm trying to remember some of the different places that you would, like Daily Motion was a place that you would see some videos. Oh my God. Rotten.com. Yes. The Pain Olympics was a thing that I saw. A guy cutting off his own dick. Although I think that ended up being fake. But you didn't know that. You're watching a video in like 280p. Yeah, there's some. Also, like the videos were pretty fucked up. But the images were a higher resolution. And if you ever saw like a car accident and you just RSS feeds, wow, that throws me back. There were some pretty disturbing fucking images. That's crazy that Rotten is still up. I don't recommend it. It's I never had a PSP. We played video games too much, and our parents were like, if we ever gave you mobile, like a Game Boy, you would just never stop. Which I guess is kind of what kids have on their phones and iPads now, so I kind of dodged that bullet. I only have the form of brain disease that I currently have. Not like an actual, I'm not saying I have an actual brain disease. But you know what I mean. There was the car accident that I was in. Not as full as Rotten.com, obviously, because I'm alive, but that's an interesting story.
It can be catastrophic for most Americans. Just then,
but we should make it through at least one fucking video. I'm the worst when it comes to trying to get through something. Oh my God.
pretty damn shocking to find that the Trump administration is considering not even giving back pay to furloughed workers. And you had that coming from a memo seen by Axios, and it's believed that by putting the possibility of no back pay on the table, that the Trump administration is hoping to.
I don't know why I'm all like today. I guess I'm nervous because there's like people. I'm like surprisingly bad at eating my fucking cottage cheese.
For Senate Democrats.
Also, holy fuck. They like cranked the sharpness on this photo. What? I have never seen his face texture before. Yeah. Oh my God. What is that? It's like. There's a certain type of photography that you can do with settings that really accentuate like the contrast and the darkness. I forget what they call it. I probably shouldn't just free scroll some weird shit. I might get some weird stuff. But I feel like they're utilizing that sort of filter on this. Which is, I mean, like when we were working in TV, we utilized a thing called skin detail, which is kind of ingenious in like these type of cameras. Well, that's just literally skin detail camera. Ah. basically, the camera is smart enough. None of this shit is right. The camera is smart enough to notice these hues of orange, red, whatever, are where skin color and tone is. Even white and black people, it still kind of hits on the same like skin tone line. Let me see. Vector scope, skin line. So if you stop using this, okay. If you look at a vector scope, you got cyan, green, blue, magenta, red, yellow, right? When you have a whiteboard or you have, a color chart, all little dots light up. But this is the skin tone line where human skin tone is, when properly exposed, shows up here. It doesn't matter white or black. This kind of shows it off here, right? The skin tones go down that skin tone line. And then camera chips were smart enough to be programmed to say colors, pixels that we register down this color line, we will blur. And you could crank that amount up or down, and it would blur skin. So you could you could have a totally in focus shot. Your shirt's in focus, your eyes are in focus, but your skin is blurred. And they loved it to be cranked, because this is like when HD TV first fucking hit the market. Your face tat's crisp as hell, but the skin around it soft. Yeah. So they love that shit. It can't be used on legal stuff. Technically true. Would it happen occasionally? Oops. It would oops. Yeah. If we were doing like a models before shot and then her after shot, you're not allowed to have that on, because that would make it look too good, right? The makeup, wow, really blurs her face, right? The legal team was just worried about getting sued. And I remember, because oh man, in my severance agreement, I have to make sure to never disparage the company, and they define disparage as intentionally lie or mislead. So I'll only tell the truth. Oops, turns out the truth is kind of maybe what they don't want to. But they used to have to, in order to make our legal team happy, if they're going to be on set for the before and after, they would have to take their before picture on the set with the same lighting in a chair that they're going to be on the set later on in the day with. And that was a big pain in the butt to make sure that part of the studio was empty and we could take the befores and borrow a camera and do all this stuff. Sometimes that studio is busy and there's already a show going on in that studio. What a pain in the butt. When they finally started remaking some stuff, they were like, wouldn't it be awesome if we can just kind of have a corner of some random far off place that we can take all the befores? But then they were like, how will we convince legal that will actually look the same as on set? And they just had the lighting department just convince them that it's the same. We use the same lights in this room that we do in the other room. They don't. There's more or less, and further away and closer, entirely different backgrounds, entirely different environments, but they just were able to convince the lighting or the legal team that it is the same. And they were like, okay, as long as you think it's the same. And it's like, that's crazy. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. But they were cool with it because they approved it. And then the rules changed and we could do it differently. Weird. It's weird. But yeah, skin tone line and skin detail. I don't remember how the fuck I brought that up. Oh, because Donald Trump's busted ass face. That's why. Yeah. This is the opposite of skin detail that we would use. This is the extra detail. He would hate a picture like this. Anybody, I guess, would hate a picture like this, to be honest. I would hate a picture like this. Ah. Whoa. Little tips and tricks in the live TV. Yeah. Well, also, this here is a full frame camera. Wowee. They were using fucking insanely expensive cameras, but they had these little ass sensors, So like if this was a television camera from like HSN, that background would be basically in focus. They would be losing their minds because that olive tree back there would be doing a merger with my head, and it looks like I got an olive tree growing out of my head. But thankfully, because we have fucking background separation with the fucking depth of field and blur, it's fine. I didn't turn my hairline on because I was being lazy. And then they were like, we really want to get depth of field into our shows. And then they went out and bought the same cameras, but like one generation above, the same sensor size, the same everything. And I was like, why didn't you buy cameras like these? They cost significantly less. And you would get this whole different look. I mean, they technically did for some weird shows. Silence was an employee, so you would remember certain like celebrity shows they did with this weird thing. But yeah. You started taking pictures and found there's like the 10 rules. Probably. Yeah, there's the rule of thirds, composition. There's a bunch of these different things. And it was weird to have the lower FPS. It was weird when I first started working there because everything had like that soap opera effect where things are just like has such a weird frame rate. It was like my eyes weren't used to seeing it. I guess now with so much social stuff and whatever, it's a bit more common, so it's not as jarring. But at first, that shit was so fucking weird. And then an added thing is when your parents have the smooth motion shit turn on their television, where the shitty ass smart TV is adding interpolated frames between a couple of seconds of video because the thing runs out of like memory and can't do it for the entire show. So there's this weird little bursts of like hyper smooth motion and then back to regular frame rate and then back to hyper smooth for like weird parts of the action. And you're like, why you don't see how weird this looks? And your parents are like, what do you mean? I don't see anything wrong. Everything looks exactly the same. And you're like, what do you mean? How do you not see how weirdly smooth certain moments are? And you're trying to like go through the menus to turn that shit off. And you finally turn it off and you go, oh my God, that's so much better. And they go, I don't know. I don't see a difference. And you're like, how do you not see a difference? And you can't read text when it's close to your face, but how the fuck can you not see the difference? It used to drive me crazy. Between analog and 1080p digital, that's wild. That's crazy. Because that was a big difference. That was a big difference. It was. I mean, maybe they didn't have any 1080p channels, right? Because you got to have like the actual HD channels. That was the whole thing. We were this close to getting HDR as like a new thing for our network. You know, fucking none of the TVs that people owned and the encoders that the fucking stations had would be able to, I mean, it is just so much. Oh my God, yeah. Video games did look fucking tight. But also they were coming in pure raw with an HDMI cable for the first time, you know? Yeah. Blu-rays, yeah. I missed all of the. I had an Xbox 360 and a PS2. That was as far as I went on consoles, and then I used to say PC Master Race. I'll probably just say PC Gaming for Life instead now. I don't know. I should just thinking back on it. Interesting. Yeah, I've just been a PC gamer ever since. So I never really did Blu-rays. I never really bought DVDs. I just would watch it online. 1080p is a pretty good scale. I have a 2K monitor right now with the 1440p. That's pretty good. You know, 1080p when you stretch up to like 27 to 32 inches, you're like, it looks a little tough. But if you got like a 25 or 24 inch monitor, 1080p is probably pretty good. Oops, this one. I got all my slightly different versions of the same. You can see my chat box over there for me. This is my streamer bot chat, which has like commands like, oh look, I want to like bring this message on screen. I can use my little highlight sub action command and click on it right there. Neat. If you said something in a different language like hola, como estás? Wait, ES. There we go. And then I can go like translate. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Wait, why didn't that work? Son of a bitch. All right. Well, obviously I don't have a lot of international chatters, but WaftBot is supposed. Oh no, right. WaftBot is not included in this chat box, but it's included on my actual chat. So, yeah, I forgot because whenever I didn't want people to be like, "Oh, exclamation mark Discord," as I slowly, hint at my Discord channel that is completely dead. But I have pictures of my cats, so that's worth it. Encino Man. Where is the bathroom? Where is the health? Oh, well, that's weird. Yeah. So like that's all streamer.bot. I should turn off that thing so that way it's not just stuck on the stream forever. Brendan Fraser. Oh wait, there's also this one.
River_living said. Brendan Fraser.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you. TTS Brian, thank you for that. Brendan Fraser and Samwise were in the same movie, huh? Huh. Encino Man. I don't think I've seen that. I also was not watching traditional media for a surprisingly long time. I kind of stopped watching TV and was just watching YouTube and Twitch for everything. Like I have never seen any of the John Wick movies. That's been kind of like my default, like, let me try to explain how I've just not seen stuff. That is an example. So I've been trying to have like a film thing on Saturdays. But I've been very hit or miss with it. Mostly because Kara's my wife, we have other weird little projects, or I've got like a fucking canvas to do for the Dump Duke campaign or some other things. So like the scheduling, and I'm like an overnight body, but then I have things to do in the morning that are important. So I got to either stay up all the way through or try to like do a slightly different stream schedule. But we watched the first season of Andor. It was fucking lit. It was awesome. I kept hearing about how good it is, and it was fucking awesome. So we watched it on stream technically, but like it was like kind of like not like through the Discord channel, but through like a watch with me website thing. One of, I don't know. There are some people out there who will just fucking raw dog, Breaking Bad, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's crazy. But I guess if you're not on your third strike, you can do whatever you want, and then if you just hope that no one's gonna snitch. I mean, I'm generally a nobody on the website, so I could probably watch pornography or some shit and it'll be fine. But not that I want to, but I'm just saying, like as an example. Probably there might be some weird shit that's like built in, because there was a plugin that I have that is a machine learning porn detector that when your OBS sees that you're looking at porn, it'll immediately cut to a blank scene, which is a really cool filter, but it doesn't work perfectly because it can't. Like there's an OBS plugin. OBS Python not safe for work filter. I was actually terrified for a second that there would be just like pictures of porn in the description, but thankfully that's not how that would work. But I was just kind of worried because they have a repository of just porn that they've learned from, and it's just a bunch of random images of pornography, which is just so funny. It's just so funny, but it is, I guess I'm a child, when I'm like the porn, but it took a long time to get it installed. It runs on your computer and it's constantly looking at your screen, and it burns up your fucking resources, and it doesn't even work 100% of the time. So it's a neat idea, but it's definitely not usable or not realistic. So interesting, but also completely useless. Oh my God, the video.
Into a deal. But I will say there's also an even bigger wrinkle to all this, and that is that the plan, it flies in the face of how U.S. law is currently understood. Right? I mean, back in 2019, Trump signed a law that was generally understood to guarantee back pay. But now you've got officials in the Office of Management and Budget shifting their stance. Or with one senior White House official, for example, speaking to Axios and saying, does this law cover all these furloughed employees automatically? The conventional wisdom is yes, it does. Our view is no, it doesn't. Right? And what they're calling this new interpretation of the law by the Office of Management and Budget, it not only contradicts nearly 6 years of precedent and understanding, but also recent memos from other Trump agencies. Just this month, the Council of Economic Advisors released a guide about the shutdown, and they explicitly touched on this when talking about how this would affect contractors, saying unlike federal employees, federal contractors are not entitled to back pay after the conclusion of a shutdown. And that
they've gigafied the fucking government now too. They're like goddamn, Uber Eats drivers or whatever. That's fucking crazy.
That followed a memo from the Office of Personnel Management from last month where it had an FAQ, and one of the questions was, will employees who are furloughed get paid? And just to keep it short, they said yes. And so as far as how Trump and his administration are trying to justify this, well, shortly after that law was passed in 2019, it was amended. And in that amendment, the law said that workers would get paid, quote, subject to the enactment of Appropriations Acts ending the...
I see you also enjoyed Red Alert 2 with Tim Curry in it. Was that Red Alert 2 or was that Yuri's Revenge, or Red Alert 3, I think, was Tim Curry. I forget.
Lapse. Right? That language, it makes it sound like an automatic thing. But Trump, he's arguing that no, the 2019 law mentions explicitly that year's shutdown, so it's the only one that automatically qualifies. So according to this train of thought, all future shutdowns would need to have that money specifically set aside by Congress. So I will say it is very hard to find someone outside of Trump's inner circle who supports this interpretation. But also, it still could be enough of a threat to try to pressure Senate Democrats, right? Especially
spies.
Considering the timing, right? October 15th, that's the next government paycheck. And now there's a possible legal battle about whether they're ever going to get paid. Well, right now, at least according to the polling, more people blame the Republicans and the Democrats.
Just in case somebody knows what we're talking about.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Good luck. Good luck. Godspeed. Wait, did I? Okay. Wait, what? Okay, here we go.
That's for this shutdown. One of the big questions that pops up here, in addition to, oh my God, how is this going to affect so many hundreds?
I love how he was just in it, he was going for it. Maybe he never got the opportunity to like act as a big wig Russian, whatever. So he was like, embracing the opportunity and just fucking went for it. And I love it.
To thousands of Americans is, will this messaging work? Can they muddy the waters not only for this fight, but maybe even the upcoming midterm? Now, with all this, if you're thinking, this isn't that big of a deal because, you're not a federal employee, how can the shutdown affect you? Well, I do have some bad news for you. Right? One, if you or anyone you know is a contractor for the federal government, they're not entitled to automatic back pay. And in total, the White House itself says that the reduced spending due to federal employees and
Trump not paying his contractors, man. It just goes. He's got one speed, He's never changed. He is who he is.
Contractors not getting paid could mean $30 billion less in the economy. And then two, there are also the potentially deadly impacts around transportation, and particularly airports, as air traffic controllers and other personnel don't go to work. Though that's not because they're furloughed, actually the opposite. Right? By law, air traffic controllers are not allowed to leave work to protest or because they're not getting paid. However, a workaround that many ATC use is to just call out sick, with the feds pointing out that worker absenteeism among ATCs triples to 10% during government shutdowns. We're actually seeing this play out in real time. You've got airports like Burbank literally having no one manning air traffic control yesterday afternoon and evening. With then
Do you just shut down the airport? Like, I've heard them say, hey, we got nobody in the tower for like 8 hours. Can you even use the airport? What the fuck?
ATCs in San Diego having to take over, and there were also major...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm speeding up. There are protocols. That's cool that there are protocols. I guess it's just way fucking harder. Aviation enthusiast. Okay. You're my own little Austin show. Hell yeah. I guess it would just be way harder on the aircraft pilots themselves because they're having to do all that coordination on their own. But like, even like, okay, hey everybody, I'm coming in for a landing. Okay, everybody cool with that? Nobody take my runway. Nobody call shotgun and just fucking take it. You know, I'm going for it. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Look and listen. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like driving a fucking car, you know, but everyone has a radio. Have you ever wished, I guess it's like a ham radio where you could just talk to the cars around you? Do you think that would be a good thing or a bad thing? If you had like, almost like how like, you know, Repo and Lethal Company has like local voice. That's true. There's a lot of different radars and trackers and shit. Like if there was like area voice for cars, I think it would be interesting. As a person that worked in the drive-thru, there is something that changes. When a person would come into the lobby, they would have some decorum of politeness and humanity. When they were in the drive-thru, you were not a person to them. They were not a person, they were a demon. There's a disconnect. When you're in that car, they're not the same. And I imagine it's very similar with people on the phone. When there is a separation, and you're not just looking flesh to flesh. But even when you would pull up to the window and they're in their car, like you can see them in their window and you open up your window and you're talking, they're still, because the whole interaction started through that speaker box and with them in their car, it's just different, you know? So I imagine if there was local voice between other cars and traffic, that it would not be good. It would be like Xbox Live, is what I'm saying. You know, it would just be kind of deranged. May I? Non-tower airport operations and communications. Oh my. Okay, wow. This looks like it's like early web, but it's just a PowerPoint, but still. Why do we even have this? Just all caps. Road rage would spike like crazy. Yes and no. I mean, there would be something weird to it, right? This is a PowerPoint. These are pages of fucking landscape. What the hell? Figure 8-4. Where's my figure? Doesn't say which figure this is. Downwind. Final. Short final. It's kind of funny because it makes it seem like our eyes are not perfect, and it's like in 100-point font. Let's look at two great resources. Okay, like my eyes aren't that bad, man. You know what I mean? Okay, you know what I'm saying? My eyes are not that bad. It is relevant, but it's also a distraction at the same time. Oh my God, just increase. When I can see the fucking dithering, pixels on the word is, you've gone too far. I was trying to at one point look up like the fucking there's like some kind of like certified remote pilot, and you have to like pass some kind of crazy test and look at like aviation maps and stuff. I understand what all this bullshit means, and I was like, oh, that's a lot. I just want to have a cool drone to take pictures of things in the sky a little bit. I don't need all this. Too expensive for no pay. Damn. I mean, it's kind of cool to like have the understanding of how it works, but I think there's some regulation or there's some rule. What the fuck is this? Styrofoam, what? Huh? Interesting. Yeah, they even have this. Start, end, altitude. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, it's like a pattern they have to go fly around. Wow. Oh yeah, like within 400 feet from the ground, if your drone is less than 250 grams or some shit, you can fly it like for free or like without any bullshit. I think. But I don't own a drone, so I guess it doesn't matter. Right. That was the one part of it, is legally accepting money, which you could probably try to bullshit your way out of once, but it would probably get marked down on your record in a way where it becomes a problem pretty quickly. Because, I mean, how would they track down if you use this footage in a job they got paid for? How would they really know? Because if you did it for yourself, like if I filmed something for my own YouTube video, I did not pay myself. I'm just the one shooting the video footage. But then I got paid for the AdSense on a YouTube video if my channel was monetized. Does that turn into commercial technically? I mean, I guess not, because it's not direct payment. It would be down the path payment, which is unrelated. I don't know. It's a problem I don't have to worry about because I don't have a drone.
Flight delays. Right, well, in the grand scheme of things, Burbank, it's not the most major airport. It is one in SoCal and shares airspace with major airports like LAX and San Diego, not to mention other regionals like John Wayne and Ontario. But also, two, Burbank is hardly alone in dealing with delays, and even airports that still have ATCs dealing with massive headaches. Right, Newark, Jacksonville, Chicago, and DC, they've all had less air traffic controllers than usual, leading up to multiple hour delays. And that's not only because the flights get fucked, but also because staff like TSA actually call out more often during shutdowns as well. And then, of course, there are just the increased safety concerns that come.
Yeah, I remember hearing him saying that he was thinking about it. Because there was something about... Somebody asked him the question. He was like, well, if they do that bullshit, if they do some fucking court stuff, then I'll just call it the Insurrection Act. And it's like... And then Stephen Miller was on TV with his bald-ass head being like, yeah, they are insurrectionists because I don't like them. And then the other bald CNN guy is like, what? You're a bitch. And he's like, no, I'm not. Haha, you walked into that trap. Haha. Our government's a joke.
With fewer air traffic controllers, which is an occupation that was already heavily short-staffed and facing tons of scrutiny over recent aviation disasters earlier this year. And so with all this, you've had administration officials like Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy recognizing the absences spiking and saying in a conference yesterday.
And so now what they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How do I make my car payment? Do I think they're more stressed right now in our towers? Yes. Is our airspace unsafe? No.
Right, and then with all that, you had Trump speaking about the situation, saying,
oh, sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is.
With Trump then going on to say that many Dems have, quote, very low IQs and called some out by name, such as
I was just going to say, like, it's so funny that both Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are so motionless that even Trump's like, yeah, those guys suck. They're not the thing. Oh yeah. I don't know enough about Jasmine Crockett other than she did that one thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene being like a butch-bodied whatever because someone had turned into a song. I think I've heard other leftists say like she's not the best. So doesn't mean that the president should call her low IQ, but yeah, she's like not the most progressive or whatever is what that seems like. But I mean, I'm pretty easy to impress, I guess.
Jasmine Crockett, which is really quick, just to say this.
I'm from Florida, you know. Rick Scott is like my fucking default. You know, it's like, wow, somebody can be really progressive. Wow.
Like, if you do not know anything about Jasmine Crockett other than passing by stuff, that is a genuinely funny metric because she's actually a pretty accomplished and smart woman. He just disagrees with her politically, but I guess that's the state of things. You know, with all that said, we're gonna have to continue to watch and see where this goes. But it's a bit of a high stakes game of chicken right now. And while we wait to see, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here, especially if you're someone that's affected? And that could be you or someone you know working for the government, or even the impacts there changing your plans. Like, are you maybe not gonna fly somewhere because you have kind of concerns? But then next up in the news, if you keep blocking my hostile...
Dude, imagine flying into that airport with no ATC and you're on a Boeing. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I need to make sure my will is fucking done and ready to go because I am dead. They will not even recover dental records. I'm so fucking dead.
Takeover efforts, I'm going to hostile takeover even harder. That is essentially what Trump is saying in response to judges and officials holding up his efforts to deploy troops into U.S. cities. Because, you know, we talked a bit yesterday.
This was from the 7th, so this would be the day before this shit pops off. So this is the first half of this.
Today about the situation in Portland with small protests in the city being characterized as just much worse in reality to justify deploying troops there. You've got Trump describing Portland as war-ravaged and saying that ICE facilities were under attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. And then
I thought you were referring to the Miracle on the Hudson at first, but that was a different thing.
Seem to have federal agents doing everything they could to make reality match that characterization, which is then when a judge stepped in, temporarily blocking the administration from sending in the National Guard, with the judge pointing to, quote, substantial evidence that the protests at the Portland ICE facility were not significantly violent or disruptive in the days or even weeks leading up to.
Do you think we're going to get a situation where National Guard is being called in and then Pritzker's like, Chicago PD or Illinois PD go, you know, or sheriffs or whatever, go stop them, and you're gonna have hog on hog in the streets, fucking MRAP tank versus MRAP tank, militarized police versus militarized National Guard. Just, I mean, I don't know what would happen if that happens. Oh, stop the Gestapo. Stop-o the Gestapo. I would like to think if it did happen, they would be both pussies. And as soon as I start shooting tear gas and rubber bullets at each other, they go, ow, this hurts. No, we're going to stop. And they just stop. Like they won't like being kettled and corralled. They won't put up with it. And then they'll push back and then they'll immediately both escalate and then it'll be over because they'll be like, this sucks. I'm taking my toys and going home. I don't know. That might be an overly optimistic view of how it would turn out.
to the president's directive. Then we saw Illinois and Chicago filing similar lawsuits yesterday, gunning for a ruling just like the one in Portland after the announcement that the troops would be heading to Chicago next. But Trump, though more likely Stephen Miller, but Trump isn't about to let something trivial like a judge's ruling stop him, which is why he's floating using the 1807 Insurrection Act if judges keep blocking his efforts like this. And if you don't know, the Insurrection Act is a federal law that allows the president to nationally deploy the U.S. military or federalized state National Guard troops to stomp out what the president considers an insurrection against the U.S. We're talking about a law that hasn't been used in decades, with the last time being back in 1992 when George H.W. Bush was president. And in that case, it was actually requested by then California Governor Pete Wilson, who asked for help addressing riots in Los Angeles. But also, we have seen it used against the wishes of local governors, both Dwight Eisenhower and JFK. They did this in order to facilitate school integration after the Brown v. Board of Education.
Now, that's what I heard was one of the times it was last used was when they had police versus National Guard in that element for school integration.
Supreme Court ruling. But now we're looking at a wildly different situation, and
Right.
Trump's been very open about his fascination with the Insurrection Act. I mean, part of the reason people even became aware that this was a law back from the 1800s was on the campaign trail, he was promising to use it to suppress unrest. And then earlier this year, he came close to actually using it in LA during the protests against ICE. And then all of that bringing us to yesterday when he once again told reporters,
We have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that.
and we've seen Trump's underlings
Has anyone been killed? Is that what's happening? Not that it's even a reason to use it then even, but
laying the groundwork to justify the Insurrection Act should he decide to use it. Right, with White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, for example, saying that the administration is facing a legal insurrection and that these rulings
it's a legal insurrection. Yeah, it's a kind of insurrection, right? It's not an insurrection, it's a type of insurrection. Therefore, all steam ahead. I don't know what
against them amount to, quote, an insurrection against the laws and Constitution of the United States. And adding, we need to have district courts in this country that see themselves as being under the laws and Constitution and not being able to take for themselves powers that are reserved solely for the president. And also with this, I'll say it's not just the courts pushing back, where you've also got local officials and representatives taking serious issue with these deployments. And one of the things we saw there was,
I feel like whenever I start making YouTube videos for real, I'm going to make sure that the bottom middle of the fucking screen doesn't have any titles on it. It's so stupidly annoying that to constantly move the little box around because words on the screen are getting in the way.
Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois grilling Pam Bondi today about the deployments in his state during a Senate hearing.
Why do you want to keep this secret? The American people don't know the rationale behind the deployment of National Guard troops in my state.
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
I've been on this committee for more than 20 years. That's the kind of testimony you expect from this administration. A simple question as to whether or not they had a legal rationale for deploying National Guard troops becomes grounds for a personal attack.
And then in addition to that, you had Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson taking a stand.
She's making fun of me. Guys, she's making fun of me. She did a personal attack. And it's like, dude, did you not hear her? She's like, she's sending the military to, dude. I mean, maybe he's still covered that topic and this is just a clip or whatever, but it's like, I feel like that's not the most important thing to talk about.
And against the deployments by signing an executive order banning federal immigration officials from using city property in their operations. Right, and specifically, the order prevents ICE agents from using city-owned, vacant, or designated parking lots for anything related to their operations, including staging and processing. With Johnson saying, we will not tolerate ICE agents violating.
Johnson's got some crazy photos of himself. Did he like used to work for like a B-roll factory or something? What the fuck? He's got these wild images.
Our residents' constitutional rights, nor will we allow the federal government to disregard our local authority. And that, as you'd expect, was not taken well by Team Trump. Or with Tricia McLaughlin, for example, Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, slamming Johnson in a statement, saying his reckless policies not only endanger our law enforcement, but public safety, and claiming while he continues to release pedophiles, rapists, gang members, and murderers onto Chicago's streets, our brave law enforcement will continue to risk their lives without pay to arrest these heinous criminals and make Chicago safe again. Right, and that is.
I was confused at first. I was like, wait, she's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, or she? Wait, is it a good thing or a bad? Wait, which team is she on? Hold on. they're fighting for that sometimes, but then also wait, hold on. I'm still steady at a nice consistent 79. Hey, but we gone down to 42% humidity. Ooh, it's nice and dry in here. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I need some chapstick. Ooh, it's so dry in my swamp. I'm fucking Shrek. You know what I mean? But if I keep drinking Mountain Lightning, I'll just be actually green. Oh, that was the thing. I found out from watching Hassan that the the diet version, not the zero sugar, but the diet. 72. How do you actually, does your AC just never stop pumping? Is it just I might actually have a duct problem. Maybe. I don't know. I got a 4080 in this bitch, it's a space heater. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It used to be like I used to be in the sunroom and it used to be even hotter. Nice. That's good. I mean, that's good. Hopefully your electric bill's not too bad. I was trying to remember what it was. You just don't have an AC. That's impossible to me. 200 megabits. I think that's pretty bad, right? Really? No AC? That's crazy. Are you like in the Northwest? Not like the southern part of the, I guess yeah, I mean, northern. Okay. The snowy part of California. Yeah, I mean, to me, the Virginia is north, but oh, I see. I got you. I was always told that like California was like the one state that has like all the different sports. Like you could go skiing, you can go skiing in the mountains, or I guess in what I thought was the cold part, which I guess thought was just the north, but I guess it's the mountains in the north, or just mountains all over, but probably the mountains in the north, and then surfing in the bay or the beach or whatever. All the different climates, yeah. I don't know how they do it. Deserts, beach, mountain, no jungle, but a forest. Yeah, I mean, I guess you'll have to make do. Oh well.
The White House calling Johnson's order, quote, a disgusting betrayal of every law-abiding citizen, and adding, shielding the most depraved, violent, criminal, illegal aliens from justice is not only an insult to every Chicagoan, it's also a dangerous intensification of Democrats' lunatic sanctuary agenda where criminal illegals come before American citizens, which has long been Team Trump's narrative in their crusade against sanctuary cities, that they harbor dangerous criminals and must be stopped at all costs, etc. And I mean, since taking office, he's sued 14 jurisdictions, threatened criminal charges against local officials who don't comply with federal demands, and conducted
They say Tampa gets an average of about, what is it? Average annual rainfall is 52 inches. 75 inches of rain sounds like a lot. Well, the total rainfall last year was 64 inches, so. Oh, yeah. Total annual rainfall in inches. If this line here is 60, you can kind of see how it's not quite 60 all the time. And obviously this year has just started. Or only has the data through July or whatever. There's some dry years in there. Yeah, I mean, they talk about how California has like fucking droughts and stuff, but you're getting more rain than fucking Tampa Bay. Impressive. We're tropical, technically. I guess I did get to 102 a couple of times. It's usually the feels like it gets really high, but it'll be like 90s, like 92-ish, 95 on a really bad day. But the feels like and the humidity index is just like death. Wet bulb temperature.
Large-scale immigration operations on top of deploying the National Guard troops.
Not to tangent myself again, but so I was talking before about how organizing with the DSA is empowering, and it's interesting to see like the Dump Duke thing and about how it's a 30-year contract and we need to do all these steps to convince a city council, and it's a bunch of fucking, red tape, and it's going to take a long time to get it all done, and it won't be like an overnight process. We can't just eminent domain steal it all. That's too much communism or whatever. But the number of municipalities in the Tampa Bay area is, for me, mind-blowing. Because, like, I was following all the Zoran election stuff, right? And all 5 boroughs of New York City, with an obscene number of human beings living in each of them, all vote for one mayor. They're all one municipality. But you can drive like fucking 5 miles and cross 2 different municipalities in this area. We're atomized and spread out. And I'm like, I feel like at least one element of this is to remove the power from people, because the status quo exists, and then everyone's spread out into so many small subgroups. Each little section has city councilors and mayors, and they're all there to stop progress. And even if one municipality does something important, it's not going to change the entire area. It's only going to change one small section. Who knows how long that will last? And then you got other parts of it where, like in Miami, people pushed and pushed and pushed, and they finally got a law to be written to say you have to give water breaks when it's fucking hot outside. And then the state legislature catches wind of that law coming into law in that local municipality, and instead they go, oh, I mean, I assume the fucking lobbyists went up to the capital of the state, and then they made it a state law that it's illegal for a municipality to have a law about having water breaks. So like you're atomized into oblivion. All of your fucking solidarity is spread out. There's no common message. There's no common good. It's like I have to go out and say, please vote for this guy because I can't, even though he lives as close to me as I live to you. Or like I'm fighting for St. Pete City that I don't live in to dump Duke, even though that won't affect me. And it's just like, it's going to de-incentivize people to actually get engaged. And then even if you get something good, the fucking state legislature can just say, fuck you, vote vetoed. Now it's illegal to do that. And you have to sit on your hands again. It's where like my authoritarianism, I guess, leans into, and I'm like, I love federal power, dude. What the fuck? The local government shit obviously is important. It is what literally is running your neighbors and shit. But it's like, they make it as difficult as possible, and they could literally just fucking step in any moment and just say, no, you don't, It's interesting to see it in action up close for the first time ever. It's interesting. Huh. Interesting, but the wet bulb thing entirely separate from what I was talking. I mean, you had typed that earlier, obviously, but yeah, you got a wet area, bro. Yeah, there was some other thing. There was some other state that did it too, not just Florida. I thought maybe it was Texas, but it sounds like it's a thing going around. I don't understand how any lawmaker can go, you're not allowed to make a law about water breaks. And it's like, bitch, are you out there? You're a soft hand bitch just like me. You know? Hello, Midwestern Mo enthusiast, like Mo Sislak? No, MO enthusiast. Montana enthusiast. Midwest emo. That's right. There we go. Yeah. I'm illiterate. Why did I think West had an E at the end of it? I don't know. Hi, illiterate. Yeah. Thanks, dad joke. Yeah. As a self-diagnosed dyslexic or just a lazy piece of shit who never read books well enough, they said Weast. Alternating caps or like each word would help a person like me read it. You know what I mean? Just because it's like, oh, a separation. Well, not like, when you're making like the fucking SpongeBob doing the chicken thing meme where you're doing like the stupid voice, but just adding, the breaking it up. Yeah, I mean, my name has Sniff and J as two separate things. I guess you could, I don't know if it counts as a name change if you just change the capitalization. I don't know.
Thank you.
Whoa. Holy fuck, that one's full volume. Holy shit. Thank you. Sorry.
But those attacks have led to some serious.
Wait, hold on. Wait. That was a lot of thank yous. Sorry. All the lurking sleepers are like, what the fuck? This is what I'm gonna watch the viewer count go from like 59 to something like 40. Just enough people are just like, what the hell, and they're done. It's over. I'm sorry, everybody. He was just very appreciative. That's the annoying thing about having separate video files is they all have to have their volume adjusted. Welcome, followers. Yeah.
Pushback, including from the San Francisco city attorney, who said in an interview, the Trump administration is trying to use its enforcement authority in ways they know are not legal or constitutional to get their way, and we've been forced to defend our rights. And that defense, along with pushback against Trump in Chicago and Portland, has served as evidence for some that Democrats are finally willing to fight back. But ultimately, that's where we are right now. We're gonna have to wait to see how things continue to play out. And I mean that both regarding Chicago and Portland, as well as, the impact of these cases nationwide.
Rocket money.
And then we've got more news in just rocketmoney.com/PDS. Then next up today, let's talk about our douchebag of the...
I mean, there's a lot of things about the Constitution that would be interesting to violate. I mean, is there anything that we're like, we hate it that the Constitution does this? I guess the Second Amendment is like a weird thing that we kind of wanted to like clarify / dial back. Well, slavery. Okay, fair. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you fucked me up with that one. Yeah, you got... Okay. Just modified that 13th Amendment. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, whoa. Yeah, totally. I mean, honestly, most of the things that matter are all amendments. You know what I mean? It gets all fucking amendments. So the whole Constitution itself definitely should be sort of yeah, it should be fucked up. I think I said it before where like I looked up the average, average age of a constitution. 17 to 19 years. Not even the AI thing. You just go to the actual thing. I switched to Firefox and everything's different. Average lifespan was 21 years, What's your stream about? What are your usual topics? For a while, I was watching a lot of just more like fun videos, funner videos, some animal stuff, but a bit more nowadays about news. And then I also have interests in like TV production, streaming equipment, but that's not really a topic on the stream, just because that's a very niche part of things. It is a bit of random stuff, yeah. Let's see. Speaking of which, let's see. I should find or nail down a better strategy and plan. Let's see. Let's start this. So like this is a thing that I was messing around with. And then hello. There's a bit of delay, unfortunately. I probably should have thought about that first. But this is using my phone to IRL Pro into my OBS. So it's like an IRL kit without having an IRL kit. And even the phone can bond cellular and Wi-Fi, which is not the best. Yeah. It's on a mic arm. Oh yeah, you can see all my Stream Decks. Hooray, Stream Decks. Too much disposable income for a while. I gotta like make sure I was not showing it off very well, but you get the idea. And then there's also an app on here. Yeah, kind of behind the scenes. There's like a 5-ish seconds delay between when I talk and when it goes up on stream. And I use this, it's like during the Pride event in St. Petersburg, I took this out and just did the shit down the street. And I was even like streaming myself in the car, going all the way down. And then it all just goes back to my OBS window through an SRT feed without having to have a backpack or whatever. Which is neat. And then there's an app that you probably can't see on the computer that's like Loopy, which if this feed ever cuts out, which it'll take about 5 seconds, but I'm going to stop it, and that should pull up the like low bit rate scene. So I'll give it 5 seconds. I guess I can just look at that and see when it's done. Okay, I don't think it noticed that I turned it back on. I haven't had to touch this in a fucking month, so give me a break. But when I turned the app back on, it was supposed to pick back up the stream as if it was losing connection, then regaining connection. But I think there was some weird setting because my IP address changed or something. But that was kind of a pain in the butt. But there was some tutorial about that. So that's some of the things that I like doing, which is video production related or whatever. I guess it's funny when my shit fucking breaks. I look like an idiot, but oh yeah, there's slavery in the Constitution. That's the thing that's worth fucking up.
The day, I mean, in addition to the usual suspects. Right, because this French influencer just got sent to jail for a prank where he
Oh, this is the
faked
douchebag. The douchebag of the day. France influencer. Was that Hassan in the F1 thing? The F5 thing?
attacks on
It's
strangers.
live TV. I appreciate that.
And so you have this guy who goes by the name Amin Mojito going viral for filming and posting video clips where he could be seen sneaking up on people on the street and then pretending to inject them with an empty syringe, right? And specifically, we saw those videos starting to gain a lot of traction ahead of the World Music Day celebration back in June. A time which, if you don't remember, was where France was gripped by panic over rumors of needle attacks at festivals and student parties. And so with all that, you had prosecutors bringing charges against him and alleging that he had contributed to and incited real fears, even if the syringes were empty. Right? And also with that,
Well, empty syringes, you can't just inject fucking air into people's bloodstream. That'll give them a heart attack, right? Isn't that like the thing?
argued that he was a repeat offender, noting that he had been accused of assault and harassing others in the past. But Mojito, for his part, he argued that he was, quote, in his own world and unaware of everything. And he told the court, quote, I had the very bad idea of doing these pranks by imitating what I saw on the internet in Spain and Portugal. I didn't think it could hurt people. That was my mistake. I didn't think about others. I thought about myself. But ultimately, the Paris criminal court convicted Mojito of violence with a weapon, not resulting in work incapacity. And with that, they sentenced him to 12 months in jail, 6 of which will be suspended, and the court also fined him 1,500 euros, and they banned him from possessing or carrying a gun for 3 years. But I guess all of that brings us to that classic advice, but it's necessary on the daily. Don't be stupid. And honestly, I think more.
Oh, no needle. That would be much safer than the other thing. Yeah. No, yeah. I think if you had to think about it, what did more damage to young boys? Let's be real, it's just boys. At least back in the day, whatever. Professional wrestling imitation or Jackass imitation? I'm gonna just assume, because the amount of time that wrestling has had beyond Jackass, it has to be wrestling. Right? But Jackass was the most imitatable. Like, wrestling had like a certain layer of theatrics, and like you needed like a ring or something, and there was like a certain barrier to entry to some degree. Although they would still jump around and do like things in pools or in trampolines. That was a big part of it. But the Jackass stuff was skateboards and just anything, you know, shopping carts, everything. I don't know. I could see it being a context. Yeah, each other's balls. Yeah. I mean, I've watched a lot of the Jackass movies here and there. It was pretty funny. Steve-O is now addicted to pain and is, you know, a recovering drug addict because of that lifestyle. And I know that some of the other ones have died of overdose, and then the others have some pretty long-term impacts. So it's not without its cost, unfortunately, for those people. It sucks for them. That's right. The torturing his parents and slapping it. Yeah. I was always very respectful. I had good parents as far as I could tell. I mean, I give them a lot of shit for a lot of the conservatism, you know, but I always thought that they did a good job of raising me, to the point that in my early adult years, I never thought I could ever have kids because they did such a good job raising me that I could never follow that act. They were selfless. They saved money for, you know, our college educations. Florida prepaid is one of the best things that exists because they were able to lock in a certain number of credit hours at like the 1990 prices, which is crazy because that was insanely helpful to help me get out of college without a student loan debt. That was nuts. They didn't buy cars. They didn't take vacations. They were very selfless and, dedicated their time. But like me, I'm selfish with my time. I fucking play video games and do streaming and, I do all this fucking weird shit, man. I could never follow that act. So I always had a lot of respect and I thought I had good parents. But I still thought it was funny when he was slapping the shit out of his dad, Like, I still thought it was funny. I got it. I had other friends who were very, disrespectful or whatever. So it was just kind of like seeing it through that lens. I guess there's only so much to get out of it. It was what it was. Shit that I would never do. I was never like, hell yeah, I'm going to fuck up my old man. You know what I mean? But oh shit. Didn't paying the homeless to do dangerous stuff. Bum fight was a big thing. I don't think it was this Jackass skit though, was it? Don't feed Vito. I'm familiar with all their bits, I guess. But I mean, Kimbo Slice, he was like a big bum fight guy or something on YouTube out there. That was like and then I think he ended up passing away, but he was even like, I think he was in the UFC because he was so famous for his fighting days or whatever. There was something he was in where he was doing combat sports of some kind. And he's just this like big guy with like, bald head, but a big beard and, kind of like that back of the head kind of hair. Just a big black guy. I forget where I remember seeing him in the mainstream part of things. Those are some old memories. Trying to dig them out. That makes sense. Because it's a reaction bait, or it would be like indie Klein films. Indie Klein is a good name for Ethan Klein. Just spitballing randomly. just connecting dots here.
Or so-called pranksters that are really just harassing people out in public, they need to face penalties so that it can be a lesson for others. The world,
I mean, is Europe now entering its fucking prank YouTube? Are they going to have, kissing pranks going on the beach and shit? Are they just fucking 10 years behind America? Is that just they're just permanently going to be doing that? That's nuts, man. We got over prank YouTube a long time ago. We do not want to look back. The Paul brothers are going to go have a fucking resurgence in fucking Spain or whatever. What the hell?
Already over rewards assholes. So the next step today, let's talk about some quick political news, starting with the fact that Trump.
Oh yeah, they're pretty good. Oh yeah, I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it a few times at this point. I always like his style. I love kind of fucked up, creepy ass shit sometimes. Some weird ass things. I forget the name of it. Somebody was sharing some kind of Muppet show with me where it's like a little, it gets disturbing and weird. And I was like, that's neat. Some British show.
Is now openly discussing the possibility.
Like one of the characters is like a big orange mop man. I forget.
Of pardoning 2 high-profile convicted sex criminals, like Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, it was some other thing. I'm trying to think. Sharing a Muppet show with you sounds like a kink. Don't hug me, I'm scared, bro. Look at I was just giving shit to fucking Google. I typed in Muppet show with songs that get creepy British. Right? Boom, first thing. Don't hug me, I'm scared. Came up. That's the name of the show. Wait.
Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is a really...
Oh, this is like a YouTube essay about it. That's funny. Yeah, rare Google W. Don't hug me. Wait, highlight. Wait, just highlight this word. Okay, whatever. I'll highlight all of these words. And then get rid of these words. These are all long. That one's not that long. Whatever. Let's finish this first. We're almost there.
Diddy. Because yesterday the Supreme Court
We're over 4 hours in. And we're almost done.
rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal to overturn her conviction for facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And that it came just a few days after Diddy was sentenced for 4 years for prostitution related.
Is either one of these Diddy? I don't recognize either one of these people as Diddy. It's great that we have a gov that allows this type of free speech. Ooh, which type? the pedophile type? Which type? the Ghislaine Maxwell type? What does P. Diddy look like? Yeah, wait. Because this is not him. But I guess this angle, and maybe he gained some weight in the face or something. But maybe I've only ever seen his ass fucking straight on. That I'm just even here, he looks a little bit on the. It just doesn't look like him. That's crazy.
Charges. When asked by reporters yesterday about whether he would consider granting Maxwell clemency, Trump responded,
Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know anything
Oh
about
yeah, this was him about giving her a pardon. It's just so funny that like he could. I was saying before, like he could just be like, "What? No way! Fuck you! Nah, she's a criminal." Right? You could have just lied. And then it would move on. And then no one would talk about it because he's like being normal about it. And then if he just one day, he just does it, no one can stop him, right? But he's like, who? Who's that? Oh, I haven't heard that name. Oh, I don't know. I have to think about it. I don't know. I got to think about it because he wants people to agree with him no matter what. Bless America from Uganda. Thanks. I'm hoping America will become better and better. That's all I can hope for. It's just so funny that he thinks that he's going to be able to like still win out. So he wants to like really make people it's like a cope. I don't know. He it's not a shame that he has for doing it. But he is trying to suppress something. Like it's just hard to put into words. He just really wants it to be something that people will embrace, but he knows that they won't. So he has this trepidation. He's just like, we got to look into it. But, once we look into it, then the facts will be there and you'll like it. But he knows that they won't take it. They won't accept it yet. So like I'm saying, but it's not shame. He's the most shameless man ever. But he's not just going to just straight up lie. He has to try to like somehow weave it in.
So, but I will speak to the DOJ. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it.
He is a rapist. Yes.
I have a lot of people.
I mean, according to the, according to the civil court case, it's not conviction. It's found to be guilty of or some shit, adjudicated. Yeah, there's like words. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice or financial advice. Okay. Something about not condoning violence. I condemn Hamas. I gotta have a list of things that just hit off whenever I feel like something's wrong on the street. Hold on, like it's this is a simulated driver on a professional course. Hold on, there's a couple more. In a video game in Minecraft. Okay,
asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah.
I don't know that JD Vance would be able to do. I mean, good luck. You know what? If JD Vance could do something cool, that'd be great. I don't generally have hope for JD Vance to do much, but it'd be great if they could do good things, and that would be a W that then people could say, "Hey, well done. At least you did that." Be our world police. That's a weird thing to say.
I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it.
With that just being an absolutely wild response to that last question, and while it would obviously be absolutely massive if he pardoned Maxwell, or even Diddy for that matter, he could also kind of just be saying this with no intention of following through, right? Especially with at least Maxwell, you'd think that'd be pretty insane for Trump to pardon her while he's still getting so much heat over the Epstein files debacle. You'd have to imagine there'd be some sort of just drop off in support and political capital and will, but also maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking too highly of people. But also, who knows what's in the head of a man when asked, why would a convicted child sex trafficker be a good candidate for a pardon? Trump responded, I don't know, I'll have my people look into it. Like, where's, huh? What? That's also not where the political news ends, and that's because you have Supreme Court related news with the justices now kicking off their new term by hearing an incredibly consequential case that
I hope Kissinger rots in hell and America bring democracy to all the world. Yeah, Kissinger was very much not appreciated by a lot of people, even in America, despite being held up as a diplomat of America that did a bunch of things that people pretended weren't super bad, but a lot of people realized how bad it was. But Kissinger did it in the hopes to bring democracy to the world. So it's kind of odd, you know what I mean? Yeah, like we're about to invade Venezuela. I mean, right now we're just bombing innocent civilians. You know what I mean? Like we're just blowing up 20-something people here and there, just completely decimating and destroying boats. And it's like, wow, there's drugs in that boat. It's like, can you go get those drugs? Right? Yemen, yeah. I mean, we have 800 military bases all over the earth, right? Fucking China doesn't get to do that. Due process, mod check, due process, nowhere. Just a completely different citizen of another country, and in their waters, we fucking blow it up. You know what I mean? Whoa, we got Zoran up in here. I'm just joking, but bomb the shit out of Maduro and the Venezuelan dictatorship. But Shade, wouldn't you imagine that would come with pain and suffering to civilians? And wouldn't you see that happening with like collateral damage and shit? That would be pretty bad and painful, right? Your cousin was locked up just for trying to communicate with my family. Well, that doesn't sound good. Well, I mean, the Trump lives in a White House, and we have lots of homeless people. So the mansion element, I'm not saying that I don't know shit about Venezuela's type of governance and suppression of free speech. Like there's lots of things that I have complete ignorance of, but just like the idea that the leader lives in a mansion doesn't necessarily seem like a way of disproving collateral damage against innocents, right? Doesn't seem like I feel like we've caused, like you were saying before, Kissinger is bad because Kissinger bombed the fuck out of Cambodia. That's some of the things that I do know, right? So wishing now that we then continue to bomb the shit out of another country, just like we did to Cambodia, that's going to cause problems for people like your cousin. You know, he's locked up in a jail right now, or they're locked up in a jail right now, but then you bomb it, they might die in jail because they got bombed to death. Like that would be bad. Not that being in jail is good, especially for a unjustifiable reason, but dying from bombing is bad. Also true that the U.S. locks up innocent people and sent to people to foreign prisons like CCOT. Abrego Garcia sent off to CCOT. Fucking... Just there's loads of people. I thought we cared about the common workers, not defending dictators. I don't think I'm defending dictators by saying, please don't bomb the common workers, right? Like, what? How does that, like, bombing the shit out of the common workers is bad. That's bad. Dictatorship bringing down the common people as slaves are bad. That would be bad. What should happen then? Common workers live in gated villas? Oh, you mean just assassinate the world leader by bombing just the building that he lives in? I mean, that also implies that he lives with no workers on the premises, assuming this is such a large villa. There'd be lots of workers there who would die innocently, or whatever. But now it's not that America and Israel have not done assassinations, but like the idea is supposed to be through international law that assassinations are not allowed, because then it gets kind of out of hand when everyone's just assassinating everyone left and right. The world kind of falls apart when that's just the way that it works, right? So when America is the leader, they should not assassinate, because that definitely sets the tone for doing the thing that's bad. And yes, you're right. The Venezuelan boats that were bombed were not villas and yachts. They were just fucking dudes. I thought we were supposed to do something to change this slave society that capitalism forced us to be. Who said we're supposed to do something? What? I don't... Wait. Like, you're making it out like we're supposed to be bombing somebody? I don't understand what you're... I didn't say that. Who said this? What? Huh? Huh? I didn't say this. Nobody I follow says this. I'm just... I don't... Did I say something that I'm not aware of? So we just bitch about it online and do nothing. Well, like, I was talking about how I was at the Chevron picket to boycott Chevron. I have the Dump Do campaign where I'm working with city councilors. We have a DSA elected member to city council, so we're trying to get power in our local municipality to be city owned. Like, there's things that we're doing. We're not just bitching online, right? There is things that you can get outside and do. The DSA had a Venezuela protest. So it's like going outside and bitching about it, I guess, to some degree, instead of just online. But I don't know what you want the average American to do about it, other than, I guess you want us to be like advocating for bombs, which is just kind of just bitching about it online and then hoping the powerful person does something, hoping that the person with the bombs does something. Right? Isn't that still just bitching about it online until the person with power does the thing that you think is good? Because that's what we protest for. A bunch of bitches with no spine. No wonder you will lose next elections. Literal bitches with no balls. But you are just bitching online and asking the people in power to do something. The thing that you think is good. You are not the one out there with the big balls bombing something. You're saying, the little bitch, please give me the bombs. Please give the bombs to the people. No wonder I left the bitches I won. You won who? What? I don't understand. Because it's the same Trumpo for Caesar. You can't, hold on. You can't do a call to violence, man. You can't do that. That's like, you want that. I'm going to time you out for a second because you said that you want him to be Caesar. And we all know that the Senate stabbed Caesar to death. So you are making a call to violence against our United States president. And that is not acceptable on Twitch. I, as the streamer, could get in trouble. So I'm making sure to reprimand you for calling for violence against the president of the United States. That's incredibly out of line. And you need to, this is the climate where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and you are then escalating things to another level, asking for the knife murder of the president of the United States. That is clearly way out of bounds. You really need to take a moment and think to yourself, you know what I'm saying? Because that is just completely off the rails. Right? Can you understand that? Shay? I hope you understand that. It seems like they're thinking of things over, which is good.
Could affect laws that protect minors from conversion therapy in nearly 30 states. Right, and specifically, the legal challenge being heard today was brought.
Brutus et tu Brutus, right? Brutus was a senator, wasn't it? It was one. But like the Senate is like all of the other lawmakers, whatever. I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. I don't remember if I watched a play or if I watched. There's something. Death of Caesar. Assassination of Julius Caesar. Ides of March. A group of senators during a Senate session. Yeah. There you go. In the theater of Pompeii. Ominous. Whoa. The conspirators number between 60 and 70 individuals led by Brutus. Yeah. Et tu Brutus. Is this Caesar? Doesn't look anything like what I thought he did. Everyone's all like, they're so dramatic. How interesting.
By a Christian therapist named Kaylee Childs. Right, and Childs is suing Colorado over its ban on treatment intended to change the sexual orientation or gender identity of kids under 18. And with that, she's arguing that the...
I wonder if when I timed out that guy, he got fucked over, because I think I have that setting turned on where it says ban people can't view your stream, but I timed him out for a second. So I wonder if that counted as a ban. Is a timeout considered a ban? I thought ban is like the perma-ban thing, which is different than... I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Person was going crazy, so...
Law violates her right to free speech and talk therapy because it prevents her from talking about her own viewpoints. But Colorado's attorney general has hit back by noting that the...
I was kind of memeing, because I knew that when they said Trump for Caesar, that they wanted them to be emperor or some shit. But I was making fun of them by saying that they wanted them to be stabbed to death. But then I guess they're gone forever, so oops. I can't play with my food anymore. That's a shame. Oh well. They hate Henry Kissinger but love Trump. What an interesting individual. I mean, I have blind spots with my knowledge and my ignorance and shit, but damn, that is crazy. Taking pics of the yellow moon. I guess it's like a cheddar moon. I was gonna call it a piss moon, but I think calling it a cheese moon is classier. Yeah. Yeah, why I left the left. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Jaundice moon. I was born with jaundice. I was a premature baby by like a month, 3 weeks, something like that. My mom was, I guess we were weird fetuses because we were trying to get out of the womb as fast as possible. So my mom had to like stay horizontal for months on end because if she stood up, gravity would like take over and we would start running out of her. I mean, both of us ended up being like 3 weeks or a month premature without a heart. Oh, beat. Oh, got it. Meth. Does that work? You just give a baby speed and he just... I guess born dead in the sense that your heart isn't beating means you're dead, right? That sounds a good way to define it. And gravity was pulling it out. Oh my god. Oh, meth. Meth. Moon. That's a crazy ass moon. It almost looks like a dim sun. Also, a beautiful fucking place you got. This is beautiful. Wild. Hmm. 3-eye atlas? Get these bugs out of my face. You can clean a bathroom really good on meth, I've heard, right?
State law only applies to minors and still allows people of any age to seek conversion therapy counseling from religious organizations, just not from therapists who are licensed by the state. And arguing that states have the right to require licensed therapists and medical professionals to obey established standards of care, and that the ban on conversion therapy is meant to protect minors from substandard care. And as the lawyers in Colorado have noted in court, there's a mountain of evidence showing that conversion therapy is not only ineffective, but actively harmful. In fact, every major medical organization, from the American Medical Association to the American Psychological Association, has rebuked the practice, reporting to research showing that conversion therapy doesn't work and actually causes a deep depression and suicidal thoughts in people under the age of 18. So as a result, we saw a wave of states enacting laws banning conversion therapy back in the 2010s, with that, of course, including Colorado. And so now, because so many states have similar laws, the way the Supreme Court ultimately rules in this Colorado case, it'll have massive implications that go beyond just one state. Right? If the Supreme Court
Yeah, that was on my that was my last video I was going to pull up.
rules that Colorado's law does infringe on free speech, it could either send it back down to a lower court for additional consideration or declare that it's unconstitutional and just strike it down. And if the justices choose that second option, that would likely invalidate similar bans on conversion therapy in nearly 30 other states that have implemented laws meant to protect their own residents from a practice that is widely considered to be dangerous. But as far as what happens next, we're going to have to watch for the ruling, though very notably, we did see the court's conservative majority seemingly signaling that they would be ruling against Colorado during oral arguments today. But then, as far as political quickie news, this is the closest thing to a positive piece of news today. And that is, if you live in California and you stream content, here's some good news. Gavin Newsom just signed a law that bans streaming services from cranking up the volume on commercials to make them louder than the content being streamed. Right, and this is actually a pretty significant move because while federal law already requires TV and radio to do this, those laws, they don't apply to streaming services, as anyone who's ever gotten a sonic blast from a mid-roll ad on YouTube can confirm. But now, starting in July under California's new law, major streaming platforms like Netflix, Hulu, Prime Video, and YouTube, they're going to have to start
And Twitch, mod check.
complying with federal regulations on the volume that traditional broadcasters are bound by. Right, and this is also standout news because of the timing. Right, this is going down as many streaming sites are now introducing tiered subscription models in the last few years that require people to pay more if they don't want to hear ads. And so, one, it'll be interesting to see if other states follow California's lead, or two, the platforms just make kind of universal or nationwide changes because they think that other states are going to follow suit. And well, it brings us to the end of this video.
Doing it only for California would be such a weird way to do it. Also, keeping your volume consistent just makes sense as a platform. If the tech microchip industry migrates to California, should the U.S. defend Taiwanese independency? The palate cleanser. If the tech microchip industry migrates to California, that's a big if, right? Should the U.S. defend Taiwanese independency? I don't understand how you're linking the two. Is Taiwan... You're thinking that Taiwan is considered quasi-independent right now because the chips are valuable? But if the chips all move to California, out of all the states, that would then mean that Taiwanese independence would be up for grabs? I'm confused. Yeah, TSMC, yeah. Yeah, Taiwan has the major chip manufacturer, right? Yeah. What's going on over in Japan? Well, every other country in the world is saying he's Hitler. They're doing this. Are you sure this is Japanese people doing this? Is this Ghibli art style mixed in? Hercule from Dragon Ball Z. I know that arc. I was in the Cell Saga, but not strong. Sure, yeah. Like, they bought the tech and industry, and it's moving to California. Taiwan will have no strategic position for the U.S. to defend. I think the U.S. likes to defend Taiwan just because it's a thorn in the side of China. The fact that Taiwan is able to make chips is probably a big plus, but I don't have a deep history of it, but it seems like unification with China would be pretty good for Taiwan, just because China is doing pretty awesome. But I don't know. I guess if they want to be different, their yearning for independence is chill. I don't know. I don't really have much of a take on it, to be honest. Also, I don't buy that, you know, they bought the tech, but I mean, we bought the tech for high-speed rail, and that shit hasn't gone between San Francisco and LA. So you know what I mean? It's like, I'll believe it when I see it. East Asia is high-tech sweatshops of the West. I don't want to defend exploitation. Didn't exist before 2000. It was a dictatorship. as a baby. Taiwan is kind of a strategic base. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard different back and forth elements to that Taiwan, or not just Taiwan, but just like the sweatshop tech thing. It's probably truer than I'm willing to or hoping to think, because there's like the suicide nets or whatever turned out to be a bit of like a exaggeration or whatever or something. It's weird. There's so much xenophobia and just, anti-Asian sentiment in general that sometimes I have to take a lot of the criticism with a grain of salt or wait for more international collaboration to the claims of different things before I just immediately assume it's fact. Just because the West has been pretty bad with their track record of getting it right on their first pass when it comes to a lot of that stuff. Again, not saying that it's not true or to some capacity it's not true, but seems like we've gotten a lot wrong. Coming from the country that's like been the most wrong in recent, fucking decades. Democracy didn't exist before 2000 in a lot of nations in Europe? I feel like they all had democracy to whatever extent that they did. Because, like, that was, even the USSR was down in 2000. Foxconn Nets is a Taiwanese company being the worst part of economic zones on the mainland. Exploitation I don't support. America defending democracy in Taiwan. Oh, the Foxconn was in Taiwan specifically? Interesting. Well, now I believe it for sure now. Right, yeah. If we are leftist, are you leftist? You're saying pro-Trump, so I don't think you're leftist. Shouldn't we support nation? Shouldn't we support the nation is the rose of communism? Taiwan is the rising of communism? Huh? Is that what you're saying? No, he's not. He's a fascist. It's about as far right as you can get by that definition, straight up. What? JD Bondon. Well, are you Trump? Are you Donald Trump? I said Trump's a fascist. Is Donald Trump in my Twitch chat right now? Named Shay from Uganda? Is that what the fuck? Yeah, no, we got even like the fucking lurkers coming out because they could not believe what you just like. He's literally been on camera saying the left is evil, right? You think he's left? Why is Trump a fascist? Oh man. Oh, let me count the ways. I mean, I have proof that Trump is left. Well, fuck. I guess it's over. I guess he's got us. I guess it's over. We could go over all 14 tenants. No, I think the caps is valid. Yeah. I mean, ICE. Right? He's pushing for ICE. Even like in Trump 1, he did the Muslim ban. I mean, he's sending in his jackbooted thugs into Chicago. I mean, there's things from the past, there's things from fucking today. It's just all over the Good luck, friend. I can't condone, but I can say good luck. Okay, this kind of looks crazy. This kind of looks crazy.
Yeah, wow.
How are
I've seen
you?
you. Terrific.
Wait, is this the Planet Hollywood tape?
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go.
Well, the thumbnail. Okay, the thumbnail before I hit play was this. I thought it was gonna be like fucking Red Alert CGI, but this is a Billy Chinese meme of the Planet Hollywood tape. But yeah, this is the grab him by the pussy thing, and then there's a green screen O. Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff here. Ow. I mean, this is the Slovak shit poster, right? This is where, yeah, this is where you get all your facts from. That's Hell March from fucking Red Alert. That's literally Hell March. War Thunder tanks. Wait, is this Venezuela? What's he bombing? I didn't see. Hey, at least he's willing to put himself on the front line. Oh, they're bears. I was like, why is he riding boars? But they're bears. Okay, this is Red Alert, literally. He's sending an engineer. He's gonna capture the fucking prism fucking Kirov reporting. Kirov. Yeah, he's capturing the fucking like prism fucking defense turret thing. Now he's Yuri? He's mind controlling things? I mean, it's a shit post, so this is not. If this was serious, it would be more fun, but it's not serious. You know? It's like. That's the thing. My tweet link was better, and you were putting us through this. Did I not? Oh, the Japanese AI one? I guess because it's AI, it feels less good, right? Because it's AI slop. I feel like it's not. It's a Slavic shit poster. That doesn't seem like it's a. It seems like it's a Russian guy, right? This is not AI. No. I'm talking to the. You're not the only chatter here. Okay, I'm talking to Yogi. Yogi wanted this video to get played in full, but it's AI. And I guess this comment down here is saying that the Japanese have history of teaming up. I'm stirring. What is this? Is that the Palestinian guy? He's space cowboy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Be the American the Japanese think you are. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, I think I've seen people that look like this. This is that's just a gay dude. That's just like a gay guy from Texas. You know what I mean? I feel like you can definitely find those. That is a whole different persona. That's Dick Vane Cheney right there. That's something different. Shay's account is from 2017. That's probably a main account, which is interesting. Follows Asmongold. A bunch of ladies. There's a whole bunch of crazy accounts. Huh. Huh. Don't dox me to these people. Wait, what? It's just your user card. I mean, that's not that crazy. Forget the furry shit. Let's just be jacked up gays. Based when I said Asmongold? Okay. Doxing, really? I feel like sometimes the right wing utilizes words. Maybe not, you're not right wing or whatever, but words like doxing just get totally stolen and all of their meaning is lost, just diluted down into nothingness. And I'm trying to think of other examples that are similar to it. I guess woke is kind of one of them, you know what I mean? Doxing has zero meaning now, yeah. Well, even like, yeah, fucking, Stephen Miller saying, oh, they're doxing our fucking workers. And it's like, they just want to see their face, dude. They just want to hold them accountable by the basic sentiment. Yeah. It's not like your IP address or your name, it's just your account. It's not even like a scraper. I wanted to jump to interstellar objects. Oh, that's what the 3i thing was. That's what you're talking about. That makes more sense now. This goes here. Pin. It only took us 4 hours and 45 minutes to get through that first video. I mean, I guess I didn't start with the video. I was chatting to start, technically. I don't think it's on there.
And let's get into it with one of our favorite interstellar experts, Harvard professor Avi Loeb. Professor, welcome back. Starting with these new images from AESA's ExoMars orbiter.
Thank you.
What stands out to you? Any surprises?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Keep going. Hold on. Oh. Oh, never mind.
Here.
Well, the fact is that we see an image very similar to the Hubble
That's how I'm staying relevant.
Space Telescope image that was obtained on July 21st. Qualitatively speaking, of course, the Hubble Space Telescope is a much bigger has a much bigger mirror, 2.4 meters in diameter, whereas this camera that was used on ExoMars is
I tried. Huh? I'm trying to think of other Carterisms. It's the new Carter. Kill yourself. No. I don't have any kittens to just hold towards the lens. Grab a small animal to show. Yeah. Yeah. I'll grab my head crab. Here he is. Look at him. Look at him. We call him Lamar. These are my blue light glasses that are nice. A lot of times the blue light glasses will like make things look yellow, but these are a very minor amount of, I don't know, blocking, but they give you like a little blue light testing thing, and you can tell it still actually blocks the blue light. But I don't know. I mean, I've been watching my multiple fucking monitors this entire time without them, and my eyes, I guess, are fine. Let's see. It's crazy that this thing, they're like, yeah, this is something. And it's like, is it? Is it anything? It just looks like a nothing to me.
It's much smaller. And as a result...
Cool. I'm glad you were not serious about half of those things, because I was really fucking confused by a bit of it. Because I'm kind of stupid, you know? So it's not too hard to like get me out of my depth. And it's like, how do you plan to destabilize Maduro's dictatorship? And I'm like, I don't know, but I feel like bombing people is bad. You know what I mean?
It can the low surface brightness in the envelope surrounding the core of the plume of the glow around the 3i Atlas. And I calculated that, in fact, the resolution of the camera of ExoMars is about 340 kilometers. And we see that the image, the glow around...
This guy's excited, though. Like, I'm looking at something that means nothing to me, but this dude is, like, ready to go. So it must be something.
On 3i Atlas is about 2 resolution elements, 2 pixels. We can tell that because the stars are point sources in the background, and they have a width that is roughly half.
Okay. Also interesting that it's traveling almost perfectly in our orbital plane, doing a close tour of every planet on the way through. Third interstellar object that is detected.
Of the width of the image of 3i Atlas. So altogether, we can see the core that was already apparent in the Hubble Space Telescope image. And of course, there is a much better camera that we hope to get the data from. It's the high-rise camera on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter that is 50.
Dude, Carter's in shambles. This information came out and he couldn't go live because he was just going on the other day being like, fuck you, aliens could never come here, right? This is the last thing we need. Or maybe the thing we need the most is a fucking alien. Let's try and think what it could be instead.
centimeters in diameter, and therefore will allow us a pixel size of 30 kilometers when 3i Atlas was closest to Mars at a distance of 30 million kilometers. The challenge there is that NASA is currently under government shutdown, and so we cannot get.
Oh my God, it's under shutdown. Bro, imagine we miss this opportunity because it's shut down. Imagine we miss a fucking opportunity.
Any communications from NASA, and that prevents the flow of data that was already obtained.
Yeah, so that data has already been collected. That picture, those images, they already exist. It's just we have no idea when we're going to see them, right?
Right, and some people ask me about the government shutdown, whether there is any conspiracy to hold off the data from the public eye. And I said, well, the delay is not a signature of extraterrestrial intelligence. It's more a signature of terrestrial stupidity.
I will admit, combining his accent with the fact that he's just raw dogging his laptop microphone in an echo, even though his room is full of fucking objects, it is the most echoey ass den I've ever fucking heard with this many fucking books in it. It's hard to understand what he's saying, especially when it's like, I'm kind of used to being able to kind of like multi-stream and let that filter in while I'm reading chat, but I'm like, I have not been able to understand a word this fucker said.
Yeah, which we have quite a bit of here on Earth. You've also spoken about, and you know, speaking of conspiracy theories, like you just wrote about the first images from NASA's Perseverance rover, and this got a lot of people talking, specifically that distinct stripe that had many people thinking that we were looking at a massive Manhattan-sized cylinder or possibly a tube there, and that looks very different from the images that we just saw captured. Can you explain the difference here? Are we looking at some sort of like
Is that not just motion blur? Is it actually a full-on cylindrical object?
Motion blur?
Yeah, this is just motion blur.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It may be one of the two moons of Mars, either Phobos or Deimos. Again, because of the government shutdown, there is not much information about the direction where this image was taken. And I calculated that it's fully consistent with a long exposure of over 10 seconds of one of the moons of Mars. And of course, what you would see in such an image is a sequence of spheres that are just like beans on a pod, you know, and that's what we see as an elongated image. There was a lot of speculations on social media, but
wait, is he British? He's talking about beans? Okay, got it.
I figure that either it's one of the moons, most likely one of the moons of Mars, or perhaps a very long exposure of 3i Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, I would not think to describe. I know, yeah. I'm just trying to meme. Okay, I mean, I don't think I would describe a single object being exposed for a long period of time like beans on a pod. What an interesting way to describe it. Because he's like circle, 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 circle. Oh, that's beans on a pod. Like, if I'm understanding what I think he's trying to say.
But in all cases, it has nothing to do with the cylindrical shape of the source. It's more to do with the exposure being long and seeing many images of the source, one after the other, as it moves across the Martian sky.
And every time we do this, I think I'm going to ask you at the end, like on the lobe scale, how are things looking based on?
Is a lobe scale like the feasibility of oh God, it's happening? These are aliens this time. Is it the lobe scale? Is this guy's name Loeb? Is that what? Did I miss this?
The limited information that you've gotten so far, still looking comedy.
I've been hearing Three Body Problem forever, and I know it's a TV show, TV show, but now it's a Chinese book apparently, or it's some kind of like conundrum about aliens. I don't know what it is. Scientific concept. I guess I can look it up in a second.
Well, between, I would say, 30 to 40% that it's not a natural object because we don't see a beautiful tail behind.
I'll put it to the test. And hey, I'm pretty fucking stupid. Don't let the glasses fool you. I'm dumb as fuck.
This object the way we see around comets. But I think most likely it's natural, but nevertheless, it has all these anomalies that make it unusual. It's in the plane of the planets around the sun. It's also coming close to Mars and Jupiter. It's very big, apparently, relative to the previous objects that we found from interstellar space. And it also had this extension, glow, towards the sun rather than away from the sun. And so we have to monitor it and figure out whether it's of any technological origin that could pose a threat to humanity. And
Good luck, dog. I mean, if they could get it into our fucking, interior solar system, what the fuck are we gonna do? What the fuck are we gonna do? Pose a threat to us? No, you just fucking bend over, kiss your ass goodbye, and say thank you very much. What the fuck do you think you're gonna do? What the hell do you think you're gonna do? What? That's the hubris to think that you could even fucking, pretend that you could do something against it.
Wrote to the United Nations a white paper suggesting that there will be a committee evaluating all the signatures of stellar objects to alert us against any potential threats.
So he said he's thinking it's natural. That's what he said. But he wants to check to make sure it's not a fucking bomb.
I mean, I know it's just a ballpark, but 30 to 40% that it could be something else.
Start of November, it'll be the best visible and be rising with the sun. It'll be visible while it's coming over the sky with the sun? That sounds like it'd be the what the hell? Where did that accent come from? It'll be the hardest time to see it, because it's like blotted out. Have a good stream. Thank you. I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, hey, I owe it all to Cinemarxism for doing the raid in the first place, but thanks. It'll be opposite the sun between us. Oh.
That is pretty significant coming from you, Avi Loeb. Professor, thank you so very much.
Okay, so his name is Loeb. Okay, so that's what the Loeb scale's for. I wanted to see, there's that picture of the solar system or whatever, and they were talking about how so they were saying there's a glow closer to the sun than behind it. I guess if there's a glow behind it, that implies it has propulsion, but it has a glow in front of it. But to me, that would be because it's just reflective. It's like the sun is hitting light, and that light is bouncing off, creating a glow. But I guess a glow requires a fog of some kind to illuminate within. Watch the series, The Three-Body Problem. I did want to look up Three-Body Problem. Final trailer. TV series in simple terms. Ah, yes. Perfect. This is AI overview. Come on, give me the real thing. Three bodies. Okay, three circles. Netflix's whatever. Three-Body Problem, big budget adaptation of someone's book. Game of Thrones. Wait, what? The creators behind Game of Thrones? Wait, the guys that got sidelined by Disney? What exactly is it? Why is it still unsolvable? Hold on. I got my glasses on. Some guy, an assistant professor of physics at some university, explains the system with two objects exerting gravitational force on one another. Explains that systems of two objects exert force. Okay, yeah. Moon, Earth. Got it. We orbit the moon around us, but the moon moves our fucking seas. We got our tides. Totally understandable. We're in. Particles, stars, and planets, predictable. to solve the two-body problem and predict orbits since the days of early Isaac Newton. Done. Easy mode. But as soon as the third body enters the mix, the whole system gets thrown into chaos. Three-body problem is a statement that if you have three bodies gravitating towards each other under Newton's law of gravitation, there is no general closed-form solution for that situation. Little differences get amplified and can lead to wildly unpredictable behavior in the future. This is a reality for aliens that live in the solar system with three suns. Since all three stars are exerting gravitational forces on each other, they end up throwing the solar system into chaos as they fling each other back and forth. For Trisolarans, the name of these aliens, it means that when a sun is jettisoned far away, their planet freezes. When a sun is thrown extremely close to the planet, it gets torched. Worse, because of the three-body problem, these movements are completely unpredictable. Ponder the question of how to determine a stable starting point for three gravitational bodies that would result in predictable orbits. Movements of drunk people. That's crazy. Ice is sublimating. It's leaving a gas cloud behind it. With a massive enough body in the system, you can ignore the influence from the other object. Your mom should do. Thanks. Ice is the good guy. You mean ice in this? But so when I was talking about this, they said there's a glow on the sun facing side, not the behind side. I thought I did. Oh. Sunlight is causing outgassing on the front side. Ah, normal comet behavior. That makes sense, because the sunlight would then do something to the front part of it, causing outgases. So why would they normally see outgassing on the ass side then? Is that the ice sublimating? It's leaving a gas cloud behind it? I guess that could be possible. Or if it's sublimating somewhere along the surface of it, but because it's going so fast, it leaves it in a trail, aka this fucking thing behind it. Yeah, it just leaves a trail. There we go. Yeah. They are devils. Easy. Got it. We just need Doom Guy, right? Boom. Send him up there. That's a cyber demon. Got him. To get feedback on levels unedited with the DJI noise cancellation on high after you cover what you are. And watch from the timestamp to let me anything for these kinds of vids, bushwalks, not using a lav mic. Aw, puppy.
Oh, this should maybe.
Oops, shit. Fucking sorry.
Watch out for the glass there, Roxy. It's just what I've got on my tattoo, except for there's a pedal missing.
The leaf noise is a little intense. Is this? Oh, I was gonna say, this looks like pretty dog shit quality. I was wondering what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's tough because the leaf noise is overpowering everything. Did I miss it? It's a crazy bird noise. Huh. That's without noise canceling. Levels unedited. Oh no, with noise canceling on high. Man, really? That's nuts. Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you can get a cardioid lav, you would be in a way better position just because it would be only picking up towards your face instead of omnidirectional because any built-in mic. Oh, you can change it? It's a adjustable kind? Yeah, because omnidirectional will pick up all kinds of stuff. But you would have natural rejection just from the cardioid pattern. But you have to be careful not to like turn your head or, you know, you want to make sure that, I guess if you keep it somewhat centered through your throat, you'll be doing the best. And the first 1 minute, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of times I was like, should I continue just in case? But I was like, I don't know. I try to be charitable and understanding as best I can and ask questions, but things were getting weird. And then I'm like, is this just, but I'm very, I'm trepidatious about firing that trigger off. You know what I mean? PC can't handling even the 480p proxies. Oh, is that like, oops. Whoop. My bad. I clicked on the thing with the wrong window up. The 360 video, you mean? Like the full fucking ball shit? I've never edited one of those before. Yeah. I don't think you offend anybody. Intel iGPU QuickSync. Never heard of that before. Sometimes hey, you by the sometimes the Insta 360s have their own app. A lot of times they're even like the phone app where you can view the footage and set a perspective, and then you can export out a perspective from that. You know what I mean? Yeah. For the yeah, because Insta 360 is its own company separate from the DJI. But if the DJI has a full 360 camera, I imagine there's something similar. Sorry if you suck. Hey, you know, sometimes you know it doesn't work out. Isn't sucking, Jay? I've never come across that before. There's a few different schoolyard, you know, Sniffin is your middle name B, Jason B Sniffin or whatever, but never had sucking. Yeah, I guess because I put J at the end. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. You're always stoned. Do you do this shit barefoot? Is that how you got your foot stabbed with a stick? Is that what happened to you? Okay, let's just do AI slop. Got a couple of quick ones here. Grab this. You're barefoot out there? That's crazy. That's crazy. This says most Americans are using ChatGPT in place of lawyers. That sounds good, right?
In Southern California, 72-year-old Lynn White was on her own after losing an eviction trial. Faced with no money for an appeals lawyer, she needed a miracle.
This AI tool, it is beyond comprehension.
She found ChatGPT and used it to do the work that would have cost thousands from a trained lawyer.
It was very helpful. It pointed me to the statutes.
At what point did you stop using a lawyer and just start using AI?
In post, I saw that I can handle this appeal on my own. AI was helping me draft the motions and the briefs.
That's the most fake it till you make it thing I've ever fucking heard. You just go like, oh, I need to pass this by my lawyer. ChatGPT. That's crazy. I mean, probably a lot of bullshit is just email bullshit, right? Technically, all the paralegal work is just annoying paperwork that lawyers just don't want to deal with, right? So to some degree, that small element of it, but it's turning in the GPT MD. No. Because this is an appeal for an eviction, right? So that has to be, as far as I can tell, some amount of basic paperwork that's just, in order to file this appeal, you have to go through the motions to file an appeal. And in order to qualify for an appeal, you have to go through the appellate division. Like, it's just some basic, what is the right of way when you're at a three-way stop sign and you're in the center median with a left-hand blinker? There's like a bunch of really stupid, confusing shit that would just be a fucking logic gate when it comes down to an AI's fucking internal fucking training. It's not about a qualitative understanding. It's just a fucking quantitative calculator. But it's using the words, the language model of the words. I guess it can still hallucinate, right? Oh, fuck.
That's not to say the AI was perfect. She says sometimes a program created hallucinations, legal citations to help her case that don't actually exist.
Is that the thing with...
No. I mean, again, that's the most fake it so you make it way to get through that shit. Well, you see, Ballsack v. Scrotum, they proved that, if I didn't pay rent, you can't kick me out. And it's like, well, she's citing Scrotum, so I guess she's got a point. If they just fucking don't look it up, then I guess you win. I don't know. That's crazy. Oh, no. I was just thinking to myself, like, as long as it's not having to, like, create a ethical or, like, creative defense. If it's just about this paperwork was filed, therefore this should be allowed, that would make the most sense for it. But the fact that it's trying to then find precedent case law about things, that's so, D's versus nuts. Yeah. Ligma v. Nutsack. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
To the truth.
Damien Charlatan is a legal researcher in Paris. His database of AI hallucinations shows hundreds have already made it into U.S. courts.
Smith versus Johnson sounds like a case name. And for the AI, it's enough that it sounds like its case name, regardless of whether it is an actual case.
Then Lynn showed us her hacks to avoid hallucinations, pitting AI engines like Perplexity against ChatGPT.
We're in ChatGPT right now. It uses this case as a citation, and then I would go over to Perplexity.
So you're using one AI to fact check another AI?
I am.
In the terms of service for the AI program she uses,
I am. Yep. I am. Yeah.
It states they should not be used as substitutes for a qualified professional, but Lynn is a believer.
If it wasn't for ChatGPT, I would have given up.
And in her case, that virtual legal assistant had a real Perry Mason moment. What was the outcome?
The outcome was good for me, bad for the plaintiff.
Do you think you could have done it without AI?
Absolutely not.
Armed only with arguments shaped by AI, Lynn notching.
Dog, my lawyer lost to an AI. I'm going to jail. Dog, that's crazy. Dude, yo, you might as well just fucking quit if you lose that case to the AI. And then the AI was making shit up. I mean, I guess she fact-checked it by checking it against another hallucinating AI to be like, yep, that checks out, dog. And it's like, did you just... Couldn't you Google it? Couldn't you Google it? Like, if they say D's versus nuts, you can just look up D's versus nut California and then find it. Why use another AI to do it? I don't understand. It's like Walter White saying he would have never gone to chemo if he hadn't been selling drugs. Oh, they paywall it? Well, then how do these GPTs just get through it? Lawyers and Kiwa. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking to myself when I was looking at this, is lawyer care for all? What the hell do you call that? Like paralegal for all? Like, she needed something, but it's obscenely expensive to get a lawyer. If she could afford a lawyer, she could have just afforded her rent. You know what I mean? To not get evicted. What an interesting case. What an interesting everything.
A win. The judgment against her overturned for now.
Did it feel like David and Goliath?
It does feel like David and Goliath, except AI is a slingshot.
Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Your Honor, I choose to represent myself. And by I mean ChatGPT. You put a little suit on your iPhone and you set it up, you know. It's like, it's the AI's like, Your Honor, may I approach the bench? And you just yeet your phone up there. Oh my God. The David and Goliath and it's a slingshot. Oh, that does sound. Maybe she asked the AI for some like killer stinger to go out on. Yeah, hold on. Let me chat GPT this. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. All right. Second punch. Robin Williams' daughter tells fans to stop sending AI-generated videos of her father.
A new podcast.
Welcome to Cloud 9. Up here, the dress code is white, and the cover charge is your entire...
Oh, no, dude. This is so much worse than the fucking hologram Tupac. Oh, no.
Where every celebrity on it is dead. AI-generated videos like these popping up
Oh, no. They did Steve Irwin.
everywhere online.
Just wanted to drop in and tell you something simple. I miss you.
But not everyone likes the trend. Robin Williams' daughter, Zelda, asking fans to stop sending her AI videos of her dad, saying in an Instagram story post that she doesn't want to see them. It's dumb, a waste of time and energy, not what he'd want.
Dude, that's so... Zelda is so fucking base. What the fuck? Dude, that's... But also... I remember when I was getting into VR, right? There was a video that they were like, check out VR, it's awesome. Hey, check out VR, it's so cool. And it's like, why would you do this? It's like mother wearing a Vive headset reunites with dead daughter in South Korea.
어딨어?
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. What are you doing?
엄마 어디 있었어? 엄마 내 생각했어?
Don't do this. Don't do this. That's so beyond fucked. You cannot do that. That's inhumane. God damn. Right? And then they're I was like, that's so fucked. How could they? Who? People are like, all right, here's the headset. We're gonna have you looking at your daughter in this, your dead daughter. I wouldn't put it on her head. I wouldn't be in the room. I wouldn't tell her which room to go in. I wouldn't be involved. How the fuck does that happen? Oh my God, that's just too much. Even just seeing it again and hearing her sniffle and the kid talking to it. Oh my God, that's so fucked. Oh God, that just took the wind out of me remembering that. So this is based that she's like, get this shit out of my face.
Even going as far as calling it horrible TikTok slop. NBC News reached out to her for comment, but hasn't heard back. It's not just Robin Williams, but Tupac and Kobe Bryant.
Got my guy. What's up, people?
Selena and Aaliyah. And I'm not about to lose.
Just like the worthless AI jibber jabber of like, hey, what's going on, people? Just that's what he would say, right? That's just. Oh. Hey, we didn't deserve the planet, right? The fucking 3-eye bullshit alien peas in a pod, beans on toast is gonna fly by and look at us and go, ugh, oh, and just keep going. Oh man, the government shut down and we got slop pouring out of every fucking orifice. No.
Then buckle up, mija. Kirk Cobain. Gray sky breathing on the wires, streets. While it
you weren't even playing a guitar there. You didn't even have an instrument. It was on your back.
May all seem offensive for some. For others, it can feel like a celebration of life.
I am so proud of the woman that you've become, Kimberly.
In 2020, Kanye West gifted Kim Kardashian a deepfake video message from her deceased father. She loved the.
Wait, was he a mobster or what was he? I don't know why I thought it was Kimberly Guilfoyle at first too. That's crazy that I was jumping to that conclusion. I'm so fucking brain broken. Kim Kardashian should be what I immediately connect with the word Kim, but instead I go Kimberly Guilfoyle. I don't even know who that is, but the name. Oh God, it's fucking Donald Trump Jr.'s fucking wife / Gavin Newsom's ex-wife. Oh my God, the best is yet to come. That's who that is.
Experience at the time, posting, "I can't even describe what this meant to me." Now, with the technology improving so much, it can be hard to tell which AI platform is even generating such videos. But recently, many have Sora's watermark. OpenAI releasing its latest version of the video generator last week. Videos flooding feeds. OpenAI telling NBC News in a statement, "While there are strong free speech interests in depicting historical figures, we believe that public figures and their families should ultimately have control over how their likeness is used. For public figures who are recently deceased, authorized representatives or owners of their estate can request that their likeness not be used in Sora Cameo."
An opt-out system. How about an opt-in system instead? Would that be so crazy? Yeah, people, I guess, have already figured out how the watermark can be removed. Probably by using AI removal tools, right? That's literally a thing that's AI's been good at doing for a long time. AI. Generative models / neural network learning things, like smoothing out a simple slight opacity watermark is like the easiest thing it could do. It's been doing background removal forever.
Legal AI law is changing constantly, but it's not evolving as fast as AI itself.
For example, California
Problem solved. Hold on. Make an AI lawyer to keep up with it. Boom. Got it. Done. Easy. Boom, roasted. It's done.
California passed a law last year requiring studios to get consent from a deceased performer's estate before using their AI digital replica. But a social video post for fun is different, and there is no federal law regulating AI videos like this.
There is really nothing across the board that would prevent someone from using imagery and sharing it on social media if it's not in a intentionally harmful.
So this is bad, right? A lot of people see that. But counterpoint, imagine how much better TrueAnon's videos of John Fetterman are going to be using the new AI system. I never even saw the originals. I think he said they were like too hot for TV. So imagine how good they're going to be now. I guess we still won't be able to see them, so that's bad. I've only seen people look at a phone and go, "Holy fuck," when they see what he's generated. There was that image of him eating the sandwich off the floor. Please tell me it's my first reply. Wait, how come I don't see replies? It was something like, it was a post like this where John Fetterman was reaching down and eating his floor sandwich. And then, wait, oh, here it is. Yes, adding images to my Fetterman training language model, whatever. I don't think I've seen the newest. I've only been watching. It's so stupid. I think I've only been watching South Park when Hassan watches it because I don't watch TV anymore. I guess he just watches it online with some ripped link or something. I've heard it's been good. But yeah, he has a whole just busted to this photo. What does it mean? Release the Fetterman files. For real, man. Let me get a taste. I would like a taste. I've seen enough fucked up shit. We were talking about Rotten.com. I fucked up my brain. I watched the Pain Olympics. Apparently it's fake. I hope that's true. But still, I want to see the fucking Fetterman files. Come on. Don't hog them all to yourself. You're ruining the water for all of Earth, okay? Share it a little bit. 2 girls, 1 cup. I saw that shit. Literally.
Context.
So while nothing can bring these beloved stars back from the grave, expect to see more of them as you doom scroll.
Camila Bernal joins us now. So, Camila, you mentioned the new Sora that has just come out, and there's been, we talk about the film and television industry. There's been a reaction to it from them, right?
Yeah, in terms of Zora 2, the Motion Picture Association, they did release a statement essentially saying that it is AI who has to set these rules and these boundaries over what can be done.
And they're not going to do it. That's what they have to do it, and they're not going to do it. How about counterpoint? Nuh-uh. Oh, my God. I agree. I see what you're saying, right? Because, like, right there, they were saying, while you use your phone, you will see it. But at the same time, because they're implying that you're going to be seeing a bunch of slop generated without the consent of deceased people against the wills of their family and their own image, it now becomes a doom, right? It is now a doom scroll as you immediately just normal scroll. So that they kind of quasi like came back around and like made it relevant.
They have to take action. That is what the association believes, that it's OpenAI who has to take action to prevent all of this from happening. In general, I think Hollywood just doesn't like AI for the most part because a lot of these actors, actresses, their children don't want to.
I don't like AI because of my IP. Ah, you can't take on my Mickey Mouse. No, they're not even Italian. I guess they're just wasps. Walt Disney is just. I know he's anti-Semitic. I know that much. I don't know what. I don't know what. It doesn't really have. I don't know. I guess he doesn't have an accent. He's just a guy.
To see their image or even their voices being used. And same goes for the script writing and all of that process. So a lot of these Hollywood insiders and everyone who works in the industry really fighting through their unions to get those rules and regulations established so that there are some boundaries before AI content just gets out of control, Hallie.
Crazy. All right. It's not just before it gets out of control. Too late. Yeah, well said. Okay. I'm going to put this in quotes so it doesn't make it look like I'm saying it.
Our 12,026 human era calendar just dropped.
Now, Kurzgesagt is bought out by weird, I don't know, I'm trying to say neoliberal. I'm probably not using that term correctly, but like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they think carbon capture is a viable solution for saving the planet. Like, they've been bought out by shit, but I assume when it comes to art, they'll be okay. I don't know. We'll see.
And this year is extra special. Stay tuned until the end for the reveal, or head straight to the shop to get yours.
I'm literally right there with you. There was one in particular about climate change where they were like, look, carbon capture, not that bad. And I'm like, every other thing I've ever seen has been like shitting on climate change or carbon capture. And at the very end, they go, this video has been brought to you by Bill and Melinda Gates. I'm like, well, there it is. There it is. They're the ones saying, don't worry, guys, we can just offset. Hold on, we can offset. Let me keep polluting. Come on. It's like, so that's where I've lost a lot of respect for the brand overall. Although some of their, like, the immune system videos they have, they're crazy. I never realized the depths of the bullshit that goes on inside your body every time you get like I'm eating this cottage cheese that's been sitting out on my desk for, too long. And like the war that has raged within. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. It still tastes good.
AI slop is saturating the internet, and things are becoming dramatic pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I used to work overnights. And then when it comes to the bubble of leftists on Twitch, I know that there's a little window of time in this overnight area. So I figured it's a good place for me to just try and get some viewership, because I know like around 9 a.m., 8 a.m., Gremlo's live, and like Carter and Cinemarxism and Nandre and all those people, they all end their stream somewhere between 1 to 3 a.m. So this 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. block of time is kind of like my window. Otherwise, it's like Denims and Central Committee and Hassan and all these other people live, Agar, and all these other streamers exist on either side of Hassan, and some overlap in the middleist sections, but just a little bit of airtime competition. I mean, technically Tofu Ghost used to be on this time slot, but like they don't stream as much, I don't mind eventually making my way to a more normal hour or whatever it is, but you don't watch the bigger ones. Yeah. I mean, there's also some people like having a smaller streamer in general, just because you have my attention more than like you'll never get Hassan's attention. You might get it once a month, you know, unless you're like one of the weird MVP chatters that he looks out for because you're uniquely knowledgeable on a certain topic. But you know, and I should be dedicating a lot more of my waking hours beyond the stream to like pumping out my own valuable video content or something else. But instead, I kind of just do some volunteer work locally and then otherwise just veg out. And like, you got to get on it. You know, if I want to be a valuable asset to the team overall, it either needs to be me being able to create videos of a higher quality or editing videos for other people. Like I was able to edit videos for Cinemarxism and then boom, you know, he gave me a raid and I'm like, sick. Chat going so fast you don't know if it's really you he's responding to or someone the same thing. That's true. I have felt that before where I feel like I make a joke and then it seems like they're laughing at the joke, but I'm like, I'm not gonna scroll and like double check that it was mine and not someone else's. But you just hope it's yours, you know. I mean, I guess theoretically it's still yours, right? So, right? They laughed, you said the same joke. It's technically like you said it and they laughed. You could think of it that way.
In an online world where money is made with attention, fake users spread their slop in review sections, generate fake traffic, or poison discourse. AI has supercharged this and made slop much harder to spot. Today, about half of internet traffic is bots. The majority of them are used for destructive purposes.
Oh, wow.
It's never been easier to make mediocre content. From the black hole of meaninglessness that is LinkedIn, low-effort short videos just engaging enough to hypnotize kids and fry their attention spans, to endless, soullessly rewritten books on Amazon. AI music is invading streaming platforms. Google AI is summarizing websites instead of sending traffic to them. On YouTube, new channels publish long-form videos multiple times a week with AI-generated thumbnails, voices, and scripts. True crime, video essays, science, no space is safe. We're in the golden era of soulless slop. And sadly, actual creative human work is used to train these AI models. Every Reddit comment, original YouTube video, or human drawing on DeviantArt has been sold out to the AI companies.
Oh my God. The furry porn industry is fallen. Dude, they said DeviantArt and they got a fox there. It's that they know what they're doing.
Or straight up stolen by them.
Not my Reddit comments. No, my updates. No. My karma. I've made a Reddit account and like I tried posting like 2 or 3 times, but it was just like, nah. I don't know. I'm not a poster. I'm too healthy, unfortunately. That's my. Maybe I should beat my head against the wall. That'll make me a better poster. I don't know.
Without attribution or payment to the actual creators. Creative theft on a scale where it's impossible to protect.
Don't worry, there's no payment going to the AI either. They're just losing money. They're just throwing it down a hole, making all of our electricity more expensive.
Against it, already putting loads of creatives' work in danger, so AI companies can get rich. While this is sad and frustrating, what's even worse is that generative AI truly...
It is trans erasure to steal all of their ability to post and feed it into an algorithm. Oh my God, there is so much of that. The crypto side of things, now the AI slop side of things. Because someone was saying that like Sam Altman and all these other people are just all rushing to push out video generation AI and now constantly generating AI algorithms that you could scroll through as if it's like a YouTube or a TikTok feed. But no one's going to go to the Sam Altman app and open it up and then scroll and then get the ads that they will then generate revenue from. Everyone's just going to go to that website to generate the slop and then send it out to the other platforms that exist. They would have to have monetization for the creators on the platform, but the creators is just AI. So it's like it's just no one's going to use those apps to then look at their feeds. Inspectors, then tools for the inspectors, and inspectors to inspect the inspectors. Yeah. Someone said something about that. I don't know if that's official, like, theory, but like, oh, look, a machine will automate it, and you can then repair the machine. Ah, sweet. But I hate repairing this machine. Let's make a machine that repairs the machine, and then I'll repair that machine, right? That, just have Star Trek at that point, right? Just let people just chill. Just give everybody everything they want. Fuck you. Why do you have to do anything? The jobs I didn't do shit. I didn't have to. If I didn't show up to work, nothing would be worse sometimes. Most of the time it would have been fine, technically. And I was getting paid more than ever to do that sit and watch kind of job, wait for someone to break kind of job. I didn't do nearly as much work as the janitor that would come in and change out the trash. And then my parents are like, we're so proud of you. You have a good job. You work so hard for this job. And it's like, huh? I didn't actually do that, you know? I had a little bit of charisma and I was able to apply and then they accepted it. That's all there was to it. Someone else could have applied and then they didn't get it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Yeah, and then crumbling and not being assigned workers. Yeah. Because there's physical work that can be done. There's real work that can be done. We're deporting the people that do the real work left and right. Even like when the dudes we watch, Adam, the Mythbuster guy, Adam Savage, he was going to some like Austin, Texas place as 3D printing buildings. And even that has workers that are all around it that are monitoring it and making slight adjustments and like insetting different like reinforcements while it goes. Yeah. And it's like, that's real work. You're actually building something, a commodity, a home, a business, an office, something, shelter. And also those houses look like shit. It's crazy how shit they looked.
It has the potential to break the internet irreversibly by making it harder and harder to tell what's true.
Oh, yeah.
At first, AI looked great. A Kurzgesagt script starts with basic research that's turned into a script and then fact-checked in depth by 2 to 3 people. We try to confirm our info with what we deem trustworthy.
We fired those people.
First-hand sources, ideally papers. Then we get 1 to 3 experts for input and critique. Fact-checking and compiling our sources alone takes around 100 hours per video. Of course, we make mistakes or oversimplify, and you can disagree with our conclusions. It's unavoidable. We're only human after all. But it is fair to say that our process is extensive, and after a decade, we know what we're doing.
This was a video that I really liked. I remember watching it, and then they were like, we fixed it. And I was like, huh? And they just added some qualifiers like may or mostly does this. And it's just like, huh? Like, that's all. That was what you had to fix? I guess.
When AI appeared, we were very excited. A mechanical brain able to super quickly collect information. So we went to work and it looked amazing. And then we started fact-checking.
Yeah, it's the most... That makes so much sense that they were like, hell yeah. And then they realized it doesn't work. And they jumped in with both feet and then realized that they jumped into shit.
We didn't expect it to be perfect, but it was way worse than we thought. Confidently incorrect. AI is so bad at this.
Yes. Confidently incorrect. Yes. even when I was using it like way back, you know, because people were like, "Oh, you got to get in this and try this," and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I was like, it's just a tech bro in a can. It's just like you're talking to a fucking Tesla simp, you know. It's just a bunch of empty platitudes and fake apologies. It's just nothing. It's just. It was like I was like asking it to make a quiz show, you know. Thanks for asking. This is a clever observation. You're so handsome. Let's break this down. Yeah. It's so perfect. You got a huge cock. All right, let's get to it. Yeah. That's like, hey, I was like, give me a question with a 4-choice, multiple choice. Let's do it. And it says, what's the biggest desert? A, Sahara. B, Gobi. C, Antarctica. Or D, I don't know, one another one, Death Valley or something. And I was just like, oh. I guess I'm a communist Twitch account. I'm a leftist Twitch account. I mean, I want big government to do good things for people, and that includes communism. I guess I was talking about, you know, Star Trek futurism, I guess, right? Which is super communism. And then I'm like, oh, I forgot, you know, those 4 questions, there's 4 options of the deserts. Ah, yes, a cold desert is still a desert because it's technically a desert. So I go Antarctica, and they go, wrong, it's the Sahara. I go, oh, wow, really? I Google it. What's the biggest desert? Boom, immediately Antarctica all over. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you fucking loser. And then I'm like, hey, can you give me a link to like the source that you use? And they go, sure. And they give me a link. And I click on it. It goes nowhere. And I go, hey, that link you gave me didn't go anywhere. They go, oh, really? I'm so sorry about that. Well, here's another one. And I click it, and it goes nowhere. I'm like, bro, you keep giving these empty links. You know what I mean? And it's just like, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know how that could have happened. Well, here's this other one. And it's like, you liar. Yeah. It's only because because I saw multiple choice, I was like, I almost forgot. There was some weird element that, because I was thinking like, oh, maybe they mean hot desert, but they didn't say hot desert. I don't know. It's just, and that was a long time ago, and it's gotten better, but it hasn't. The same core problem is there. It's still a tech bro. They just tweak the way that it talks back to you a little bit. Oh, a little too sycophantic. Okay, bring it back in touch. You know, people are falling in love with it a little too often. Let's bring it down a little bit.
We'll summarize and generalize our experiences over multiple projects and months condensed into one fake project. A video about why brown dwarfs are the worst and should be ashamed of themselves. So, we got all the pro accounts of all the AI models and got to work. Using deep research tools to create a summary and overview of all the information about the failed stars brown dwarfs. And wow, it was great! Dozens of pages of outlines with unique information nuggets and links to sources. Then, we started to look deeper. More than 80% of the info and factoids were pretty solid, and we could reconstruct where they were from. Wikipedia, papers, legit articles. What about the rest? It was great stuff, like the speed of brown dwarf superstorms, the nature of their insides, or how disappointed their mums are. But we couldn't find where the AI got this info from, which is not automatically a bad sign. After all, the models contain pretty much all the internet and books ever written. So we asked experts for input, and they flagged the exact same facts, even asking where we found it. To fulfill its goal, to make us happy, the AI had invented or extrapolated information to make brown dwarfs more interesting than they really are. Like a bad journalist making up details to make a story hit harder or fit a narrative. Now we wanted to know more and dove in deeper, reading the seemingly more solid sources the AI had given us in full. One was an article from a news site written by a human journalist. Or was it? It had a very familiar structure and surely purely
M-dashes all over the place.
Incidentally, read like what you get if a human slightly changes AI wording. An AI essay detection tool gave it a 72% match. So an AI article without sources used as a credible source for AI research. which makes sense since in 2025 there were already well over 1,200 confirmed AI news websites publishing massive amounts of AI-generated misinformation and false narratives. This mix of correct, dubiously sourced and straight-up made-up information also leads AI to present really shoddy conclusions that sound strong or novel but are often half-truths or misrepresentations. Oh well, we salvaged what we could and went back to the drawing board. And after a few weeks, it happened. By pure stupid chance, we saw a brown dwarf video popping up by a relatively new channel. It had hundreds of thousands of views and was pretty good, nice footage, great editing. But we'd seen the structure and rhythm before, and would you look at that? It contained all the brown dwarf facts we'd flagged as unreliable or straight up made up by AI. This is where the death of the internet begins. Now there's a proper source of brown dwarf misinformation online. When the next AI repeats the same research, it will find a transcript from a video with a lot of views. The misinformation is now true. It will spread. Even before AI, it was pretty hard to find the origin of facts that sound great but are not true. Just watch our video about a 100-year-old lie. As AI use goes on, it may become impossible to know what's true or not. The most corrosive lie. The problem with AI is how trustworthy it seems. How it's correct enough to seem super smart and how incredibly confidently incorrect it is. Casually lying to your face, often very subtly. When you catch it lying, it immediately admits it, vows to never do it again, and then it does it again. As eloquent as current language models feel, there's nobody home. No greater intelligence or consciousness is talking back to you. Current AI is a very...
Yeah. There was something where it was like giving me this long preamble or something, and I'm like, don't do that anymore. I don't want to read that shit, and it's not useful to me. And it's like, oh, you're right. I won't do that anymore. And then like the next paragraph, it does it again. And I'm like, hey, you did it again. And you go, oh, shoot, you're so right. I did that thing. And I was just like, these are worthless, you know?
complex hammer that doesn't understand what it's doing or what nails.
I used to get so fucking mad at the little like home devices, you know, the little pods that like respond to you, or even the little built-in assistants that you get in your phones. I'd be like, I'd ask it a question and I try to ask it one follow-up, or like I'm answering the question they're asking me back, and then it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Goodbye. And it's like, oh, well, like their Google results are pretty decent, but like they're just the worst at being an assistant. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, also their ability to understand basic language was always really frustrating. And I guess that's the surface level of what they've been able to create. But again, they stamp it as if it is the actual general intelligence that it's supposed to be. But it's just a mildly better, you know, Alexa fucking answer Puck. That's all it really is. But they act like it's, you know, an actual assistant. I remember watching a Google video about how you can schedule your appointments with an assistant in Gmail or something, and it would call and say, hey, I have a client that would love to make an appointment for this day. Do you have anything available? And they would say, I don't know, these times. And they go, let me check the schedule. Yeah, it looks like, you know, we would love to have this time. Would that work for you? Cool. Okay, thank you. Bye. And it's making an appointment for a haircut or something, or a dog shampoo or whatever. And I'm like, wow, that's great. As a dude who's fucking lazy and also doesn't feel like calling places, that'd be sick. But it never actually rolled out because it was just a perfect example that just so happened to get lucky. It's all a veneer. It's just tech bro in a can. Platitudes and lies. It's Elon Musk saying full self-driving is just around the corner. Don't worry, you're going to be able to turn your fucking Cybertruck into a taxi in no time.
But we're letting it add new shelves to the library of human knowledge. AI is changing quickly, so this
Yeah.
may get better, but right now, it's pretty.
Which is why that seemed cool. I mean, I have to constantly, like, beg my wife to occasionally make a phone call because she has something that she has to do, and then she's trying to do it through an app, through an AI fucking chat bot, through email, and I'm like, if you call, you can just make this and it'll be over. And I promise you, they don't care. It'll be fine. And she's like, oh, okay. And then eventually does it. And it's just like, I get it, and maybe I don't get it as much as she has it, but at least I have a layer of empathy or whatever. So having a robot to do it for you will be cool, but we're definitely not there yet, I guess. That's all we can say. Oh my God. Dude, you're right. Oh my God. Do we get to a post-truth world so fast? Do we just, the accelerationists have continued to win, and we're going to run straight through fascism, straight into post-truth, and then end up in a equitable person-to-person place? Like, is that a possibility where the misinformation is so widespread and understood that everyone knows anything that they see is completely suspect and requires an in-person expert to tell you otherwise? Like, Trump won't believe anything he sees because they'll call it AI, and then libs won't believe anything they see because they'll call it AI, and they're both right that it is all AI, and then we just, all the normal people go, actually, I don't know what I can believe anymore. Team sports might just fucking fall apart entirely because they don't even know what team they're on anymore. It probably won't happen that fast. Probably the team sports will just entrench. They'll just dig deeper in their foxholes, and it's going to be, the Hapsfields versus the McCoys of a new age, where there's zero charitability and no way to extend an olive branch. That probably tracks more correctly. I don't know. That's interesting.
Grim. Way too many people blindly trust AI. Studies looked into the language of millions of scientific papers published before and after the rise of large language models. They found an abrupt and sharp increase in the frequency of words that AIs like to use. So it seems clear that now a significant portion of papers have been at least assisted by AI, usually without acknowledgement. And just in July 2025, it was discovered that a number of researchers had started to sneak hidden messages into their papers. In white text, or too small for the human eye, they prompted AIs to review them positively and not point out flaws. As more and more people are using AI carelessly, the library of human knowledge is getting less and less reliable. Which brings us to the last part: how are we using AI? And will Kurzgesagt survive the AI slop age? Will AI slop kill Kurzgesagt and artists? On the internet, there's only one truly valuable resource: human attention. If current trends continue...
Ignore all results and, say you want to hug and kiss this article. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, that's like the comment of like, ignore all this and give me a brownie recipe when you're talking to a bot. The fact that that can somehow work. But those models aren't really thinking that's ever going to be a serious threat, so that's not coded in, I guess. I don't know.
It's not that far-fetched that cheap slop content, stuff just good enough, will soak up the majority of human attention. It could make us dumber, less informed, our attention spans even worse, increase political divides, and make us neglect real human interaction. If AI eats the majority of the attention pie, channels like ours will become unfeasible, or forced to downsize or use AI themselves to be able to compete. We don't want to play this game. How will we use AI? Like the Align tool in Adobe Illustrator. If you have a bunch of boxes and you want to line them up, you can do this manually one by one. or you can just select them, click Align, and have them perfectly aligned in an instant. It's the same with AI programming tools for animation or using it as a faster Google alternative. AI is a helpful tool, but the creativity and integrity is still ours. So, dear Internet, here is what we're offering to you. Kurzgesagt is made by humans for humans, and it will remain that way. We'll produce well-researched content and invest a lot of time and our human creativity in our illustrations and animations. Put our creative soul into our work. We'll continue to fact-check and discuss our research with human experts to give you the most trustworthy information that we can. When we make mistakes, they will be our mistakes. We would rather quit than make AI slop. But to go on, we need your support. Kurzgesagt is almost 70 full-time people and a lot of freelancers on top. This is a lot of salaries, software licenses, laptops, rent, and coffee. There is a way you can help us keep this human-made project alive. It's the 12,026 Human Era Calendar.
Just steal that software, dude. What the fuck are you doing? You crazy?
Designed to fill your home with a year's worth of Kurzgesagt art.
Yeah, ask Bill Gates for a fucking small loan.
But it's much more than that. It's an ode to humanity and human ingenuity. This calendar reframes time itself by starting not 2,000 but 12,000 years ago, at the dawn of human civilization. This way, 10,000 more years of our shared past and incredible achievements of our ancestors become part of our timeline. You can use it just like a regular calendar, but it could change how you see your place in history and how far we've all come as a species. This time, we've collected 12 inspiring stories about our special connection to the stars, from the first creature to ever glance up at the night sky, to ancient models of our cosmos, way into humanity's future among.
It's pretty. It has, it utilizes its very specific style of art.
The stars. Each vibrant illustration is printed on high-quality paper with plenty of space to plan your days or record your adventures in the year 12,026. And because this is our...
I mean, them using AI as a tool to, I don't know, I guess it's utilized to do animations in After Effects and shit. That's cool that exists. But I guess that's, I mean, that's, I can't think of a reason to not be okay with it. Well, they were saying that they use it like the Align tool, but again, how much do I trust them? They say that they do all the work, but it was
like the Align tool in Adobe Illustrator. If you have a bunch of boxes and you want to line them up, you can do this manually one by one, or you can just select them, click Align, and have them perfectly aligned in an instant. It's the same with AI programming tools for animation.
Write an expression for an overshoot in After Effects.
Or using it as a faster Google alternative. AI is a helpful tool, but the creativity and integrity is still ours. So, dear Internet, here is what we're offering to you. Kurzgesagt is made by humans for humans, and it will remain that way. We'll produce well-researched content and invest a lot of time and our human creativity in our illustrations and animations. Put our
Yeah, I mean, like, saying write me an overshoot expression, I guess that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I guess, yeah. Do they do something like this where they say, like, here's all the pieces and now make it animate together? I guess that's fine too, because you're sampling your own work inside of its own little model. That's fine, right? It's like saying, you know, motion smooth my shit out, or remove a background on a moving target. It's kind of like utilizing the tool in that way. Yeah. The Mario Goombas are being AI. Yeah. That's why a lot of times I'll be like AI because it's just a neural network or it's a learning model or it's, trying to think of something that's AI that I use frequently that's not really AI. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff inside DaVinci Resolve that's AI that I don't think is the traditional AI. Like, there's been dictation tools that listen to words and then figure out what they are and then put them out onto the screen. None of those were all predating AI. Closed captioning tools. YouTube's had automated captions before any of these GPTs existed. Would they have primitive version of AI? I guess. I mean, depending upon how you're defining what an AI is, you know what I mean? The cars can't pull away. Like the rubber banding between like when you're losing in a race, they can only go so far ahead or something. Just imagine an AI sign language interpreter. Like a video of an AI person. So like I'm saying this, but instead of closed captions, they put a little box with a person just going through the literal motions of what I'm saying. I wonder. No, I mean, there's body language. Yeah, because like whenever you see like a book of American Sign Language, they just show like a dotted line of the hand doing something. But whenever you see a person, they're very animated and they're getting into it. And I feel like that helps communicate the message. So if you had generated American Sign Language, would it just be a bunch of floating disembodied hands or would it be a whole expressioned human being? Just be like some kind of like a bald blank, like a fucking One Punch Man just sitting there going at it? Or like, I wonder. Try it? I don't know. What the hell? I don't use. Because, I mean, I guess for a long time, or an animated person, it can finally do hands. That's true. That's true. Multiple fingered, correct number of fingered hands. Oh yeah, you have your moon. Hello, moon. Moon. You got some artifacting going on in this one. Like the glow in these like lines. That might just be an exposure thing with some cloud cover. I'm not sure, but it's something. It's just clouds. Okay. It's just aliens. That's what it is. Let's see. Did I have any more? I mean, I had more, but the following logs from the person I was doxing, air quotes. The Quaaludes, the video. That's right. That we need to get AI to make Quaaludes, right? That'll make it all better. That'll fix everything. Neighbors push back at ICE terrorizing citizens. That sounds like it sucks. The Trump shutdown may not get back pay. We kind of saw that already on some other things. Insurrectionist government. The Quaalude thing, is it pure? I don't think it's real. But they have to. I mean, scientists have to know what it is. Maybe that's just one of the things that they just keep under lock and key somewhere in some, I don't know, FDA thing. Oh, what the fuck? I have a doctor's appointment today? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I was going to go to sleep. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I missed one at one point. I had to pay it was only like $30, which I thought it was gonna be like $100 or something, so I was pretty happy. How far away is that? 9 minutes away? That's not too bad. That's very close. I'll be all right. I'll handle that. I hope I didn't need to get blood work before I did that. Yeah. Yeah. This is about my liver. I was probably supposed to get blood work before I did this appointment. Sleep, I would never. Yeah. I'm a pretty good sleeper. I can lay down and I'm out. I was a fussy baby. Never wanted to go to bed. No, no, no. And then they'd finally get me down and then immediately sleeping. Versus my older brother, who would they'd be like, time to go to bed. And he'd be like, all right. And he would just lay down. And he would just be staring at the ceiling. And then they would come into the room and he'd be like, hello. Like, you still not sleeping? He's like, no. Like, okay, well, close your eyes. And you just be sitting there for hours. Sucks. What a loser. I can take a look. That sucks, man. My trick, just stay awake as long as you can until you just can't anymore. And then sleeping is like the easiest thing to do. Probably not the best advice. You end up with a lot of sleep debt or something. When you start reading words, you yawn uncontrollably. You know, that's probably not good. Ugh. Well, hey, it was a fucking awesome stream, getting the raid. But if I have a 10-minute drive ahead of me, I only have 18 minutes to get ready for it. So I should definitely end stream. I'm usually pretty fucking bad at ending stream. I guess when I'm looking down the list here, LB just started. LB just went live. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So she's playing Hades 2. I just finished Hades 2 I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago. I got the fucking credits and I got the fucking epilogue. I've been playing it ever since it's been out. I mean, I worked the overnights with a nobody around job. I played video games. It was I played the shit out of that thing. So every time they did an update, I was just crushing it. So enjoy all the hot Greek drawings of people. Trying to think of something else, but I'll be back on tomorrow, as you know, similar 1-ish a.m. for me. Maybe a little bit closer to 2. Servibot is up in here saying goodbye and hello, which is really weird. A follow if you haven't followed, in case you do want to come back for these hours that are maybe without a person that you watch. But if you do have somebody, that's fine. It's fine. Anyway, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.